Strength increase, interference shielding. A piece of information flashed through Han Yi's mind, which meant that Han Yi had successfully swallowed up Lin Yuxuan's star system. From then on, it was hard to say whether he was still a star or not. After being devoured by the system, Lin Yuxuan lay motionless on the ground like a dead dog, comatose. As for what will happen to him when he wakes up, that's not what Han Yi cares about. Han Yi and Han Yuxi decided to change the name of the new entertainment company to Wings Entertainment Group, which is the abbreviation of Han Yuxi and Han Yi. Everyone, don't let this clown disturb our interest. From today on, you are a member of Wing Entertainment Group. I hope that under the leadership of Sister Yuxi and Shanshan, everyone can go to glory together. At this time, no one paid attention to Lin Yuxuan's existence anymore, and everyone seemed very happy when they heard Han Yi's words. After all, there is nothing more exciting than having someone with a strong identity, deep connections, and stronger funds as the boss, who also gives such a good treatment. Haha, young Master Han, don't worry, we will definitely follow in the footsteps of Chairman Han and Chairman Shi, and make our wing group bigger and stronger. That's right, with the leadership of Director Han and Director Shi, I believe our wing group will definitely shine. We must live up to the trust of Director Han and Chairman Shi. With the backing of Mr. Han, we are very confident. At this moment, everyone's flattery came one after another, all complimenting Han Yi and the three of them, and more to please the two new bosses, hoping to have more opportunities to stand out in the future. Han Yuxi also stood up at this time and said a few words, "Thank you for your full cooperation. Next, I will manage the group with Shanshan. I hope everyone can work together, advance hand in hand, and move forward with the company to a new level. Thank you everyone. Papa Papa." As soon as Han Yuxi finished speaking, there was warm applause from the crowd. After the applause gradually weakened, Han Yi looked at Shi Yuding, who was standing aside at this time. Since Lin Yuxuan's performance started, this woman didn't say anything, she just quietly stayed aside and watched the development of the situation. After Lin Yuxuan was ridiculed for failing to read minds, Liang Yuding began to feel restless. After Lin Yuxuan was forcibly hypnotized by Han Yi and saw Lin Yuxuan performing like a clown, she completely gave up and wanted to vomit blood in despair. I wanted to rely on Lin Yuxuan to take back Tianmei CDED group, but I didn't expect Lin Yuxuan to be so useless that he even got into it. At this time, Liang Yuding's face was full of resentment, despair was growing, and her whole face was about to be distorted. She just stared at Han Yi with resentment on her face and didn't speak. "Miss Liang, get out, your backer is useless." Han Yi looked at Liang Yuding and said lightly. "Han Yi, don't be complacent. Do you think that if you sign these people, you can play in the entertainment industry? Don't dream, the entertainment industry is not so easy to mess around, and you can't do it if you have money. Believe it or not, I have a lot of ways to make you lose everything. I lost my money. It doesn't matter. The most important thing I need is money, and I never thought about using this company to make money. I just bought it for my sister Yuxi and the others to play with." "You are so naive," Han Yi said to Liang Yuding with a mocking face. Originally, Liang Yuding was already desperate enough to lose Tianmei, but now she heard Han Yi say that she just bought it for fun, her indifferent tone deeply stimulated her. Liang Yuding suddenly became crazy, her face was contorted, her hands were waving wildly, and she was about to rush forward to fight Han Yi desperately. Han Yi curled his lips when he saw this, he didn't think Liang Yuding could rush forward at all. He sneered, "Ask the security guard to throw her out, don't let her stay here to be an eyesore." Yes, when the bodyguards heard this, they didn't need to call security anymore. They stepped forward, one on the left and the other on the right, and they were about to forcibly arrest Liang Yuding. "You don't need to bombard me, I'll go by myself." Liang Yuding put aside the bodyguard's hand and started to walk outside. "Han Yi, just wait, you're not going to end well, I'll let you know my tricks." Before leaving, Liang Yuding said with her back to Han Yi, gnashing her teeth. "Hee, I'll wait." Han Yi didn't care. He waved his hand, like chasing away a fly. A woman who has lost her greatest support is not worthy of Han Yi's attention. He saw Liang Yuding walking towards her office and started to pack her things, so he didn't look at her again. Han Yi turned around and smiled at Han Yuxi and Shi Shanshan. "Sister Yuxi, Shanshan, you are ready to take over this company from now on. Arrange these people and some things, I will only be responsible for the purchase, and the rest will be up to you. When Han Yushi heard this, she couldn't help but rolled her eyes. You are so free, you just left it to us. Hee hee, Sister Yushi, this is what we want, I don't want him to tell me what to do. Shi Shanshan pulled Han Yushi and laughed. Haha, didn't I help you find something to do? Then you will have something to do. Han Yi laughed loudly. 137 Liang Yuding's Be careful before leaving. Han Yi and the three walked towards Liang Yuding's office while talking and laughing. Han Yi smiled and said to Han Yushi, Sister Yushi, I don't think the CEO's office needs to be replaced, just use the one from Liang Yuding before. But all the decorations inside need to be replaced. Well, I think so too. When the time comes, I'll find someone to design it, and then replace the decoration and furniture, so it can be used. Han Yushi replied with a smile. Shi Shanshan also booed from the side. Sister Yushi, do you think I should share an office with you or open another one next to it? It's fine, as long as you like it. Han Yushi smiled and didn't care about it. Han Yi stroked his chin and thought for a while, then said with certainty, let's have a room for one person. Then I will ask someone to decorate another room, and decorate it according to Shanshan's preferences. There is no need for two people to squeeze into an office. After all, there are two bosses, right? That being said, Han Yushi walked on Han Yi's left and found nothing. But what she didn't know was that when Han Yi finished saying that, he turned his head and blinked at Shi Shanshan on the right, with a wicked smile on his face. Shi Shanshan immediately understood what Han Yi meant, her pretty face blushed, and she reached out and gently pinched Han Yi's waist. Ha ha. Han Yi was secretly delighted, Shi Shanshan really got it right. It turned out that Han Yi said that two people should share an office, but the ultimate goal was to be able to be alone in the room and do some wonderful deeds when he came to the entertainment company to meet Shi Shanshan. If Han Yushi and Shi Shanshan share the same office, it will be difficult for Han Yi's evil idea to come true. Shi Shanshan knew when Han Yi blinked at her that he must be thinking of something good, which made her blush with embarrassment. Just at this time, Han Yushi looked towards them. It's okay, let's do it this way. Huh, Shanshan, why is your face so red? What's the matter? No, it's nothing, it just feels a little hot here. Shi Shanshan blushed even more, and replied in a low voice. Well, as long as it's okay, let's go in. Han Yushi didn't care. Sister Yushi actually saw it. It's really shameful. Fortunately, she doesn't know what Han Yi is thinking, and it's all his fault. Shi Shanshan felt slightly ashamed, and pinched Han again, which made him grin his teeth. Fortunately, Han Yushi had turned his head away by this time. While talking, Han Yi and the three had arrived at the door of Liang Yuding's office. Han Yi knocked on the door before, but now he didn't even bother to knock, so he just pushed the door open and walked in. Pushing the door open, she saw that Liang Yuding had packed her personal belongings and filled a small box. When Liang Yuding saw Han Yi and the others walking in, she gave Han Yi a calm and resentful look, picked up the suitcase and walked out without saying anything. Han Yi felt that Liang Yuding's sudden calmness must be a bit weird, but he didn't bother to look for anything. In his opinion, all of Liang Yuding's methods could not be of any use to them. Han Yi saw Liang Yuding walking out of the office so calmly, and suddenly spoke. Miss Liang, I don't want to see you off. Han Yi had a sincere smile on his face, and people who didn't know thought they had a good relationship. HMPH, don't cry like a cat and pretend to be merciful, I hope you can laugh later. Liang Yuding's mocking voice was tinged with coldness. After finishing speaking, she didn't wait for Han Yi's reaction, and went straight out of the office, out of Han Yi's sight. What does she mean? Shi Shanshan was puzzled. It's okay, just ignore her, it's just bluffing. Han Yi comforted. Shi Shanshan bypassed Han Yi, went to the boss chair in front of Liang Yuding and sat down. Seeing that the computer was on, she casually clicked a few times with the mouse. There is nothing on this computer desktop. Even the desktop is empty. Shi Shanshan suddenly called out. Nothing. No way, I remember that Liang Yuding seems to be used to saving everything on this computer, let me have a look. Hearing what Shi Shanshan said, Han Yushi suddenly came over anxiously. She walked over and saw that the computer desktop was blank, with only a few icons of My Computer and Recycle Bin. Impossible, how could this be? I have seen Liang Yuding's computer desktop, and there are a lot of scripts and materials on the desktop. Han Yushi couldn't believe what she saw, and then immediately clicked into my computer to look, but there was nothing there, and everything was empty. Sister Yushi, what's the problem? Seeing that Han Yushi was so nervous, Han Yi couldn't help asking. There's a big problem. This computer is used by Liang Yuding to store some important data of the whole company, including some scripts, songs, and the data of various signed stars. It can only be used by her alone. Now it's all gone. Do you think it's a big problem? Han Yushi asked anxiously. Don't worry, just call her secretary in and ask. Han Yi's calm voice made Han Yushi calm down a little. Yes, call her former secretary in and ask. Han Yushi shouted at the door, Xiao Li, come in. I have something to ask you. Xiao Li outside the door was Liang Yuding's former secretary, and she also joined the Wing group before. Because she was working as a secretary, after Liang Yuding left, she still waited for her original position as Han Yushi's secretary. At this time, when Han Yushi called her, she immediately stood up anxiously, knocked on the door, and asked, Han Dong, you come in. Yes, I want you to come in and ask something. Xiao Li walked in, saw Han Yi and the three of them were there, said hello to them, and then asked Han Yushi, Director Han, I don't know what you want to ask. Xiao Li, is this computer used by Liang Yuding to store important company data? Han Yushi looked at her and said, that's right, this is for Mr. Liang's personal use. The company's scripts, songs, and materials are all in it. Then tell me why there is nothing in it now. Han Yushi said with a trace of anxiety on his face. Ah, it's all gone. I don't know. Xiao Li cried out in surprise. Okay, you don't need to ask me to know what's going on. Liang Yuding must have deleted all the information before she left. I knew she wouldn't give up so easily. I knew what she said before she left. Han Yi said calmly. This Liang Yuding is really vicious. She actually deleted all the company's information. Shi Shanshan said viciously. Then what should we do now? She deleted all the data, but she must have a backup, and we have nothing. Han Yushi exclaimed anxiously. These are her things, so you can't do anything if she deletes them and takes them away. It seems that we have taken over an empty shell. Han Yi smiled slightly and said, but it doesn't matter, I have my own way. 138 The omnipotent Han Yi. Han Yushi's words were full of anxiety. In her mind, without those scripts and materials, it would be difficult for the entertainment company to operate, and everything had to be started from scratch. Han Yi shook his head and laughed. It was quite interesting to see Han Yushi like this. Because Han Yushi has always been very calm no matter what he faces, and it is rare to see such an anxious scene today. Seeing that Han Yi was still in the mood to make fun of herself, Han Yushi couldn't help becoming angry from embarrassment. She pinched Han Yi bitterly. Are you still laughing? We don't know what to do, you still laugh. Han Yi bared his teeth after being pinched, and couldn't help sighing secretly. Why do women like to pinch people? Seeing that Han Yushi was really getting angry, Han begged for mercy. It hurts, sister, don't pinch it. Han Yushi didn't really pinch him at first, so when he saw it, he let 327 pass him. But Han Yushi said to Han Yi a little roguely, I don't care, this is caused by you, you have to solve this problem for me. There was a sense of indifference, which made Han Yi dumbfounded. That's right, you have to take care of it for us, or I won't spare you. Shi Shanshan also echoed. Han Yi looked at the two of them amusedly, they seemed to be in a mess. Okay, isn't it just the script and the song? For small questions, I can write it myself. It's better without those materials. I write it to you, and it will definitely become popular. Han Yi confidently said to the two. Han Yi spoke confidently, but Han Yushi and the others were very skeptical. Xiao Yi, don't be joking. If there is really no other way, I will find someone to write it. At most, I will spend some money. Han Yushi didn't take it seriously, but comforted Han Yi. Yeah, it's just a little money, Han Yi, don't worry about it. Shi Shanshan also had an expression of no doubt. No one believes the truth these days. Seeing that they didn't believe him, Han couldn't help rolling his eyes. In Han Yi's opinion, some scripts and songs are just there, and there is really no difficulty. Before coming to buy Tianmei, Han Yi had a general understanding of some entertainment aspects of this world from Han Yushi. This is a parallel world similar to the Earth. Many things in this world are completely different from the Earth. There are no famous songs, no popular movies and TV series, so Han Yi is so confident that he can solve it. After all, in my previous life, as a street writer, although my works did not become popular, many things I wrote were engraved in my mind and I did not forget them. Not to mention that he used to be an otaku living in the 21st century. What blockbuster movies have he not seen? From China to Hollywood, and then to domestic TV, he has almost never fallen behind. There are also those popular songs, which I have heard since I was a child, and there are hundreds or thousands of songs if I take them out casually. Originally, Han Yi never thought of writing these things, because he no longer needs to rely on them to make money. But Liang Yuding's vicious behavior today made Han Yi feel this way. He decided to write down all the scripts and songs he remembered to help Han Yushi and Shi Shanshan reach the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. Seeing that Han Yi didn't seem to be joking, Han Yushi and Shi Shanshan were dubious. Xiao Yi, do you really know how to write? Yeah, now is not the time to joke, you really didn't lie to us. Han Yi confirmed again, I really know how to write, isn't it just some scripts and songs? It's not difficult. Seeing that Han Yi was so sure, Han Yushi couldn't help but believe him. In her opinion, there was nothing Han Yi couldn't handle. Okay, then try to write a few songs and let us see if it works, okay? No problem, just come with a pen and paper. Han Yi readily agreed. Xiao Li, go get a pen and paper, we will write here. Han Yushi ordered. Okay, Director Han. When Xiao Li heard that Han Yi wanted to write his own song, although he was a little disapproving, he didn't dare to question it. After all, this is the big boss, and she can't question it. She responded with a cry and immediately ran out to get a pen and paper. Han Yushi saw Xiao Li go out to get a pen and paper, and the three went into the sofa in the reception area and sat down. There are sofas and tables here, which is convenient for Han Yi to write. After a while, Xiao Li walked in with a stack of paper and some pens, and put them in front of Han Yi. Then he didn't leave, just looked at Han Yi like this, wanting to see what song Han Yi could write. Han Yushi didn't chase her away, but also looked at Han Yi with concern, to see what he was going to write. Han Yi took out a piece of paper and spread it on the table, picked up a pen thinking for a moment. He was thinking about what to write. After all, he remembered too many songs. He could write them slowly in the future, but it was impossible to write them all down now. That being the case, then pick a few classics. Having made up his mind, Han Yi began to write on the paper. In less than 5 minutes, Han Yi filled a piece of paper and put it aside. Seeing that he had finished writing a poem, Han Yushi couldn't wait to pick it up. I saw the word, legend, written on the top in a slightly larger size, and below it were lines of slightly smaller lyrics. Legend, Han Yushi murmured. She then looked down and saw that the lyrics were like this. Just because I took one more look at you in the crowd and never forgot your face. I dreamed that we could meet again one day by chance, and from then on, I began to be lonely and miss you. When I miss you, you are in the sky. When I miss you, you are in front of my eyes. When I miss you, you are in my mind. When I miss you, you are in my heart. I would rather believe that we had an appointment in a previous life. The love story in this life will not change again. I would rather spend this life waiting for you to find that I have always been by your side and have never gone far. Before reading it, Han Yushi was already intoxicated in the lyrics, and she was fascinated by the lyrics. By the time the staves were matched, Han Yushi was completely dumbfounded by 0.9 shock. Seeing Han Yushi staring at the lyrics without speaking for a long time, Shi Shanshan felt a little strange, so she snatched her over. Han Yushi didn't know that Shi Shanshan took the lyrics away, but she was still immersed in the poignant lyrics and couldn't extricate herself. Shi Shanshan didn't go anywhere, she just stayed there after watching, the shock in her eyes couldn't be concealed. Is this really written by Han Yi? Shi Shanshan's voice was full of doubts. Xiao Yi is really omnipotent, this guy. Han Yushi came back to her senses, and looked at Han Yi blankly, also shocked. Yeah, I just want to know, what else can't he do? At this time, Shi Shanshan's eyes were blurred, and the adoration in her eyes almost melted Han Yi. Han Yushi also nodded in agreement, looking at Han Yi, who is still writing other songs, feeling proud in her heart. 139. You wrote this all yourself. Not someone else's. Han Yushi and Shi Shanshan were still in shock and emotion, but Xiao Li was a little confused. Seeing them like this, Xiao Li couldn't help muttering in a low voice, "Is it so mysterious? Young Master Han really wrote the song." Han Yushi ignored Xiao Li and didn't show her the lyrics. After all, Xiao Li is just a secretary, so there is no need to tell her everything. Han Yi didn't care about the shock of Han Yushi and Shi Shanshan, because this is the first song, and they will be even more shocked later. Han Yi continued to write on the paper. What he wrote just now was the lyrics, and now he is writing the song. After all, the combination of lyrics and music is the real song. After writing the first song, Han Yi didn't stop, and continued to write and draw on the paper. Han Yushi and Shi Shanshan knew Han Yi's talent at this time, and wished he could write more. So without the slightest impatience, they all quietly looked at Han Yi, waiting for him to finish writing. Han Yi writes very quickly. After all, these are the things that are remembered in his mind, they don't need to think too much, they can appear on the paper immediately. More than half an hour passed. Han Yi stopped writing, rubbed his hands, and prepared to take a rest. Seeing that Han Yi had stopped writing, Han Yushi immediately went up to pick up all the songs written by Han Yi. She took a rough look and found that there were about 10 songs, all of which were written together with lyrics and music. Shi Shanshan and Han Yushi couldn't wait to watch it. After reading it, they looked at each other, and they both saw the shock in each other's eyes. "Xiao Yi, you wrote this all yourself. It's not someone else's stuff." Although Han Yi saw it written by himself, Han Yushi couldn't help but ask. After all, this is really shocking. In about half an hour, 10 songs were written, and each song can become a classic. Han Yushi is very sure, because she has been in the entertainment circle for a long time, and she can tell that when these songs are released, they will definitely become popular. "Yes, Sister Yushi, don't worry, it's not someone else's property. I'll write so many songs first, and I'll write a few scripts for you later." Hearing Han Yi said that he still needs to write a script, Han Yushi and Shi Shanshan were so excited that they almost fainted. Now I can rest assured that I am no longer afraid of the lack of songs and scripts. It is no wonder that Han Yushi and the others are not excited. "Xiao Yi, you are really my sister's lucky star," Han Yushi said excitedly. "Haha, as long as you like it. By the way, Sister Yushi, which song do you like best?" Han Yi asked with a smile. "I like the first, Legend, the most. Then you can sing a cappella to see if it sounds good," Han Yi suggested. Although Han Yushi felt that it was very good when she saw the lyrics and composition, and she would definitely be popular, but she didn't really hear the song, so she didn't dare to be 100% sure that it was good. So Han Yi suggested that she sing a cappella, and she also wanted to hear how the song would perform, so she immediately agreed. "Then I'll sing it. Don't laugh at me if I don't sing well," Han Yushi said a little embarrassedly. "No, it sure sounds good, let's sing. Then I'll sing." Han Yushi picked up the lyrics and followed the song, cleared her throat, and sang. "Just because I took one more look at you in the crowd." The clear and ethereal voice sounded in the office, accompanied by the beautiful lyrics. Han Yushi's words made several people drunk. The more Han Yushi sang, the more she devoted herself to it, and the few people were also mesmerized by it. There was no accompaniment, and just singing a cappella was so intoxicating. A few minutes later, Han Yushi finished singing. Han Yi and the others didn't speak, just listening to the song quietly. "Sister Yushi, this song suits you so well," Han Yi exclaimed. Yes, it's really good, Sister Yushi, I've never heard such a good song." Shi Shanshan also regained her composure, and said affirmatively. Xiao Li, who was standing by the side, was stunned. She didn't expect that the song written by Han Dashao was so beautiful, it almost beat all the songs she had heard before. Before, she was a little bit disapproving of Han Yi's writing songs, but now she understands how powerful young Master Han is, and he is simply omnipotent. After Han Yushi sang, she was not satisfied. Now it can be confirmed that these songs will become classics. She couldn't wait to record all these songs, but Han Yi just said that she still needs to write the script, so she endured it. "Xiao Yi, didn't you say there is still a script?" Come on, write it down. Han Yushi has already started to urge Han Yi. All right. Han Yi had no choice but to laugh or cry. He had never seen Han Yushi so impatient, so he had to continue writing the script. Scripts are not as easy to write as songs. Generally, short scripts are much longer than lyrics, let alone long scripts. Han Yi writes songs like Rain, without thinking, but writing scripts is different. Many dialogues and scenes must be written very clearly. There are some places where I have to stop and think for a while before continuing to write, so this time Han Yi wrote for almost 2 hours. Han Yushi and the others were not impatient and waited obediently. Han Yi only wrote 3 scripts, 2 short and 1 long. His hands were sore, and he didn't plan to finish them all at once. If he really wanted to finish the scripts in his mind, he couldn't finish them all day and night. After Han Yi finished writing, Han Yushi carefully sorted and folded them carefully. This is a treasure and must be preserved carefully. She raised her head and said to Xiao Li seriously, Xiao Li, keep it safe for me and keep it as a confidential document. 380. Yes, I must keep it well and not let others see it. Xiao Li also knew the importance and hurriedly agreed. After Han Yushi gave her orders, she didn't have time to check carefully, so she hurriedly dragged Han Yi out. Sister Yushi, where are you going? Han Yi was a little puzzled. He had just finished writing, and he hadn't rested yet. Go to the recording studio. Han Yushi said enthusiastically. Han Yi seemed to have guessed something, so he didn't ask much. Shi Shanshan and Xiao Li immediately followed after hearing this. People outside the office were a little surprised to see Han Yushi hurriedly pulling Han Yi past. When I saw Shi Shanshan and Xiao Li following in a hurry, I couldn't help being curious. Where are Director Han and First Young Master Han going? In such a hurry. Yeah, it looks like you can't wait. Why is Shi Dong and Xiao Li doing the same thing? What happened? Everyone chattered about. When Han Yi and the others went to the recording studio, the news slowly spread. It turned out that the 2 big bosses wanted to record the song. When everyone heard it, it was okay, so they hurried to watch. This is a rare thing, and it is also a good opportunity to flatter, they thought. No matter whether Han Yi sings well or not, they will give a thumbs up. 148 chorus that became popular all over the internet. When Han Yushi dragged Han Yi to the recording studio, some celebrities were recording songs. Xiao Yi, I want to sing a song with you and record it here, okay? Han Yushi looked at Han Yi expectantly. Okay, Sister Yushi, as long as you are happy. Han Yi readily agreed. Yeah, let's sing the song, The Country of Daughters. When the stars who were recording songs heard that the big boss was going to cooperate to record music, they all stopped and gave up their seats. At this time, more and more people heard the news, and they all gathered outside the recording studio, which seemed very lively. I heard that young Master Han is going to record a song, is it true? Is it true, or should I sing a duet with Director Han? I heard that young Master Han wrote the song himself. Is it true or not? Someone asked in doubt. It's absolutely true. I heard what Xiao Li said. Xiao Li was there at the time and saw that young Master Han wrote several songs with his own eyes. Wow, Han Tianxiao can still write songs. Most of them are versatile. A female star looked adoring. Everyone talked a lot, especially when they heard that Han Yi was going to sing a song he wrote. They couldn't stop. They felt that they wanted to listen to it even more, and wanted to see how the song written by young Master Han was. Han Yushi ignored the people outside, and didn't intend to stop them, so let them be the audience. She gave the music to the leader of the accompaniment, and asked him to copy a few copies for the band to practice, so that the band could get familiar with the tune. More than 10 minutes later, the band said it was okay. Han Yushi and Han Yi entered the recording studio. Han Yi and Han Yushi put on their earphones and said okay to the outdoor band. When the accompaniment sounded, Han Yi's deep voice spoke first. The law of safety and security in the world. Live up to Tathagata and live up to Ching. Reflection. Never so smart. I have suffered so much and I am heading west. He Sheng beauty, you are alluring. How to erase your shadow. Like forgetting my name. Han Yi sang very deeply from the very beginning. This song was originally a chorus of Li Ronghao and Zhang Liangying. As soon as he finished singing, Han Yushi continued to speak intoxicated. What about royal power and wealth? Afraid of what rules and regulations? Love me 1,000 times. Take me away. What kind of good and evil? What are you waiting for? Let the afterlife decay into ashes. Change this life to be with you. After the solo singing, there is also a chorus. What about royal power and wealth? The law of safety and security in the world. Afraid of what rules and regulations? Neither the Tathagata nor the Ching. The two sang affectionately, cooperated tacitly, looked at each other from time to time, and immersed themselves in it. The people outside the recording studio fell silent when Han Yi spoke. No one spoke, everyone was listening quietly. Accompanied by the singing of Han Yi and Han Yushi, one picture after another is displayed in the hearts of the audience, making people mesmerized and unwilling to wake up, hoping to just be intoxicated in it. After the song was over, neither Han Yi nor Han Yushi spoke, nor did they take off their earphones in a hurry. Everyone outside the recording studio didn't open their mouths either, they were all reminiscing about the song, Nation of Daughters. A few minutes later, a crisp applause suddenly sounded outside the recording studio, and then everyone who woke up applauded at the same time, and some even whistled, showing everyone's indescribable mood. Han Yi and Han Yushi heard the applause, looked at each other, smiled, took off their earphones and walked out of the recording studio. After they came out, everyone immediately surrounded them, and all kinds of praises were heard endlessly. Young Master Han, is this the song you wrote? It's really nice. Han Dong, you have cooperated so well that I can't help myself from listening to that. Yes, young Master Han, you are too good, you can't help but write good songs and sing so well. Han Yi smiled and didn't speak, letting everyone chatter. Han Yushi seemed very happy when she heard everyone's praise, quickly say a few words modestly. Okay, I've listened to the song, let's go, what should I do? Seeing that the crowd still refused to leave, Han could only speak. Everyone didn't care, and the talking and laughing slowly dispersed. After all, they are not idle people. After Shi Shanshan saw that everyone had left, she excitedly said to Han Yi, what do you think will happen if we release an album? It will definitely be popular all over the country. It will definitely be a hit. It's not necessary to release the record, but we can upload the song we just recorded on the internet, and then promote our new company along the way, and make a name for our Wing Entertainment Group. Han Yi shook his head and rejected Shi Shanshan's idea of releasing a record, but put forward another suggestion. Okay, I'll ask someone to post it on the internet immediately, and tell them to start promoting Wing Entertainment Group immediately. Shi Shanshan immediately agreed. Immediately afterwards, Shi Shanshan immediately asked someone to upload the song that Han Yi and the others recorded just now to various websites and music platforms. Not only that, but she also ordered those celebrities to mainly promote the Kingdom of Daughters, and by the way, promote the Wing Entertainment Group to create momentum for the group. Such a thing is definitely not rejected, and it is also for the company to take it to a higher level. So after the staff uploaded the song to the internet, all the celebrities went to listen to it again, and then promoted the song with the platform in their own way. They also said that they had signed a new entertainment company and started to promote the company. When this song was first uploaded, no one cared about it. But under the recommendation of those stars, people gradually began to try it out, and it got out of hand after listening to it. Not long after, Nation of Daughters was uploaded, a female netizen happened to be bored and searched for songs on the internet. As soon as she clicked on a website, she saw a song recommended by a celebrity she liked very much. She originally, Good Li Hao, wanted to search for songs, and a celebrity she happened to like recommended a song. With the mentality of trying to listen to it, she clicked play. The moving melody slowly spread, and the female netizen's heart slowly calmed down. When the last note stopped, that female netizen was going crazy with joy. It sounds good, it sounds so good, no wonder the celebrity personally recommended it, and finally found a good song. The female netizen was inexplicably excited. She hadn't found a good song for a long time, and she always listened to old songs when she came and went. No, I can't be the only one who knows such a good song, I want to recommend it to my friends. The female netizen couldn't sit still. She was a bit resolute, and she did what she said, and immediately sent a message to her friends, asking them to listen to the song, Daughter Country, immediately. Such scenes continue to happen all over the country, After all, the star effect is really strong. 141 billion. Do you think I'm an idiot rich? Not long after the new song was uploaded, it was vigorously promoted by some stars. Under the influence of these star effects, many ordinary people began to pay attention to this new song slowly, and tried to listen to it. This audition was incredible. Many people listened to it several times, and they couldn't extricate themselves from it. The star effect is powerful, but what is really powerful is the snowball effect of ordinary people. A netizen thought it sounded good, so she recommended it to many friends, and then her friends also thought it was very good, and quickly recommended it to friends of friends. It snowballed like this, and it immediately had a great influence. You need to be hard to strike the iron, which also shows that the song, Naughty Girl, is indeed excellent, and it also meets the tastes of the audience. Otherwise, even relying on celebrity publicity will not have much effect. It's not that no entertainment company has promoted this way before, but the quality of their works is mediocre, so they haven't achieved astonishing promotional effects like The Kingdom of Daughters. On an online song forum, not long after Naughty Girls was uploaded, there were slowly many posts recommending this song, all kinds of likes, and I strongly recommend netizens on the forum to listen to it. At the beginning of 600, not many people paid attention to it. After all, there are so many new songs every day, and there are countless posts. A post may sink if you are not careful. This kind of post began to spread at a speed that seemed to spread, and it was impossible for people not to pay attention. Netizen 1. This song is really good, it's the first time I've heard such a good song, give it a thumbs up. Netizen 2. Crazy likes, another new favorite single, don't talk, I want to listen to it 5 times. Netizen 3. It's inexplicably nice, very artistic, and it's not accidental that it became popular. Netizen 4. Could it be that the music industry, which has been silent for a long time, is about to usher in a new era? Some of the netizens were excited, some sighed, and most of them unconsciously recommended this song to more people. Nation of Daughters became popular, and Wing Wing Entertainment Group also became popular, quickly causing a sensation. This sudden explosion of popularity was expected by the people of the Wing Wing Group. But more people were a little unexpected CDED and didn't understand why a very popular entertainment company suddenly appeared. Han Yushi and the others know about it, but few people know about Han Yi, and the Wing Wing Group is newly established, so it's normal for netizens not to know about it. Many netizens discussed it on various forums and websites, and all kinds of comments popped up. This situation is constantly being staged on the forums of major websites, setting off a frenzy of discussion. Han Yi didn't pay attention to things on the internet, and he didn't want to pay attention. After asking someone to upload the song online, Han Yi and the others were about to leave the recording studio. As soon as he walked out of the recording studio, a lawyer walked over with a middle-aged man. Young Master Han, this is the person in charge of this building, Mr. Wang. The lawyer introduced Han Yi. Mr. Wang, this is Han Yi, the eldest son of the Han family. When the middle-aged man heard this, he immediately stretched out his hand enthusiastically, and said to Han Yi, "Hello, young Master Han, my sire Wang Fu." Han Yi stretched out his hand to shake him, and said lightly, "Mr. Wang, right. I want to buy your building, please make an offer." When Wang Fu heard it, he became more enthusiastic. Yes, since young Master Han wants it, I won't hide it anymore. The price is 20 billion. 20 billion. Do you think I'm an idiot rich? 2 billion, if you don't agree to sell it in 3 seconds, it will be 1 billion. Han Yi sneered and threatened, and Wang Fu's face immediately turned ugly. Young Master Han, you are really shrewd, I'll sell it. Wang Fu agreed with a wry smile. Very good. Han Yi nodded in satisfaction, and asked the lawyer to take him away, so he didn't need to do the signing of the contract. Next, Guo Yi and the others returned to the office. It took Han Yi some time to write a few scripts and dozens of songs, allowing Han Yushi to develop slowly. The new group has just been established, and a lot of things are waiting for Han Yushi and the others to deal with. In the future, Han Yushi and Shi Shanshan will be very busy, and they will have to invest a lot of manpower and material resources to get Wing's entertainment group on the right track. Han Yi was going to be a hands-off shopkeeper, and he didn't plan to help with things. It would be good if Han Yushi and Shi Shanshan had something to do. The company was bought, and the building was also bought. Han Yushi and the others were busy with company affairs, and Han Yi seemed to have nothing to do. So Han Yi decided to go back to school to have a look. He hadn't gone back to class for a long time, and he missed Yi Shuiyu a little bit. Han Yi smiled evilly. Thinking of this, Han Yi greeted Han Yushi and Shi Shanshan, and immediately headed to the school with bodyguards. After a while, Han Yi came to the school gate. As a result, as soon as he arrived at the school gate, Han Yi saw the people in the class gathered together, carrying various things, as if preparing to go somewhere. Everyone was discussing excitedly at first, but they gradually quieted down when they saw Han Yi coming. Han Yi's arrival surprised everyone in the class. After all, Han Yi hadn't been to school for a long time, and everyone was a little used to it. Instead, he suddenly appeared, which made everyone a little unaccustomed. The classmates were astonished, but Yi Shuiyu was extremely pleasantly surprised. She hadn't seen Han Yi for a long time. Since the last time Han Yi had sex with her in the car, she suddenly disappeared for so long, which made her feel a little resentful. Han Yi was also very happy to see Yi Shuiyu there, looked at everyone, and asked, "Where are you going?" "We're going on an autumn outing, and it's just in time for you to come. Hurry up and go with me," Yi Shuiyu said happily. "Okay, it's been a long time since I participated in the event." Seeing how happy Yi Shuiyu was, Han Yi readily agreed to go. Then Han Yi greeted Lu Jiayu with a smile, and stood beside Yi Shuiyu. Of course, he couldn't miss such a fun autumn tour. 142 Don't be nervous, I won't eat you. Where shall we go for an autumn outing? Han Yi asked casually, looking at Yi Shuiyu with a pair of eyes with a smile, and there was a hint of evil in his eyes. If it wasn't for being at the school gate, and there were so many classmates around, Han Yi would have made some intimate gestures to Yi Shuiyu a long time ago. Yi Shuiyu's face flushed. She was still very happy for Han Yi's arrival in her heart, and secretly delighted at his evil eyes. This time she said with a smile, "Let's go to Hongshan Temple, the autumn scenery there is beautiful, it's very suitable for autumn outings." Hongshan Temple is located on Hongshan Mountain. Hongshan Mountain is a famous tourist attraction in Donghai City. The landlord is in the suburbs of Donghai City. It is not far away. When autumn comes every year, the red leaves on Hongshan Mountain are all over the mountain, and the forests are all dyed. It not only has the artistic conception of, stop and sit in love with the maple forest at night, and the frosty leaves are red in February flowers, but also has the romance of, Zhaofeng steals wine overnight, but she is lonely and pine to hide her drunken face. Moreover, the climate there is pleasant. In the scenic area, the three colors of red, yellow and green complement each other, and the multi-layered vegetation landscape is even more colorful. Every flower and grass seems to be carefully arranged, beautiful and elegant. It is intoxicating and lingering, and countless people come here to travel and worship Buddha every year. Hearing that he was going to Hongshan Temple, Han Yi also became a little interested. "How did you come up with the idea of going there for an autumn tour? Are you still from our class?" Yi Shuiyu couldn't help but gave Han Yi a blank look. Han Yi was a little baffled by her look, and couldn't help but touched his nose. Seeing him like this, Yi Shuiyu knew that he hadn't paid attention to this kind of thing, so she patiently explained, "Our class organizes a group activity every semester, whether it's an outing or an autumn outing, and you have never participated in it." Han Yi was a little embarrassed by what she said, so he slapped haha, "Then I'm here this time, right? Haha." While talking, a bus drove up in the distance and stopped in front of them after a while. Seeing the car coming, Han Yi and Yi Shuiyu stopped communicating. Yi Shuiyu began to organize the students to get on the bus in an orderly manner, and those who carried things put all their things away before getting on the bus. Han Yi didn't go to the crowds, and felt that it was the same wherever he sat. Fatty Shu glanced at Han Yi, but instead of following him, he followed a fat girl attentively and got into the car. But Lu Jiayu, seeing Han Yi standing still, did not get into the car immediately. Seeing that Lu Jiayu didn't follow everyone into the car, Han Yi raised her eyebrows and said teasingly, "Xiao Yuyu, are you waiting for me?" When Lu Jiayu heard him speak, she was startled suddenly, blushed immediately, and said in shock, "No, I saw too many people, I want to wait." "Haha, Don't be nervous, I won't eat you. Han Yi walked towards her slowly. I'm not nervous, how can I be nervous? Lu Jiayu blushed even more, shaking her head in denial. Han Yi shook his head and laughed, is he that scary? He walked up to Lu Jiayu, leaned very close, and said with a wicked smile, if that's the case, then you will sit next to me later. Lu Jiayu's voice was so low that she couldn't hear it clearly if Han Yi wasn't so close. Han Yi couldn't help being in a good mood. Lu Jiayu, go and sit in the front, there is still a seat there. Yi Shuiyu's voice sounded at this time. Lu Jiayu looked forward, there were a few girls sitting in front, and there was still a seat there. Good teacher. Although Lu Jiayu really wanted to sit with Han Yi, but Yi Shuiyu had already spoken, she could only reluctantly go to the front seat. Seeing Yi Shuiyu looking at him with a half-smile, Han Yi didn't feel annoyed that Yi Shuiyu ruined his good deed, because there would be Yi Shuiyu without Lu Jiayu. Han Yi smiled, walked into the car, went straight to the back row and sat down. Seeing that Han Yi was the last one to get on the bus, Yi Shuiyu also got on the bus. Seeing that Han Yi was in the last row, she walked up to him and sat down. When the students saw that Yi Shuiyu sat down next to Han Yi, they all had weird faces, but no one dared to say anything. Fortunately, everyone's emotions were quickly replaced by the excitement of the upcoming autumn outing, chattering in the car. When Han saw Yi Shuiyu sitting down, he was also happy in his heart. The car started after everyone got on the car, heading to the destination, Hongshan Temple. Han Yi ignored the noisy people in front of him, and directly reached out to grab Yi Shuiyu's hand, rubbing it carefully a few times. Yi Shuiyu was startled, and immediately looked at the people in front of her. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, she rolled her eyes but did not break free. Han Yi let out a chuckle, and went even further, directly embracing Yi Shuiyu's slender waist. Yi Shuiyu didn't dare to resist, she could only firmly hold onto Han Yi's hand, not to let him move, for fear of making some noise and being seen by her classmates, it would be over. Fortunately, Han Yi also knew how to measure, and didn't dare to do anything, but just hugged Yi Shuiyu to take advantage of it. After more than half an hour, we will arrive at Hongshan Temple soon. Only then did Yi Shuiyu break free from Han Yi's hand, glared at him fiercely, and was about to organize the students to get off the car. After arriving at the destination, everyone got out of the car one after another, and then walked slowly up the mountain with their things. Everyone climbed the mountain slowly, the boys helped the girls to carry things, and the girls took various photos excitedly. Because we came here for an autumn outing, everyone traveled around the mountains and rivers leisurely. Han Yi followed Yi Shuiyu, Lu Jiayu also ran over, and the three of them walked slowly. Because Yi Shuiyu was the team leader, she slowly walked to the front and looked after some people. At this time, Han Yi saw that the girls were taking pictures, so he took out his mobile phone and took a few pictures. Then looking at Lu Jiayu, he laughed and said, Xiao Yuyu, let's take some pictures. Although Lu Jiayu was shy, she silently agreed. When taking pictures, Han Yi put his arms around her shoulders and supported her small waist from time to time, which can be said to have taken advantage of her. Although Lu Jiayu's face was getting redder and redder, she didn't resist, which made Han Yi very happy. 143 The fortune-telling young monk in Hongshan Temple. Han Yi and Lu Jiayu took selfies with no one else around, which made some students secretly feel jealous, but there was nothing they could do. It can be said that Han Yi took advantage of it when taking pictures, but Lu Jiayu blushed but acquiesced to Han Yi's actions, which made Han Yi very happy. The autumn weather in Hongshan is pleasant, coupled with the sunny weather today, the students are very happy, full of laughter everywhere. Lu Jiayu was obviously also infected, and she, who was always quiet and introverted, also started to run around and make noise. From time to time, I asked Han Yi to help me take pictures, and from time to time I sighed to Han Yi how beautiful the flower was, which made Han Yi smile more. The crowd slowly climbed up the mountainside from the foot of the mountain. Han put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly. Lu Jiayu slowly followed the female students in front, but did not continue to follow Han Yi. Although she really wanted to, she also had some concerns about 550, and didn't dare to be too out of the ordinary. Are you close to a little girl? At this moment, a slightly jealous voice sounded in Han Yi's ear. It turned out that Yi Shuiyu slowed down and walked to Han Yi's side. Han Yi was taken aback, seeing Yi Shuiyu's slightly apprehensive expression, the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised. What are you laughing at? Don't laugh. Seeing Han Yi laughing, Yi Shuiyu said a little shyly. In comparison, I prefer a slightly mature woman like you. Han Yi said with a sinister smile. When Yi Shuiyu heard what Han Yi said, her face suddenly turned red, and the jealousy she was about to eat just disappeared, and she didn't know how to answer Han Yi's words. Haha, Teacher Yi, have you missed me recently? Han Yi stepped forward and grabbed Yi Shuiyu's hand, asking teasingly. Thinking of you, big-headed ghost, it will be a month after you disappear, what do you want to do to me? It's okay if Han Yi doesn't say this, but when it comes to this, Yi Shuiyu is filled with resentment. Since the relationship, Han Yi hasn't come to see her, so she often misses her secretly. Didn't I come here? Let's go to the temple. Seeing this, Han Yi quickly comforted him, then immediately changed the conversation, and walked up with Yi Shuiyu. Yi Shuiyu wasn't really angry, she just wanted to act like a baby and make Han Yi care about her. So he also let Han Yi pull her, and walked towards Hongshan Temple together. Those students who were more excited and walked faster had already reached the mountainside, where the famous Hongshan Temple is located. Those who arrived at the gate first waited for everyone at the gate, and when everyone arrived, they entered Hongshan Temple together. Hongshan Temple is very big, and the building is antique. Once inside, a sense of solemnity appeared in everyone's heart, and people unconsciously lowered their steps and lowered their voices. From time to time, you can see some young novice monks and a few elderly monks in the temple. There was also the faint sound of chanting scriptures in the temple, and most of the impetuous hearts disappeared, and people watched everything in the temple quietly. At this time, there were many people in the temple, but they couldn't get through. After watching for a while, some students suggested to go to the Dashang Hall to burn incense sticks. After hearing this, everyone thought it was good. If you come to Hongshan Temple and don't burn incense sticks, you would be too sorry for yourself, because even if you don't ask for the blessing of the Buddha, you still want to get some Buddha spirit. So a large group of people began to walk slowly towards the Dashang Palace. It was very lively. Han Yi was also among them, and slowly followed the crowd. He felt that since it was a group activity and he was here for an autumn outing, there was no need to be too independent, so when he saw that everyone wanted to burn incense, he didn't mind following them. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the main hall, I saw many tourists gathered together, as if they were watching something. Originally, the Dashang Hall was the central place of Hongshan Temple, so it is not surprising that there are more people burning incense. But so many tourists gathered together, obviously watching something, which made the students who just arrived feel very strange. Why are there so many people? What are they doing around here? Yeah, is there a good show to watch? Some good things are obviously interested. Don't mess around, let's go and have a look. Yi Shuiyu shouted. Han Yi also became interested at this time, and took the lead to walk in front, and the people behind saw that Han Yi had passed by, so they felt like they followed. As soon as I got closer, I heard a lot of people discussing something. That little master looks amazing. The little master is very accurate, really, I tried it. Is it really that accurate? Let me try it. Everyone listened for a while, and finally heard something. It turned out that there was a little monk who told the fortunes of tourists for free in the hall, and the calculations were very accurate, which made the tourists flock to it. So everyone who just came to the door saw a crowd of tourists surrounding the young monk. What kind of monk is so accurate in fortune telling? Let me see. Everyone was also very interested, and crowded up one after another, looking at the center surrounded by everyone. I saw a young monk sitting on the futon, with a small table in front of him, and there was only a wooden fish on it. The young monk was well proportioned, with a dark complexion, and he smiled kindly, looking a bit like an eminent monk. But I don't know how proud the little monk is at the moment. There are more and more people, and there are a lot of beauties, so excited, it seems that I have to work harder to get it. Seeing some pretty beauties in the crowd, the little monk swallowed secretly, but on the surface he looked sanctimonious. At this time, he was telling the fortune of a middle-aged man. The little monk didn't care at all that there were more and more tourists onlookers. On the contrary, he was even more excited, and he was a little bit proud of his disappointment in the past. He looked at the middle-aged man's forehead, picked up the middle-aged man's palm and turned it over for a closer look, and then made a look of contemplation. The middle-aged man saw the appearance of the little monk, sweating on his forehead, and hurriedly said, "Little master, what do you think I am? 0.2. The little monk pondered for a while, and said confidently, "You lost your mother when you were 3 years old, and you lived with your father since you were a child. Your father has a big business, and you have been studying business since you were a child. You started to stand out at the age of 23, and you took over the family business at the age of 35. This year, you are 45 years old. You have no worries about life and money, but you have no children so far, and since this month, there have been many business disputes, and in half a month, you will suffer heavy losses." The middle-aged man went from being disapproving at the beginning to being shocked, and now he was completely speechless because what the little monk said was so accurate that he couldn't help but be shocked. "Master, save me. Master, please guide me. Afterwards, there will be a lot of incense money." The middle-aged man couldn't help but he didn't believe it at this time, and immediately called for Master to save him. 144 It is my Buddha's wish to solve the problems of sentient beings. Master, please be merciful and save me. The middle-aged man knelt in front of the young monk and begged him. The little monk showed embarrassment on his face, but he put it away in a blink of an eye, and changed it to a face full of compassion. For the sake of the benefactor's sincerity, the poor monk will help the benefactor resolve 1 or 2. The little monk said calmly. "Thank you, Master, thank you, Master." The middle-aged man said ecstatically. The little monk pondered for a while, and then slowly said, "It's not because of your physical problems that you have no children so far, but because someone trapped you with a talisman, making it impossible for you to have children no matter how hard you try. I will draw a talisman for you later, and you can break the talisman after keeping it close to your body for a month. Fertility is not a problem. As for your business opponent, I will write 2 words for you. If you find this person, he will help you solve the problem." After all, the little monk asked someone to bring the 4 treasures of the study in a layer of cut yellow paper. The little monk immediately picked up a piece of yellow paper, dipped it in ink with a brush, wrote and drew on it, then filled another piece of yellow paper with swastikas, and handed it to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged 23-year-old man took it over solemnly, and then happily said to the young monk, "Thank you, Master, I will go add incense money right away." The little monk waved his hand and said indifferently, "It is my Buddha's wish to solve the problems of sentient beings, as long as the almsgiver has the wish." The middle-aged man saluted and then retreated. When the onlookers saw the middle-aged man retreating, they immediately swarmed in front of the young monk, wanting the young monk to help them do the fortune-telling. "Take your time, benefactors, don't worry, let this female benefactor come first." The little monk comforted. He pointed to a young woman and asked her to sit down. Seeing that the young monk had personally appointed someone, everyone could only restrain themselves and wait aside. "Little master, please do the math for me," the young woman said respectfully. Seeing that it was a beautiful woman, the little monk had a flash of admiration and surprise in his eyes, but his face was more benevolent. He looked at the woman seriously, and asked the woman to take out her hand to have a look, then looked away, and pondered for a while. He looked at the woman and said seriously, "Female benefactor, have you lost your job recently because of villains, and you are deeply in love, loved by 2 men, but you don't know how to choose, right?" The woman looked shocked, and nodded hastily, "That's right, Master, I just quit my job, and at the same time, 2 men pursued me. They are both excellent, and I don't know how to choose. Please give me some advice. There is no place to keep people here, there is a place to keep people. People who suit you are by your side, don't let them down." The little monk said with a serious face. When the woman heard this, she was thoughtful, and saluted the little monk. "I understand, thank you Master for clarifying the confusion." After that, he retreated. The little monk's miraculous fortune-telling made everyone look crazy, and they all wanted the little monk to do the fortune-telling for them. After witnessing the process of the young monk telling the fortunes of 2 people, the students who had just arrived were also very interested, and they were eager to try and ask the young monk to do the fortune-telling for themselves. In fact, when Han Yi approached the little monk, the system reminded Han Yi, "Hey, I sense the existence of the protagonist, and I'm scanning. Protagonist, Ju Yuan, age, 18. Identity, Buddhist preacher. Attributes: Strength 48, Speed 36, Reaction 57, Intelligence 59. Binding system, Buddhism preaching system. Golden finger, Buddhist destiny, Buddha light, King Kong lion roar, Buddhist Vajra. System evaluation, this is a system for cultivating Buddhist preachers. The protagonist, Ju Yuan, is the only bound person. With the strength of the system, he has already made his mark in Hongshan Temple and has become the master fortune teller of Hongshan Temple. Friendly reminder, now Wei Yuan has received the task of finding a woman with Xuanian fate, and fooling the target into becoming a nun. Please stop him. It turned out to be another protagonist, and the protagonist of the Buddhist system. No wonder he was able to tell everyone's fortune at Hongshan Temple at a young age and promote Buddhism. Although Han Yi scanned a protagonist, he didn't have any idea, just looked at Wei Yuan with a little interest. Although the little monk is the protagonist, after all, he didn't provoke him, and he didn't pretend to be aggressive in front of him. Han Yi didn't have to go up and destroy the protagonist when he saw the protagonist. But none of Han Yi's classmates knew the identity of the little monk. Seeing that the little monk's calculations were so accurate, they all wanted to try it, and rushed forward one after another. Next, the little monk counted more than a dozen people among the passengers present. All of them were accurate, and the people present were amazed again and again. I finally believe it. The master must be the reincarnation of the living Buddha. The Dharma is profound and he can see through the past and present. A tourist said with admiration. Yes, I have never seen any monk or Taoist who can tell fortunes so accurately. Today is really the right time. It's a great fortune for me to be able to get the master to give me a fortune-telling fortune. In the future, I will definitely be a big rich contest. I have traveled many places, and only the little master can help me solve the problem. I am very lucky. I came to Hongshan Temple today. All kinds of praises from the crowd continued. At this time, it was finally the turn of Han Yi's classmates. They gathered around the little monk and asked the 747 little monk to make a fortune for them. The little monk smiled compassionately, and as soon as he agreed, he began to tell the fortune of Han Yi's classmate. Because Han Yi's classmates are still students, and life is not that complicated, so the little monk quickly counted a few, just figured out some things about them from childhood to adulthood, and didn't say anything wrong with them. The little monk did the calculations very quickly. He helped Han Yi's classmates to do the calculations. If there was anything that needed attention, he warned everyone. Wow, the master is really accurate, there is no difference, I am convinced. Yes, the master is actually able to say everything about my childhood exactly. It is true that the Dharma is profound. I want to go back and tell my family, let them come to the master to do the math some other day. Hearing the compliments from the crowd, the little monk remained calm on the surface, but kept looking at WeChat, looking like a kind-hearted master, but he was already so happy in his heart. The more everyone's eyes focused on him, the more excited he was, fascinated by a feeling that he had never experienced before, and he was secretly happy. He decided to make a more shocking performance in the future, so that the people present would unconsciously help him publicize after returning, making him famous quickly and achieving the goal of promoting Buddhism. 145 Female benefactor, this is a bad omen. While telling the fortunes of the passengers, the little monk listened carefully to the various voices of praise and admiration from the passengers, feeling very happy in his heart. He never imagined that, as a little monk who was ignored by no one and had no sense of existence, he could be respected and respected by many tourists today. He could give accurate fortune-telling to others, and become a preacher of Buddhism. All of this is due to the acquisition of the Dharma transmission system, which allowed the young monk to emerge in Hongshan Temple and overwhelm the monks. And there is such a golden finger as Buddhist Fate Tong. During this period of time, the little monk has accepted system tasks and told others fortunes through Buddhist Fate Tong. The little monk has become a little famous now, and many tourists come to him for fortune-telling every day. The little monk now feels that he is the protagonist of the whole world. One day, he will spread the Dharma to the whole world, so that people all over the world will know his name and come to seek for himself. The experience of the little monk as the main character has made him completely unable to extricate himself. He is deeply intoxicated by the refreshing feeling of being able to see through other people's fate and solve other people's problems. Stand up. This morning he received a task sent to him by the system, which was to find a woman with a mysterious yin physique and persuade her to convert to Buddhism. Completing the task would be of great benefit to him, so he spent a lot of time today telling someone else's fortune, hoping that this person would appear. Han Yi saw that all his classmates went to the little monk for fortune telling, and the results were all accurate, seeing those classmates constantly exclaiming. Han Yi felt bored, yawned, and wanted to leave. Because Yi Shuiyu and Lu Jiayu were following Han Yi, they didn't rush forward to find the little monk immediately. At this moment, it was a bit strange to see Han Yi's bored and indifferent look. Han Yi, don't you think that little master is very powerful? Yi Shuiyu asked strangely. Isn't it just fortune telling? It's no big deal. Han Yi acted carelessly, instead staring at the murals on the wall from time to time, as if the murals attracted him even more. It's no big deal. Could it be that you will too? Yi Shuiyu asked in a low voice. No, I wouldn't, hee. Why don't you go to my place tonight, and I'll do the math for you? Han Yi suddenly leaned his head towards Yi Shuiyu, and said with a strange smile. I don't want it, I don't believe in this kind of thing. Yi Shuiyu blushed slightly, and twisted Han Yi. On the contrary, Lu Jiayu seemed to want to do the math, but she seemed a little hesitant, standing there struggling. At this time, the little monk was telling a middle-aged woman's fortune. After seeing the woman's palmistry, the little monk suddenly looked solemn. Master, how is my life? Why are you so serious, master? Don't scare me. The middle-aged woman saw that the little monk was smiling to others, with kind eyebrows, but when he counted for herself, he had a dignified expression, and she panicked immediately. Everyone felt strange looking at it, and wanted to wait for the little monk to explain. The little monk thought for a while, and then said heavily, My benefactor, you are fine in general. But I saw that your seal has turned black, and the back of your head is slightly bloody. This is a bad omen, and you may face disaster today. The middle-aged woman was startled when she heard it. Why is it a small problem for others, but a big disaster for herself? Everyone listened with serious faces, but no one spoke. The middle-aged woman was so frightened that she knelt down in front of the young monk with a poof, crying loudly, Please help me, master, you must save me, master, I will kneel down for you. The little monk hurriedly got up and helped the woman, making her get up tight. After helping the woman up, the little monk said to her seriously, It is not difficult to solve this catastrophe, but you have to do as I tell you. Master, I will agree to everything you say. The woman agreed to everything happily when she heard that she was saved. Okay, I'll draw a talisman for you, you keep it close to you, stay in this temple temporarily tonight, and go back tomorrow, the catastrophe will be solved by itself. After finishing speaking, the little monk picked up a piece of yellow paper, picked up a brush, drew a talisman, and then gave it to the woman. The middle-aged woman couldn't wait to pick it up, then hurriedly put it away, and said happily, Thank you, master, thank you, I will keep it close to you. I will keep it in the temple tonight. It's okay, the temple has its own guest room. The little monk waved his hand. The middle-aged woman stepped back happily. Everyone was amazed when they saw that the little monk saw through the secret and I saved the life of the middle-aged woman. Everyone praised him even more, applauding the little monk's life-saving behavior. The little monk became more and more proud in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face, still smiling. Lu Jiayu was even more shocked when she saw that the little monk broke the secret and saved a life. So she no longer struggled, and rushed forward, asking the little monk to do the math for her. Master, can you do the math for me? Lu Jiayu squeezed in front of the little monk and asked in an uncertain tone. Everyone has a chance, don't worry. The little monk said compassionately, then looked up and saw a woman in front of him. The little monk looked carefully, and suddenly his face changed drastically, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. In his eyes, Lu Jiayu's appearance at this time was young and beautiful, with indescribable elegance and elegance. Her figure was graceful, her long black hair was as smooth as a waterfall, and as soft as silk. The pitch-black eyes are as clear as a stream of water, the eyes are gentle and soft, and there is an indescribably pure smile, like a short-lived epiphyllum in the world. She was dressed in a white sportswear, looking youthful and natural, orchid and empty valley. The little monk was a little dumbfounded. Great, good teacher. Lu Jiayu was slightly puzzled when she saw the little monk like this. Oh, it's okay, this female benefactor, come, sit down, and I will do the math for you. The little monk suppressed the surprise in his heart, and his face showed a benevolent look again. Lu Jiayu was a little overwhelmed by the appearance of the little monk. When the little monk saw her just now, he was obviously a little shocked, and his face changed a bit. Lu Jiayu was confident that he saw her right. Then there was still a trace of greed in the little monk's eyes, and now he seemed to be more enthusiastic towards her than others, and he even beckoned her to sit in front of him. Although Lu Jiayu felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, she had already come, so she couldn't just leave without counting. And she thought that under the watchful eyes of everyone, the little monk didn't know what to do to her. So Lu Jiayu let go of her heart, came to the little monk openly, and sat down on the chair. 146. Are you really willing to pay all the price? Lu Jiayu sat cross-legged on the futon in front of the little monk, waiting for the little monk to tell her fortune. But he didn't know that although the young monk's face became calm, his heart was agitated. There is really someone who has the Gusha Xuanian and is qualified. Finally I have waited for it, I wasted so much time, and she is such a beautiful woman, haha, I must let her convert to my Buddha. The little monk was ecstatic in his heart, and roared in his heart. In fact, the little monk had another idea in his heart. He thought, if Lu Jiayu converted to Buddhism, Lu Jiayu would definitely worship him if he showed his strength, and he could take advantage of the opportunity to reveal his idea of forming a Buddhist double cultivation partner with her. Lu Jiayu would definitely agree. After Lu Jiayu converts to Buddhism, she will definitely achieve great achievements. With her help, the little monk's dharma will only go a long way, and it will only become more out of control. From seeing Lu Jiayu to inviting her to sit down, in this short period of time, the little monk had already had several thoughts in his mind. Others may think it's nothing, but Han Yi can see clearly from the side, taking in the little monk's greedy eyes. Originally, it was fine for the little monk to tell other people's fortunes, and he didn't pretend to force him. Han Yi didn't plan to do anything about it. But he actually counted on Lu Jiayu, and dared to spy on Lu Yujia in his heart, which made Han Yi unbearable. 803. Han Yi sneered in his heart and said, "You don't know how to live and die, the woman I like, you dare to think about it, and you still want to pretend to be aggressive in front of me. I will ruin your reputation later." The little monk didn't know that Han Yi had been following him, and he was still happy that he had finally found someone with the Xuanian constitution. The little monk calmed down, and a benevolent expression appeared on his face again, and asked on WeChat, "I don't know what the name of this female benefactor is." "My name is Lu Jiayu." Lu Jiayu replied in a low voice. Lu Jiayu is not very used to exposing herself to the gaze of so many people, and she is introverted, so she is a little nervous at this time, and dare not speak loudly. "Good name. Don't be nervous, benefactor, come, let me show you your face." The little monk praised, and then showed Lu Jiayu's face. Lu Jiayu nodded and did not refuse. Seeing Lu Jiayu's innocent face, the little monk felt a flash of admiration and amazement in his heart. He took a careful look at Lu Jiayu. His eyes were well concealed this time, and there was nothing unusual about them. In fact, every time when helping others fortune-telling, the little monk said that he was looking at the face, but in fact he was launching the Buddhist fate master to see through the past and fortune of others. Seeing that the little monk behaved normally this time, Lu Jiayu also breathed a sigh of relief. Then the little monk asked Lu Jiayu to stretch out his hand, but he just looked at it a few times and didn't make any other moves. After reading it, the little monk clasped his hands together, said, "Amitabha," then stared at Lu Jiayu and said, "Benefactor Lu, excuse me, poor monk, may I ask if you lost your father at the age of 3, your mother at the age of 5, lost your parents when you were young, and are lonely?" Lu Jiayu suddenly turned pale and her eyes were shocked. The little monk saw Lu Jiayu's sadness in the story, but he didn't stop, and then he said, "Then you lived with your only uncle and were raised by your aunt. But when you were 10 years old, your aunt fell ill and was bedridden all the time. When you were 12 years old, your uncle fell from a high place while working. Although it was not life-threatening, he broke a leg. Since then, he can only rely on odd jobs to survive." Lu Jiayu's face became paler and paler. But the little monk spoke faster and faster. Since then, you were kicked out by your uncle, and you were no longer adopted. You were raised by your grandparents, but when you were 16 years old, your grandpa died because of a fall, and your grandma followed because of excessive grief. From now on you are self-reliant and living alone, but life is poor and you have no one to depend on, is it or not? The little monk stared fixedly at Lu Jiayu. The reason why he disregarded Lu Jiayu's pain and told her all about her experience was to make Lu Jiayu despair of the secular world, and then explain to her the benefits of converting to Buddhism, which would definitely make Lu Jiayu convert to Buddhism sincerely. At this time, Lu Jiayu's face was pale and bloodless, and she looked at the little monk in shock. She knew that the little monk might be able to calculate something, but she didn't expect that he could calculate it so accurately that there was no difference. Moreover, what the little monk said reminded her of the experience she least wanted to think of, and made her face turn pale with heartache, but she was also shocked. What the little monk said was right. It was because Lu Jiayu had bad luck with so-and-so, and the neighbors said that she was the lone star of the evil spirit, who was cruel to her relatives. In fact, those people were right, because Lu Jiayu was exactly the Gushashwenian fate that the little monk was looking for. It is precisely because of this that Lu Jiayu has been introverted and quiet since she was a child. When she was ridiculed and abused by others, she would not say a word, and she developed her current personality. But everyone is no longer surprised by the miraculous fortune-telling ability of the little monk. Many previous examples have proved how powerful the little monk is. But many people present were still surprised that there was such a person as Ketchen, and everyone looked at Lu Jiayu with strange eyes. It's really tragic that someone really beats his relatives. Who says it isn't? But it's not the little girl's fault. Lu Jiayu felt the change in everyone's eyes, but bit her lips tightly, and didn't say anything to explain. After all, she was used to it. Seeing that the effect was gradually achieved, the little monk smiled and said to Lu Jiayu, "Benefactor Lu, you are born with a mysterious yin fate. This fate is unique in thousands, and it is very rare. The matter has come to this point, so you don't have to blame yourself too much, because it is not what you wanted." When Lu Jiayu heard what the little monk said, she suddenly cheered up, and asked the little monk with a glimmer of hope, "Master, can you help me get rid of this fate? I am willing to pay all the price I can, and ask the master to guide me." "Are you really willing to pay all the price?" the little monk asked compassionately, but his heart was already filled with ecstasy. He felt that what Lu Jiayu said was not far from making her convert to Buddhism, as long as he worked harder. "Really, please help me, Master, I will be very grateful." Lu Jiayu was very excited when she heard that there was hope. 147 You are the only one who has a predestined relationship with the Buddha, and your whole family has a predestined relationship with the Buddha. Master, please save me, I will be very grateful. Lu Jiayu looked at the little monk with hope. Seeing Lu Jiayu looking at him like this, the little monk was filled with pride and pleasure. It's still close, I can persuade her to enter Buddhism with more effort. The little monk secretly said happily in his heart. Amitabha. The little monk uttered the Buddha's name, and then said to Lu Jiayu, "You don't have to do this, Master Lu. It is my Buddha's wish to solve the problems of all living beings, and it is also the honor of the poor monk. Needless to say, I don't need to say anything in return, and the poor monk doesn't need it." Seeing the admiration in Lu Jiayu's eyes, the little monk continued with satisfaction, "Benefactor Lu, what do you think about taking refuge in Buddhism?" Lu Jiayu was stunned for a moment. She thought the little monk would say something to help her solve the problem, but who knew what she thought about converting to Buddhism instead. Of course, Lu Jiayu didn't ask any questions, but thought carefully, and said to the young monk, "I don't reject Buddhism, but I have never thought about becoming a monk." The little monk looked at Lu Jiayu and said seriously, No, since Master Lu has no resistance to Buddhism, it proves that he has a predestined relationship with Buddha. He then fooled Lu Jiayu. "Benefactor Lu, because you have a mysterious yin constitution, you will not have any relatives in this life. You are doomed to be lonely and miserable. And your friends will gradually be affected by you, leaving you without friends. How desolate it is. Because your relatives have passed away one after another, and you have few friends. It can be seen that there is nothing in this world that you can miss." The little monk kept talking. "Your Xuanian physique makes you hated by others in the secular world, but if you take refuge in my Buddha, it will be completely different. You have a Xuanian physique, which is a good talent and beauty in practice. After you take refuge in my Buddha, you will have great achievements. And after you take refuge in my Buddha, you will no longer have troubles in the secular world. In Buddhism, all beings are equal, and no one will look at you with the same eyes. You no longer have to endure the opinions of people around you, don't you think? The little monk's words hit Lu Jiayu's heart heavily like a sledgehammer. Lu Jiayu thought about it carefully, and it seemed that it was indeed the case. My relatives were exhausted because of myself. Some of my friends also slowly moved away from me. It seems that I really have nothing to miss in this secular world. When Lu Jiayu was told by the little monk, she stayed where she was, slowly thinking about everything in her heart, and felt more and more that what the little monk said made sense. The master seems to be right. I don't have anything to miss in this world. Should I join Buddhism, become a nun, and stay with the Blue Lantern forever? The more Lu Jiayu thought about the little monk's words, the more she felt that what the little monk said was right. She gradually became a little bit moved, and there was a different look in her eyes. It's going to happen. The little monk was ecstatic when he saw Lu Jiayu's expression gradually changed. He understood that it was his words that moved Lu Jiayu, and as long as Lu Jiayu joined Buddhism immediately, the task could be completed. The little monk was ecstatic in his heart, and planned to strike while the iron was hot, and asked Lu Jiayu to become a monk immediately, so as not to cause troubles. But, Master, it's not that I'm completely nostalgic. Lu Jiayu said suddenly weakly. Originally, Lu Jiayu had already been moved by what the little monk said, but she suddenly realized that she was not without nostalgia. She has fallen in love with Han Yi since Han Yi taught her how to do the problem last time and showed his prowess again. During the days when Han Yi didn't come to school, I missed Han Yi deeply, and it became more and more serious. If she wants to escape into Buddhism, she has to cut off her love and say goodbye to the world of mortals. But she was a bit reluctant to part with Han Yi, unable to completely cut off her love. So she was very entangled in her heart and didn't know what to do, so she told the little monk that she still had nostalgia in her heart. Little monk, since she still misses the secular world in her heart, you should stop persuading her with sweet words. Just when the little monk was about to speak to persuade Lu Jiayu again, Dao's casual provocative words rang out. When the little monk persuaded Lu Jiayu to convert to Buddhism, Han Yi knew that Lu Jiayu was the mission target the little monk was looking for. Of course, Han Yi couldn't let Lu Jiayu escape into Buddhism, so he sneered and said, "Damn it, who is it? How dare you provoke me like this?" The little monk was furious in his heart, for someone dared to obstruct him. But his face didn't change at all, he just looked at the person who spoke expressionlessly, and when he saw Han Yi standing leisurely by the side watching the play, the little monk's expression suddenly became uneasy. Hearing Han Yi's words, Lu Jiayu looked at Han Yi, her face suddenly turned red, and she thought to herself, does he not want me to become a monk? Seeing Lu Jiayu looking at Han Yi's blushing face, the little monk couldn't help being annoyed and said, this benefactor doesn't know something. Lu benefactor has a predestined relationship with my Buddha and can achieve great achievements in practice. Please don't stop him. Damn, you are the only one who has a destiny with the Buddha, and your whole family has a destiny with the Buddha. Han Yi said disdainfully. PFF'd, many people present laughed out loud, but stopped immediately, for fear of offending the little monk. The little monk stood up angrily, pointed at Han Yi but didn't know how to answer. But the little monk immediately reacted, and said to Han Yi with a solemn face, I don't know what the benefactor thinks about Buddhism. If not, please be careful with the benefactor. 1. When Han saw that the little monk was full of righteousness and used the big hat of Buddhism to suppress himself, he couldn't help but sneered. Then Han Yi looked at the little monk and said disdainfully, so what if you have an opinion? Why, no one is allowed to have an opinion. It seems that Buddhism is nothing more than this. Bold, how dare you speak wild words and insult my Buddha, who are you? The little monk was upset. He didn't expect that someone dared to obstruct him, and even dared to speak rudely, which really made him very angry. You don't need to know who I am, I only know that Xiao Yuyu won't become a monk with you, so you can do whatever you want, and don't be an eyesore in front of me. Han Yi said slowly. The little monk looked at the nonchalant Han Yi, and said with a sneer, "It's not up to you to decide whether you will convert to my Buddha or not. It's up to Master Lu to decide for himself. What does it have to do with you?" "Of course it has something to do with me, I can't just watch her go to the tiger's mouth." Han Yi mocked. You don't want to insult my temple. In Buddhism, all living beings are equal. How can you say it like a sheep? Tell me clearly." The little monk was even more angry, and at the same time he was a little surprised, almost thinking that Han Yi had seen something for a long time. 148 How can the pure place of Buddhism allow you to be humiliated? The little monk was frightened and angry. He was frightened because he was afraid that Han Yi would see something, and he was angry because Han Yi said something disrespectful. "It's nothing interesting, but in my opinion, your Buddhism is really nothing more than that, and Lu Jiayu will not convert to Buddhism." Han Yi didn't care about the young monk's angry eyes. The little monk was extremely angry when he heard Han Yi belittle Buddhism again and again. He absolutely does not allow anyone to belittle Buddhism, and to belittle Buddhism is to belittle him, because after the Buddhist teaching system is established, the young monk feels that he represents Buddhism. Since the establishment of the Dharma transmission system and becoming the protagonist, the little monk has gradually been respected by people. Whether it is people in the temple or tourists outside the temple, no one dares to speak to the little monk. He decided in his heart that he must teach Han Yi a lesson. "How dare you belittle Buddhism? I'll teach you how to be a human being." The little monk roared fiercely in his heart. "Okay, since you despise Buddhism so much, you must be someone with real skills. The poor monk is not talented, and he has some experience in fortune-telling. I wonder if this benefactor dares to compete with the poor monk. Let the poor monk see if the benefactor is just talking." The little monk looked at Han Yi with disdain. Han Yi didn't care about the little monk's eyes, and still said leisurely, "It's not impossible to have a competition, but I like the competition with a lot of money, what do you think?" "Okay, if the poor monk's skills are not as good as others, the poor monk will no longer ask Master Lu to convert to Buddhism." The little monk agreed decisively. With a strange smile on his face, Han looked at the little monk playfully and said, "More than that, if you lose, you have to kneel down and admit your mistakes to the people present, and say loudly that Buddhism is bullshit, how about that? Presumptuous, how can you be ashamed in the pure place of Buddhism?" An old monk said suddenly. "Shut up, we absolutely do not allow anyone to slander the reputation of this temple. I think he is sincerely here to make trouble, let him go." Many monks in Hongshan Temple couldn't bear to hear what Han Yi said, and they all glared at Han Yi. As the saying goes, clay Buddhas are full of anger, not to mention these monks who take the monastery very seriously. The anger in the little monk's heart was about to explode, but he suppressed it. After all, he was the protagonist, and ordinary people couldn't do it. The little monk's face tended to be calm, but the anger in his heart was burning more and more. He knew that it was useless to say anything now, so he could only show his true skills and suppress Han Yi in order to restore the temple's reputation. "Okay, as the benefactor said. But what if the benefactor loses?" the little monk asked Han Yi calmly. Han Yi was surprised to see the little monk suddenly put away his anger, but he still didn't care. "If I lose, how about I kneel down from the foot of the mountain up to the Buddha, and publicize your fortune-telling skills to everyone?" "Fair enough," Han Yi sneered. "Okay, that's the decision." The little monk immediately agreed when he heard this. "In that case, how do you compare? Since it's a fortune-telling competition, I don't want to take advantage of the benefactor. Please ask the benefactor to choose one person from the people present, and then we will respectively perform fortune-telling for this person to see who is accurate. How about it?" The little monk suddenly clasped his hands together, gave a salute to the passengers present, and said politely, "Today's matter is related to the reputation of this temple. I would like to ask everyone present to be a witness, and please cooperate." The poor monk is very grateful. "Master, you are polite, we will cooperate to see if this little master has real skills." "That's right, Master, we don't allow anyone to slander Hongshan Temple, we must cooperate." When everyone saw what the little monk said, they all responded, and some people accused Han Yi of slandering Buddhism, expressing that they would cooperate with the master. "Stop talking so much nonsense, just him." Han Yi's voice seemed very casual, and he casually pointed to a bald middle-aged man. Seeing that Han Yi had chosen someone, the little monk said to the middle-aged man, "Please also ask this benefactor to stand in front." Seeing that Han Yi had chosen him, the middle-aged man stood up. "This benefactor, you please first." The little monk pretended to be polite and said to Han Yi, "You should go first, this is your home field." Han Yi waved his hand and let the little monk come first. Since this is the case, then the poor monk will throw a brick to attract jade, and show his ugliness first. The anger in the little monk's heart was firmly suppressed, just to slap Han Yi in the face with the facts later. This is more useful than any words. He has experienced this situation before. Let the opponent be arrogant for a while, and then use the power of the system to suppress the opponent in one fell swoop and gain the admiration of everyone. The refreshing feeling of pretending to step on the face makes the little monk want to stop. He feels that today is the same. He is about to step on Han Yi's feet, reap the beauties, and strengthen himself. Thinking of this, the little monk became excited and looked at the middle-aged man carefully. Buddhist fate is clear, the little monk growled in his heart. The little monk who had used his fortune-telling powers looked at the middle-aged man, and suddenly, all the past of the middle-aged man appeared in the little monk's eyes. "I looked carefully for a while, because I just got the system. I can't use my supernatural powers for too long, and I can't calculate everything in detail. There are many things that have passed by in the past, which are hazy and invisible, and what I can calculate are things that have a great influence on middle-aged men." But the little monk is still full of confidence, because he believes that it is impossible for Han Yi to have such golden fingers like him. So the little monk didn't even look at the palmistry this time, but looked at Han Yi confidently after seeing his face. "The poor monk has finished his calculations, benefactor please." Seeing that the little monk had finished his calculations, Han Yi casually looked at the middle-aged man. "System, copy the other party's Buddhist fate master for me, and the power will be increased by 10 times. Han Yi ordered in his heart. "Yes, order received." Drip. Successfully copy the opponent's Buddhist fate pass, consume 0.0 achievement point 30. Drip. The power of the Buddhist destiny is increased by 10 times, and the achievement point is consumed by 60. Fate through Buddhism. Han Yi shouted in his heart. Han Yi, who had used the Buddhist fate master, looked at the middle-aged man, and the past of the middle-aged man suddenly appeared in his eyes. From birth to the present, scenes are unfolded to Han Yi in detail, without any secrets. The 10-fold increase in Buddhist fate is 10 times stronger than that of the little monk. Not only does it take a long time to use, but there is nothing unclear about it. Han Yi looked at it longer than the young monk, and took about 10 minutes to look away. The little monk showed disdain, and he felt that Han Yi was putting on airs, because he had only watched it for a few minutes. But he didn't open his mouth to interrupt. Everything will be revealed immediately. The little monk was extremely confident. 149 It's ridiculous to make excuses for not being good at learning. The little monk felt that Han Yi was putting on a show, and he actually watched it longer than himself. The little monk did not interrupt, but quietly waited for Han Yi to finish his calculations. Seeing Han Yi look away, he asked slightly mockingly, "I wonder if the benefactor has finished his calculations." "Okay, let's talk first." Han Yi said calmly. "Okay, the poor monk will show his ugliness." The little monk was not hypocritical. The little monk turned around and looked at the middle-aged man. "My benefactor, your family is well off, and you have never had to worry about food and clothing since you were a child. Did you ever fall from a tree and break your leg when you were 7 years old? When I was 12 years old, I had a serious illness. I was hospitalized for a week and almost died. I made a girlfriend in college, and died in a car accident within a month of dating. I started doing business with your father after graduating from university. It has been smooth sailing, and the business has flourished. Married at 28, had a son at 30. However, your son disappeared when he was 3 years old, and you searched frantically for a month but still couldn't find it. Since then, your wife has no children and no children under her knees. You can't bear to have no offspring, so you found a concubine outside. 23 She gave birth to a daughter for you, so you love her very much." The little monk said everything he saw in one breath. Then he fixedly looked at the middle-aged man and asked him, "Benefactor, I wonder if what I said is right." The middle-aged man was already shocked when the little monk talked about his university. When he talked about the disappearance of his only son, the pain in his eyes could not be suppressed. The middle-aged man now really believes in the little monk, and believes that he can really tell fortunes. Yes, the master's calculation is very accurate. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. Although there are many things that others don't know about those things, the result is generally the same as what the little monk said, and it is indeed accurate. After the middle-aged man was confirmed, everyone was surprised and talked a lot. As expected of a master, it's unbelievable to have calculated so many things. What a pity that the only son is missing. Do rich people like to fuck around outside? Is it because his wife didn't have a chance to give birth? The little monk didn't care about everyone's comments. After the middle-aged man confirmed it, he raised his chin and looked arrogant. This benefactor, it's your turn. I don't know what you can add. The little monk asked Han Yi provocatively. When the little monk thought about it, Han Yi couldn't have anything to add. He must be racking his brains now to figure out how to escape the bet. If you don't have the ability, don't force yourself to stand out. You just wait to kneel in front of the Buddha from the foot of the mountain. The little monk thought proudly in his heart. When Han saw the young monk's haughty look, he was very upset and sneered. Then he said disdainfully to the little monk, I don't have anything to add, I just want to ask the master a few words. When the little monk heard Han Yi say that he had nothing to add, disdain flashed in his eyes. Excuse me, benefactor. Han Yi looked at the little monk and asked with a sneer, do you know why he broke his leg when he was 7 years old? Did you know he was in a car accident? Do you know how his son disappeared? Do you know whether his son is dead or alive? Do you know where his son is now? As for these few questions, if you can answer them correctly, I will immediately admit defeat and immediately fulfill the bet. Han Yi kept asking questions, seemingly simple questions, but they hit the nail on the head. The little monk's face changed when he heard Han Yi's question, because it was something he could see very vaguely. He couldn't believe that Han Yi could ask so accurately. Could it be that he guessed? The middle-aged man's face also changed drastically. He obviously knew what Han Yi was asking. That's something that the little monk didn't figure out. Is there really someone who can see through everything? The middle-aged man looked at Han Yi in surprise, but unfortunately the young monk didn't pay attention to him. The little monk's expression immediately returned to normal, and he said with a smile, it was common to break a leg when I was a child, so there's no reason for it. His girlfriend died in a car accident. It's an accident, and there's nothing to say about it. And his son, who must have been abducted by human traffickers, is probably still alive, but it's not something the poor monk can figure out where he is now, and I don't believe anyone can figure it out. The little monk's words were obviously meant to be sophistry, but the middle-aged man suddenly became ecstatic. Master, is my poor son really still alive? The little monk hesitated, but he still said, he should be alive, but the poor monk can't calculate his position. The hope that the middle-aged man had just raised was shattered again, and he couldn't help but stay there with a gloomy face. It's ridiculous to make excuses when you're obviously not good at learning. Han Yi said disdainfully. You then tell me, I don't believe what reason you said. The little monk felt that his volcano was about to erupt. Han Yi sneered and said, listen well, I'll show you what fortune-telling is. When he was 7 years old, he broke his leg from a tree because he was playing with a neighbor's child. He was pushed and fell from the tree. As for why others pushed him, it was because they were jealous of his family. His college girlfriend died in a 590 car accident. It was caused by human beings. It was because he robbed someone else's girlfriend. The man was angry and drove over his girlfriend's doctor as soon as his brain got hot. As for his son, he was indeed abducted by human traffickers. You guessed it right. His son was trafficked by human traffickers to a remote mountainous area in the southwest, a village called Lijajai. His life was very poor, and he has grown up now. Also, he has not just one daughter, but two. Han Yi's every word pierced into the little monk's heart like a knife, making his face full of disbelief. Impossible, I didn't even figure it out, how could you know? You must have made it up. The little monk roared crazily. He didn't believe it, he thought it was all fabricated by Han Yi. How could it be that Han Yi couldn't figure it out better than him? Han Yi looked at the little monk disdainfully, and said with a sneer, it seems that you are not only not good at learning but also unrepentant. Whether I made it up or not, you can ask this person and you will know." When the little monk heard it, he seemed to catch the straw and looked at the middle-aged man expectantly, hoping that he would tell Han Yi's lies. But when Han Yi asked these questions, the middle-aged man was already stunned, his face full of disbelief. 150 I will never allow anyone to insult my Buddha. When Han Yi asked these questions, the middle-aged man was already stunned, his face full of disbelief. He didn't expect that Han Yi really seemed to see through everything. The little monk calculated the result of things, but Han Yi not only calculated the result, but also the cause and effect, which is really terrifying. At this time, the eyes of the middle-aged man looking at Han Yi changed, and there was a little fear in his worship. The middle-aged man ignored the little monk, and he immediately came to his senses with ecstasy on his face. Because Han Yi just said that his son is really still alive, and also revealed the location, how can this make him not ecstatic? "Little brother, what you said is true. Is my son still alive? In what lijajai?" The middle-aged man couldn't care less about other things at this time, he just wanted to get news about his son. Han Yi nodded to him, affirming, "It's true, you can send someone to look for it afterwards and you can find it." Thank you little brother, my whole family is grateful to you." The middle-aged man wept with joy, thanking Han Yi non-stop. Han Yi was quite polite to others, and said with a smile, "You're welcome, I think you don't want to stay here anymore, go." The middle-aged man thanked Han Yi again, and hurriedly prepared to leave. The little monk was anxious. "Wait a minute, this benefactor, he is fooling you, don't believe him." The middle-aged man had just received information about his son, so he didn't want to pay attention to the little monk. The reason why he believed in Han Yi so much was because he knew that what Han Yi said was what he knew clearly. "Master, what this little brother said is true." The middle-aged man left in a hurry after leaving a word. "No, it's impossible, how is it possible?" The little monk murmured with dull eyes. He couldn't believe that Han Yi could figure out what he couldn't figure out. But the facts told him that it was true, and the person involved affirmed it. Han Yi's disdainful words rang in the little monk's ears. "How is it? Little monk, don't you admit defeat? How can Han Yi know fortune-telling? And he's even better than the master." "Yeah, I didn't know that before." When Han Yi's classmates saw that Han Yi had defeated the little monk, they started talking about it. Many tourists were also in an uproar. The master actually lost. How is this possible? Could it be that this handsome young man is also a master fortune-teller? He actually figured out things that even the master couldn't figure out. Lu Jiayu looked at Han Yi with admiration. She felt that Han Yi came out for her, so she felt sweet in her heart, and she had no idea of becoming a monk. Han Yi's words woke up the little monk. But the little monk couldn't accept it, and he didn't want to accept it. Once he accepts this fact, it means that he has lost, and he is still defeated by his best fortune-telling. If he loses, it means that the Buddhist sect has lost, and the entire Buddhist sect in Hongshan Temple will lose their heads. From then on, others will say, Buddhism is nothing more than this, and it will be questioned by the majority of tourists. The little monk really couldn't afford to lose this man. Thinking of this, the little monk was furious. "No, you must not admit defeat, and you must not let Buddhism be humiliated." The little monk roared in his heart. The little monk stared at Han Yi with anger in his eyes. "I haven't lost yet, I will never allow anyone to insult my Buddha." After a pause, the little monk gritted his teeth and said, "Take another move from me and see if you can beat me. If you can defeat me this time, I will admit defeat." The little monk decided to use the Buddha's light to influence Han Yi, influence everyone, and influence Lu Jiayu. At that time, the little monk will let Han Yi know his anger. The little monk was still very confident at this time. Because he knew that once the Buddha's light came out, the people present would definitely pay homage to him, and even convert to Buddhism directly. When the time comes, Han Yi will surrender and admit defeat. The little monk is very sure of this. Because the Buddha's light is a special skill that can be used to influence believers. Once it is used, it is extraordinary, and it is impossible for anyone to resist it. If you have any tricks, just use them. Han Yi mocked. The little monk immediately put away all his anger and his face became calm. He clasped his hands in front of him, and his face became more and more solemn. Then he said the Buddha's name, Amitabha. At the same time, he roared in his heart, Buddha's light shines everywhere. As the little monk uttered the Buddha's name, visions slowly began to appear in the air. Everyone looked at the little monk in surprise. Suddenly, bright Buddha lights appeared behind the little monk's head, dancing continuously behind the little monk. The shocked eyeballs of the people present almost fell out, and some people opened their mouths, completely unbelievable. The bright Buddha lights began to dance along the established track, and gradually formed a thing that no one could have imagined. Yes, those Buddha lights constitute a phantom of the Tathagata Buddha. I saw that the phantom of the Buddha seemed to be real, with kind eyebrows and kind eyes, pinching and twiddling the fingers, and the minister standing in midair with a face-to-face. This phantom of the Buddha appears magnificent, extremely solemn, and emits a soft light. Under the radiance of this light, many passengers present seemed particularly pious. God, what is this? Tathagata Buddha. It's unbelievable, what did I see? Tell me it's not real. Come on, pinch me and let me come. Could the master be a disciple of the Buddha, and he can call the Buddha out? Everyone was shocked and incoherent, saying everything. And under the illumination of the Buddha's light, there is an urge to worship, and even wish to join Buddhism. With a plop, a believer who especially believed in Wang Deshao Buddha couldn't hold back the impulse, knelt down, and paid homage to the phantom of the Buddha. If there is one, there are two, and if there are two, there are three. Under the leadership of others, most people knelt down and worshipped the Buddha. Lu Jiayu originally had a heart for Buddhism, but now she saw that the little monk summoned the phantom of Buddha, which was a scene that she could never see in her dreams. The heart that had been suppressed suddenly became impetuous, and Lu Jiayu didn't hold back, and knelt down to the Buddha. At this time, Lu Jiayu looked extremely devout, obsessed, and wished to join Buddhism immediately. Even Han Yi's classmates knelt down one after another, shouting, Buddha bless, incessantly. At this time, only the little monk, Han Yi and Yi Shuiyu were standing. After all, Yi Shuiyu is a child of everyone, not as ignorant as others, but restrained herself. It is even more impossible for Han Yi to kneel down. 151 Dare to bewitch people at such a young age. At this time, if someone looked down from the sky above the hall, they would see a strange scene. A young monk clasped his hands together, bowed his head and chanted sutras, his face was full of solemnity, and behind him was a phantom figure of Buddha. A large group of people knelt around the little monk, kneeling and praying constantly. There was also a man and a woman standing in front of the little monk, but they did not kneel down. The man and the woman are Han Yi and Yi Shuiyu. Han Yi was completely unaffected by Buddha's light, and Yi Shuiyu followed the crowd without ignorance because he had seen a big scene. But Yi Shuiyu was still very surprised seeing the scene where everyone knelt down one after another. Han Yi, what should we do now? It seems that this little monk is really capable. Yi Shuiyu said in surprise. Han Yi knew that the little monk would use the trick of Buddha's light. But I didn't expect that the Buddha's light universal illumination would be so powerful, and it would shock everyone at once. As soon as Han saw that the little monk used this trick to confuse the crowd, and tricked them into kneeling down, he suddenly became furious. Snort. A cold snort sounded like thunder in the ears of all the kneelers, it could be said to be like thunder. Under the influence of this cold hum 170, everyone suddenly woke up. Just now the little monk forcibly frightened everyone's minds with the Buddha's light, and confused their perceptions, leaving only the subconscious behavior of ordinary people when encountering the Buddha's appearance, that is, kneeling down and worshipping. So when everyone woke up, they were all confused, and they felt strange looking at the people around them, but they didn't get up in a hurry. Looking at myself again, I didn't know when I also knelt down, and I suddenly felt even more at a loss. After waking up, everyone looked around, and then looked at the phantom of the Buddha, only to feel that the Buddha's light became more and more dazzling at this time, as if urging them to continue to worship quickly. Everyone has no objection to kneeling and worshipping the Buddha, but they feel that kneeling and praying unconsciously, without a clear consciousness, immediately feel terrible. So many of them began to discuss in a low voice immediately after waking up. Hearing the sound, the little monk opened his eyes and looked up, only to find that everyone had woken up. It's him who ruined my good deed again. The little monk couldn't help but stare at Han Yi like a king. And the little monk was already CDDC, a little panicked. Han Yi was not affected by the Buddha's light, and could wake others up. This surprised the little monk. When Han saw that the little monk was just glaring at him, he couldn't help becoming even more furious. Dare to deceive people at such a young age. Han Yi got angry, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he glared angrily at the young monk. Boom! The sound of an object falling to the ground resounded in the hall, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Then, they saw the figure of the little monk struggling on the ground. Everyone was even more confused at this time, and they didn't realize what happened. Others didn't see it clearly, but Yi Shuiyu saw it clearly. When Han Yi glared at the little monk suddenly shook and flew out. Then it hit the wall and fell down, making that sound. Wow! They saw that the little monk not only didn't get up, but even spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood, looking severely injured and dispirited. After the little monk flew out, the Buddha light behind him also disappeared. It seems that what happened just now was an illusion, and it is only now returning to reality. Wow, what happened? The master is seriously injured. This person flew out in one fell swoop. Did he fly so far? Was he blown away by that handsome guy? What did I see? The Buddha is gone, and the master is still vomiting blood from the shock. Could it be that what happened just now was fake? Did the handsome guy wake us up? Everyone was quiet for a while, and suddenly there was an uproar. All kinds of surprises, all kinds of exclamations, and all kinds of discussions. Everyone expressed their opinions one after another. This scene really stimulated everyone's psychology. Everyone didn't expect that Han Yi is really a hidden master. Han Yi ignored everyone's discussion, walked up to the little monk, and looked down at the little monk. Little monk, today I will let you know the end of demagoguery. Do you admit defeat? Han Yi asked indifferently. The little monk struggled to get up, and just about to speak, he spat out a mouthful of blood again, really out of breath. At this time, the monks around saw the little monk was seriously injured by Han Yi and vomited blood, so they couldn't help it, and immediately surrounded him. At this time, most of the monks in the whole temple surrounded Han Yi, and all of them glared at Han Yi. Bold maniac, what did you do to my junior brother? Hurry up and apologize to my junior brother. How dare you act presumptuously in this temple? I think he just came here to make trouble and hurt the younger brother. Let's beat him out with sticks. All the monks opened their mouths one after another, each of them feeling uneasy. They all threatened to teach Han a lesson, but they dared to act presumptuously in Hongshan Temple and hurt others. Han Yi looked at the excited monks around him, but he wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he showed disdain and said to the surrounding monks with a mocking smile, "If you want to bet, you have to admit defeat. With me, no one can deny it. If you don't want to fulfill the promise, I will help him fulfill it. Also, I want to see what you can do to me." Han Yi said arrogantly. "You, road, presumptuous." Hearing what Han Yi said, the monks present became even more angry, and all kinds of reprimands sounded. Han Yi was not afraid at all, and looked around with murderous eyes, scaring the surrounding monks to take a step back. "You still want to look good to me just like that?" Han Yi smiled disdainfully. The monks around were ashamed, so many people were scared away by Han Yi's look. All the monks became angry and surrounded him immediately. Han Yi ignored those monks, but looked at the young monk Wei Yuan on the ground. At this time, although the little monk vomited several mouthfuls of blood, he managed to get up and sat cross-legged on the ground. Everyone looked at the little monk one after another, only to see that his eyes were dull, and the pool of blood on his chest was fresh and glaring, looking very sluggish. Although the little monk couldn't stand up, he still glared at Han Yi while sitting cross-legged on the ground. His eyes wished he could eat Han Yi. He has never suffered such a big loss before. He was always successful in the past, but now he encounters Han Yi but suffers setbacks repeatedly. This made the little monk very angry and felt very ashamed, and made everyone present laugh at him. If it is publicized, the little monk will lose face. Thinking of this, the little monk looked at Han Yi even more angrily. 152 I am the main character, I can definitely do it. The little monk had never felt so ashamed. It was a great shame for him. Especially after getting the Buddhist preacher system, it will be even smoother. Relying on the Buddhist fate master, it can basically shock a large number of people. A few unbelievers, after casting the Buddha's light on their own, all worshipped devoutly, wishing to take refuge in my Buddha. Unlike now, the fate of Buddhism is not comparable to Han Yi, and people are beginning to be questioned. After using the Buddha's light to shine, the person who was shocked by the Buddha's light was awakened by Han Yi's cold snort, and failed to achieve his wish. That's not to mention, this man who seemed harmless to humans and animals actually sent him flying with a single glance. It was simply unbelievable. Not to mention that he was seriously injured by Junfei. The Buddha's light disappeared, which is really a great shame. The more the little monk thought about it, the more angry he became, and his heart was so angry that he couldn't help vomiting another mouthful of blood. The monks around saw that the young monk's injury had worsened, and became even more furious. Get him out, there's no room for him here. That's right, we have to let him apologize before leaving. I can't believe so many of us couldn't throw him out. Many monks suddenly thought that this was Hongshan Temple and their home ground, so they had no reason to be afraid of Han Yi. So the people who were scared off by Han Yi's eyes just now turned their shame into strength and vowed to drive Han Yi out. Han Yi was not afraid at all, showing disdain on his face, and mockingly said, "What? Hongshan Temple can't afford to lose. If you can't afford to lose, just tell me, but I still have a way to make you fulfill your promise. And after today, I will publicize that Hongshan Temple is nothing more than that. You can't help but bewitch people with fortune-telling. There is no bottom line, and you can't afford to lose. Little monk, do you think I am treating you well?" Han Yi's threat hit the hearts of many monks like a sledgehammer. They believed that if Han Yi really did this, then Hongshan Temple would not have any reputation to speak of, which is intolerable. The little monk clenched his fists and his veins bulged, as if he couldn't restrain himself. Han Yi looked at them with interest, to see if they really dared to do something here. It's a pity that the monks around were scared away by Han Yi's eyes just now. Although they were furious at this moment, they still didn't dare to make a move. The little monk also took a deep breath, and gradually relaxed his hands. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his cuff, then raised his head to look at Han Yi, gritted his teeth and said, "I admit the bet, and Hongshan Temple can afford to lose too. But we haven't lost yet, and Hongshan Temple will absolutely not allow the slightest bit of stain." The little monk was obviously a bit of a cheater. He said before that if Han Yi could defeat his Buddha light, he would admit defeat, but now he still refuses to admit defeat and wants to struggle. Han Yi didn't care, but hoped that the little monk would be as powerful as possible. Because Han Yi wants to destroy the confidence of the little monk, so that he can devour the system of plundering the little monk. But the little monk used big moves again and again, but was firmly suppressed by himself again and again, so the little monk's confidence would slowly collapse with repeated failures, and it was time for him to reap the results. Han Yi is also bragging about his little juju in his heart. So Han Yi did not force the young monk to admit defeat immediately, but looked at the young monk playfully and said, "I want to see what other tricks you can come up with. If I don't convince you today, I won't be called Han Yi." The passengers present had already got up one after another, but seeing the fierce escalation of the struggle between Han Yi and the little monk, they all crowded around like watching. This handsome guy is called Han Yi. Could it be Han Yi, the eldest son of the Han family who has become famous recently? Some people from the big family in Donghai City immediately recognized Han Yi's words. It turns out to be the young master of the Han family. No wonder he is so powerful. Even Master Wei Yuan is no match for him. And I see that handsome young man is not afraid of any tricks Master will use at all. It seems that he must have a plan in his chest. I don't think so. The Master was able to summon the Buddha just now, so he definitely won't lose. At this moment, there were still some people who firmly supported the young monk. The little monk ignored the crowd. He looked at Han Yi with firm eyes, as if he had made up his mind. He sat cross-legged on the spot, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and slowly closed his eyes. Then he slowly recited the Vajraprajna Paramita Sutra. As the sound of the little monk's chanting slowly sounded in the hall, countless Buddha lights poured out from behind the little monk, and the Buddha lights gradually formed the phantom of the Buddha. Originally, the little monk had not recovered from his serious injury, so he could no longer cast the universal light of Buddha. But at this moment, the young monk's anger stagnated and he couldn't vent it, so he forcibly circulated the Buddha's light, and he recited the Vajraprajna Paramita Sutra. At this time, the Buddha's light burst out unprecedentedly, even better than before. The little monk is determined to try his best to influence the people, influence Han Yi, get back his position, and not let Hongshan Temple be humiliated. The most important thing is that he also imagined the scene of influencing Han Yi, trampling Han Yi on the soles of his feet, and ruthlessly humiliating him. I am the protagonist, I can definitely do it. The little monk roared in his heart. The phantom of the Buddha is busy radiating light, and the Buddha's light captures people, even more dazzling than the previous display. Under the illumination of the Buddha's light, everyone gradually became devout again, looking at the Buddha with a smile on their faces. Although I have experienced it once before, everyone is still very shocked when I experience it again. It is beyond doubt that the little monk can really summon the Buddha. The Buddha in front of him is so close to everyone, his face is clearly visible. Everyone seemed to have forgotten the terrible scene of losing consciousness just now and getting off the road unconsciously. At this time, the faces of the people became more and more pious, as if they were going to pay homage to the phantom of the Buddha again soon. Seeing the little monk still use this trick, there is nothing new, although it was strengthened by the little monk's anger, it is still not enough to watch. Han Yi smiled disdainfully, and then stood directly opposite the little monk. Little monk, you are not the only one who knows this trick. Han Yi said to the little monk with a sneer. Then Han looked solemn, and clasped his hands together. Just when Han Yi bowed, his momentum changed suddenly, a solemn, peaceful and grand momentum appeared on Han Yi's body, and the corners of his clothes were silent and automatic. What is that? Some passengers who hadn't completely lost consciousness suddenly exclaimed. As if seeing something surprising. I saw a huge figure like a god appearing behind Han Yi, with a majestic aura, suppressing the phantom of the Buddha as soon as he appeared in the world. 153 The Buddha is always a Buddhist, and outsiders cannot help being disrespectful. I saw a phantom of a god standing in the midair behind Han Yi, majestic and huge, like a rainbow. The figure of that god seems to be a Taoist god, with a floating aura, such a carefree figure. As soon as the figure of this god came out, it shocked the crowd and overwhelmed the phantom of the Buddha summoned by the little monk. Everyone was gradually getting lost in the little monk's Buddha light, their eyes were blurred, and they were slowly kneeling down to worship again. But as soon as the figure of the Taoist god summoned by Han Yi appeared, everyone's bodies were shocked, and they were freed from the influence of the Buddha's light, and their eyes regained clarity. What is this? It looks like a god. What a god, with a leisurely aura that makes people awe-inspiring. The young master of the Han family can actually summon gods. It's so powerful, even more shocking than the Buddha summoned by the master. 480, it turns out that this little handsome guy is really better than the master, and it's not just talking on paper. Everyone broke away from the influence of the little monk's Buddha's light and regained their consciousness. They immediately discussed and looked at Han Yi with shock. It turned out that when Han Yi was bowing, he silently shouted the skill of Taoist Heavenly Master in his heart, summoning the phantom of Taoist gods and displaying them in the world. Just after Han Yi summoned the phantom of the Taoist god, the imposing manner was grand and suppressed everything. Under the illumination and suppression of the figure of the god, the phantom of the Buddha of the little monk began to dissipate slowly and disappeared into the void. The little monk felt that the Buddha's light was gradually dissipating, so he couldn't help being anxious, and the voice of chanting became faster and louder, but he vomited blood again in a hurry, but he ignored him, regardless of his pale face, and vowed to overwhelm Han Yi. But obviously it didn't work. Han Yi's divine figure was unstoppable. No matter how much the little monk chanted, it was useless. The Buddha's light was still slowly dissipating, and the phantom of the Buddha was also looming, as if he was about to disappear. Han Yi really knows the tricks of the master. Could it be that Han Yi is the master of Taoism? Yes, and the gods summoned by Han Yi are even more dazzling than the master's Buddha figure, which is really shocking. In the past, I only knew that Han Yi had a great background, but I didn't want to have such strength. Han Yi's classmates saw that Han Yi was so powerful that he could really summon gods, and even suppress the little monk's Buddha phantom into the air. They were all very surprised and discussed in low voices. Some girls were even jealous, looking at Han Yi with extremely hot eyes. I don't know if Han Yi has a girlfriend. If only he could take a fancy to me. Some girls secretly thought. At this time, Lu Jiayu also had no intention of converting to Buddhism. Looking at Han Yi, her thoughts were unclear. I didn't expect him to be so powerful, he seems to be omnipotent, can he really fall in love with me? Lu Jiayu thought sadly in her heart. Han Yi made a bow, and after calling out the Taoist gods, he put his hands behind his back, looked at the little monk with a sneer in his eyes, and wanted to see how he would deal with it. The little monk saw that no matter how much he recited the scriptures, it was useless. The Buddha's light was still gradually dissipating. The little monk was furious in his heart, his eyes were red, with the meaning of madness. At this moment, he has already bet everything. If he can't influence everyone in Han Yi, he will lose completely and cannot stand up. So his eyes were frantic, and the sound of chanting became more and more urgent. Every sentence of the Diamond Sutra resounded through the hall, as if it wanted to penetrate deeply into the hearts of everyone. But it still couldn't stop the suppression of Han Yi's divine figure, and the Buddha's light was still slowly dissipating. The little monk was full of unwillingness, unwilling to be suppressed like this, unwilling to fail like this. The more anxious the little monk read, the paler his face became, almost as white as paper. The surrounding monks were also very surprised to see that Han Yi really summoned the phantom of a god like a little monk. But seeing the young monk's pale face and crumbling body, no matter how much he chanted the scriptures, he couldn't stop the Buddha's light from dissipating. So all the monks looked at each other and sat down cross-legged on the spot in tacit understanding. What are they going to do? Are they also summoning the Buddha? A passenger asked in surprise. I don't know, but I don't think it's possible. If all the monks are so powerful, Hongshan Temple will be more than this. Let's see what they do. Han Yi also looked at the monks with great interest, wanting to see what they were up to. He didn't care what tricks those monks made, he must have suppressed them today. Now what he cares about is not the system of the little monk, but the Buddhism represented by the little monk. In his opinion, Buddhism is all about demagogy, and they use fortune-telling to fool tourists. As a Taoist celestial master, this is absolutely intolerable, and the arrogance of Buddhism must be suppressed. All the monks sat down cross-legged on the spot, with their hands folded in front of their chests. Then they all spoke and followed the little monk to recite the Diamond Sutra. As many monks from Hongshan Temple recited the Diamond Sutra together, the sound resounded through the hall, deafening and awe-inspiring. The scriptures recited by the monks are like strands of power, which can be blessed in the phantom of the Buddha. The phantom of the Buddha, which was slowly dissipating, stopped the trend of dissipating at this moment, and with the sound of the monks' scriptures, the phantom of the Buddha returned to its previous state in an instant. Seeing this, the little monk and all the other monks were overjoyed. They didn't expect to have such an effect, and couldn't help but recite even more vigorously. The voices of the monks chanting scriptures gradually converged into one, as if one person was chanting scriptures, grand and serious. As the voices of the monks chanting sutras merged into one, the phantom of the Buddha suddenly burst into golden light, and the whole body was radiant. 5.6 seemed to be condensed into a solid body, and the monks were ecstatic. The passengers present were already a little numb, but they were still shocked to see such a miracle. I didn't expect many monks to work together, but it had such an effect, as if to summon the phantom of the Buddha from the void. The master is still amazing, the Buddha is about to appear in the world, and he will definitely be able to suppress that god. Some people have always been loyal believers of the young monk, and they couldn't bear Han Yi's insult to Buddhism and wanted to suppress the Buddha. At this time, they seemed to be winning when they saw the young monk, and they couldn't help being overjoyed. Yes, the Buddha is always a Buddhist, and outsiders can't help but disrespect him. At this time, everyone retreated a certain distance, gathered around as if they were watching a play, and talked about it. 154 It's time to show those Buddhists a little bit of power. Subut, what do you think? Can you meet the Tathagata with your body? No, world-honored one. It is not possible to see the Tathagata in physical form. Why? What the Tathagata said about physical appearance is not physical appearance. The Buddha told Subut, all appearances are illusory. If you see that all appearances are not appearances, you will see the Tathagata. Sections of the Diamond Sutra gushed out from the mouths of all the monks, and the sound shook the Mahavira hall. I saw that the phantom of the Tathagata Buddha burst into a burst of golden light, intense and dazzling, as if the phantom was about to condense into substance. All the monks were overjoyed when they saw that the Buddha was about to come to the world, and they recited the scriptures harder, as if they really wanted to call the Buddha back to the world. Not only the monks were overjoyed to see the phantom of the Buddha burst into a stronger state, but some tourists also showed joy, wanting to see the figure of the Buddha pressing down on Han Yi. But Han Yi's classmates are all sweating for Han Yi. From the bottom of their hearts, they are still on Han Yi's side. 23 This group of monks beat the few with more, it's really annoying. A little girl said bitterly. Yes, you actually bullied Han Yi alone, but unfortunately we can't help you. After all, this is their home court, let's see how Han Yi fights back. Lu Jiayu is also secretly cheering for Han Yi, she believes that Han Yi can do it. On the other hand, Yi Shuiyu looked at Han Yi with a worried look on her face. Han Yi, can you do it? Her worry was not unreasonable. After all, at a glance, it was the phantom of the Buddha who became more powerful and gradually overwhelmed the gods. Han Yi was not worried, and watched the monks chanting scriptures with disdain. Facing Yi Shuiyu's worry, Han Yi showed an evil smile and said, how can it be impossible? Men can't say no, you say yes. After speaking, he raised his eyebrows at Yi Shuiyu, his tone extremely ambiguous. Yi Shuiyu was out of breath, she stretched out her hand and wanted to pinch him, but at this moment she was still in the mood to make a joke. But thinking of the current occasion, she couldn't help messing around, so she held back. Still glaring at Han Yi, his heart relaxed, since Han Yi said so, then there must be no problem. The sound of chanting sutras from all the monks continued, and the Buddha's light became more and more dazzling. Seeing this, Han Yi became even more disdainful, thinking that there are more people is useful. HMPH. With the sound of a heavy cold snort, the figure of the god suddenly seemed to have changed. I saw the figure of the god seemed to come alive, with divine light flowing all over his body. His body remained motionless, but his tightly closed eyelids were slowly lifted upwards. It seems that the gods wake up and want to illuminate the world with their eyes. I saw that the eyelids were finally lifted up, and a pair of eyes like little suns were imprinted in everyone's eyes. The light was bright and dazzling, comparable to the sun. And the divine light is overflowing, as if absorbing all the light in the world. Then the god's eyes exploded with two pillars of light, which shot out from the god's eyes, pointing directly at the phantom of the Buddha. As soon as the divine pillar came out, it seemed as if the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was really the anger of the gods, and the sky and the earth changed color. The phantom of the Buddha that seemed to be condensed into a substance. At this moment, under the illumination of the divine light, it seems that the spring and white snow have met the scorching sun. The Buddha's light rolled violently, became very unstable, and began to slowly dissipate in the air. Seeing that Han Yi has such a trick, the young monk and all the other monks changed their expressions drastically. When they saw that the phantom of the Buddha began to dissipate as if they had encountered a nemesis, they were all anxious, and the voice of chanting became more urgent. But it was useless at all. Under the ray of light from the god's eyes, the light of the Buddha phantom began to dissipate steadily. After a while, half of it had dissipated, and the phantom of Buddha also began to become wobbly. Everyone didn't expect that Han Yi still had a figure, and when they saw Han Yi go crazy, everyone's expressions were different. Those believers who firmly supported the young monk turned ugly. They thought that all the monks could suppress Han Yi's god with their joint efforts, but they were suppressed now, and the Buddhas were disappearing. Some unbiased passengers didn't feel much, they just watched a show, and felt that Han Yi was even more powerful, and they were very interested in watching. On the contrary, Han Yi's classmates and Yi Shuiyu showed joy, seeing Han Yi's tricks, as if they had won, they were relieved. I knew young Master Han wouldn't be so weak. HMPH, I should show those Buddhists how strong they are. That's right, the Buddhist sect is suppressed, lest they bewitch people's hearts and deceive everyone in the future. He is really omnipotent, even all the monks can't do anything to him. Lu Jiayu secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. With his hands behind his back, Han Yi looked at the monks with a sarcasm, wanting to see how they would respond. At this moment, the young monk's face was as white as paper, pale and colorless, his figure was crumbling, but his eyes were crazy and furious. He didn't expect that all the monks would not be able to suppress Han Yi with their joint efforts. Instead, they were overwhelmed by Han Yi's god, and the Buddha's light was dissipating. He was not reconciled, and the monks were not reconciled, nor were they convinced. They would never stand by and watch Han Yi suppress Buddhism. The little monk and the monks looked at each other, and then their eyes were firm, and the color of madness became more intense. In this short period of time, half of the phantom of Buddha 423 has dissipated, and the speed of dissipation is still accelerating. Seeing that the phantom of the Buddha is about to dissipate completely, if it really dissipates, there will be no way to recover. So the little monk stopped chanting sutras suddenly, and looked at Han Yi with crazy anger. Then he took a deep breath, punched his heart with a fist, and then spat out a big mouthful of blood onto the body of the Buddha phantom. Although all the monks saw this with worry in their eyes, no one spoke out to organize, but the voice of chanting sutras became more urgent. They all know that winning or losing is a struggle, and the reputation of Buddhism cannot be tarnished, so they didn't organize young monks. They couldn't help the little monk any further, they could only rely on chanting scriptures hard, hoping to overwhelm Han Yi. No one thought that the little monk would be so crazy that he was so crazy that he killed himself. I saw the little monk's blood vomited onto the body of the Buddha phantom, but it didn't penetrate the phantom, nor did it stay in the ground, but was absorbed by the Buddha's light and disappeared. As the blood was absorbed, the tendency of the Buddha's light to dissipate suddenly stopped, and then, the phantom of the Buddha suddenly burst into a golden light that was stronger than before. Then the Buddha's light overflowed all over the body, scriptures flowed, piercing the eyes of everyone, and they couldn't help closing their eyes. 155 Just wait to bear my Buddha's wrath. After the little monk spit out a mouthful of blood on the body of the Buddha phantom burst out with a strong golden light, the Buddha's light overflowed, and scriptures flowed around him, which was extremely dazzling. The dazzling Buddha's light hurt everyone's eyes, and most of them could not help but close their eyes. Just when everyone closed their eyes, the phantom of the Buddha changed again. Han Yi didn't close his eyes, this glare didn't affect him at all. He looked at the phantom of the Buddha, and saw that the light of the phantom exploded suddenly, and the golden light in the hall shone like a layer of gold. Han Yi could see clearly that after the Buddha's light diffused, the phantom of the Buddha absorbed all the Buddha's light and the scriptures around him, and suddenly condensed into a solid entity. Although everyone closed their eyes, they still felt the explosion and spread of the Buddha's light, as if they were in the Buddha's kingdom. After waiting for a few seconds, feeling the Buddha's light gradually dissipate, everyone opened their eyes one after another. After opening his eyes, he found that all the Buddha lights in the hall disappeared, but two Tathagata Buddhas appeared. The two Tathagata Buddhas are one big and one small, and the bigger one is naturally the original golden body of the Buddha in the Dashang Hall, sitting on the altar. A slightly smaller circle is also a Tathagata Buddha with exactly the same demeanor, but it is sitting in midair. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Many people couldn't help rubbing their eyes, thinking they were delusional. But if you look carefully, you are right, it is undoubtedly a Buddha, a real Buddha. I saw that the slightly smaller Tathagata Buddha was just like the phantom of the Buddha just now, but now it has condensed into substance, and the Buddha light all over the body has been absorbed into the interior, and there is only a layer of faint golden light flowing on the outside. If you look carefully, you can still see the hazy scriptures, which is extremely strange. The original phantom of the Buddha had disappeared, but it was the little monk's mouthful of blood that made the phantom solidify. To be honest, to see the phantom of the Buddha and the figure of the gods, it was already considered a miracle for the common people. At this time, he saw that the phantom had condensed into a solid body, appearing firmly in front of his eyes. All the passengers present and Han Yi's classmates opened their mouths wide open, looking up at the Tathagata Buddha sitting in midair. Many people still looked dull, as if they were dreaming, and couldn't believe that everything in front of them was real. My God, the Buddha came to the world, the Buddha really appeared in the world, the Buddha bless you, W. Some fanatical believers knelt down immediately, shouting the Buddha's blessing in their mouths. Could the Master be the reincarnation of the Buddha? It's unbelievable that the Buddha can really come into the world. I beg the Buddha who I have never seen in my whole life, but now I see it. I am so lucky. Buddha, please accept my worship. Under the leadership of some fanatical believers, most of the passengers bowed down one after another, chanting words of prayer. This time they were not affected by the Buddha's light, but saw the Buddha's real body and voluntarily bowed down. Because this is really beyond their imagination. Seeing such a rare scene in the world, it is still the Tathagata Buddha who is in the world. It is normal to kneel voluntarily out of awe. Even a few of Han Yi's classmates couldn't help but kneel down unconsciously. After the little monk spit out a mouthful of blood again, his face was already pale and his figure was on the verge of falling, but when he saw that the phantom of the Buddha he had summoned had actually condensed into a real body, he couldn't help being ecstatic and extremely excited, and his pale face turned blood immediately. It must be my Buddha's blessing, I must suppress the sinners who defile my Buddha. The little monk thought secretly in his heart. All the monks were also ecstatic. Seeing the Buddha coming to the world, they thought that the Buddha must be paying attention to them and coming to help them in this world. At this time, the little monk's energy doubled and he struggled to stand up. He looked at Han Yi with triumphant and excited eyes, but he angrily scolded Han Yi. Han Yi, it's still too late for you to submit to my Buddha's feet. My Buddha is merciful and won't care about you like you. Don't be stubborn, otherwise my Buddha will also stare at the King Kong with anger, and suppressing evil spirits is no problem. He stopped calling the benefactor, but called Han Yi by his real name, and pointed out that Han Yi was a kind of evil spirit. Originally, Han Yi was a little surprised when he saw the little monk trying his best to condense the phantom of the Buddha into a solid body. He also thought that these protagonists should not be underestimated, and they exploded very violently. But who is Han Yi? That's the big villain who specializes in devouring the protagonists. Looking at the excited little monk, Han Yi couldn't help but shook his head with disdain, and the sarcasm on his face became more and more intense. I don't even know where your self-confidence comes from, just rely on that Buddha. Still suppressing evil spirits. I'll let you see today, no matter what you do, it can't change the result, Buddhism is nothing more than that. And your Buddha, it's a fart, I will suppress it now. The more the little monk listened, the angrier he became, and when he heard Han Yi mocking the Buddha as a fart, he was already so angry that his eyes almost popped out. You just wait to bear the wrath of my Buddha. All the monks also stood up furiously, as if they were about to rush forward to fight Han Yi desperately if they disagreed. Han Yi looked at the furious monks, but he was even more disdainful. He not only wanted to defeat the little monk in what he was good at, but also defeated his self-confidence with words to achieve the condition of devouring. Thinking of this, Han Yi's momentum suddenly changed, releasing the breath of a Taoist master. Seeing Han Yi's majestic momentum, all the monks dared not stand up for righteousness. Han Yi also, Li Jiao, ignored them, and said in his heart, System, give me 10 times the power of Taoism. Drip, accept the order. The power of Taoism is increased by 10 times, and the achievement point is consumed by 60. Feeling that the skills of Taoist celestial masters have been strengthened tenfold, Han Yi felt an incomparable force filling the figure of the god. Han Yi looked at the Buddha in midair, and stretched out his index finger, pointing to the Buddha's Dharma body. Following Han Yi's movement, the figure of the god also made the same movement, pointing his index finger at the Buddha's Dharma body. An aura was released following the movements of the gods, and it was so oppressive that everyone was so oppressed by the aura that they were speechless. With the finger of the god, the Buddha's Dharma body in the midair suddenly burst open and scattered around. The scattered fragments turned into a series of Buddha lights and disappeared before the eyes, and everyone was stunned in shock. 156 You evildoer, return my Buddha. Under the fingers of Han Yi and the figure of the god, the Dharma body of the Buddha in midair exploded violently. Those scattered fragments also turned into Buddha's light again and disappeared. The power of one finger is so terrifying, and the Buddha's physical Dharma body condensed by the little monk can't stop it at all. The broken Dharma body of the Buddha flew around and disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared before. Han Yi was obviously quite satisfied with this finger, and suppressed the Buddha Dharma body casually. After that, Han Yi withdrew his fingers, looking at Xiaohe as them. At this time, there was silence in the hall, because everyone was still in a daze. Those who were still prostrating, seeing Han Yi's finger, shattered the Buddha's Dharma body and disappeared into nothingness. Can they not stop? The object of worship will be gone if they say no, which makes them unable to wake up for a while. Han Yi's classmates and Yi Shuiyu were also extremely shocked. What did they see? They actually saw that Han Yi suppressed the Buddha's Dharma body without a trace with a single finger, which was really beyond their imagination. At this moment, they all looked at Han Yi with their mouths wide open. The little monk and his brothers were even more miserable, looking at Han Yi as if he had seen a ghost. A minute ago, they were still ecstatic about the Buddha's phantom condensed into a Dharma body, and they shouted at Han Yi to submit to the Buddha's feet quickly. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Han Yi said that he wanted to suppress the Buddha, and he really suppressed the Buddha casually. The monks thought that he was unwilling to admit defeat and just insisted on speaking to the end. But they didn't expect that in their eyes, the Dharma body of the Buddha, who was like a Buddha descended into the world, would be suppressed without a trace in a blink of an eye. It's really terrifying. The excitement in the eyes of the monks did not completely fade away, but they were immediately shrouded in despair. This roller coaster-like experience made the monks in Hongshan Temple distraught and desperate. At this time, the little monk's eyes were not crazy, but his whole body was crazy. He was so anxious that his hands and feet trembled unconsciously, and he was about to rush forward to Han Yi desperately. "You monster, give me back." "Ah!" The little monk was already a little out of choice, and shouted a few times angrily. The brother next to the little monk hurriedly stopped him, not daring to let him really fight Han Yi desperately. From their point of view, Han Yi at this time is like a devil, extremely terrifying, and they must not let the little monk fall into the jaws of a tiger. The originally silent hall seemed to come alive with the little monk's crazy shouts, and everyone was in an uproar. "Oh my God, where is the Buddha? Where did the Buddha go? It was all an illusion just now." Some people murmured. "Who is this person? Is he a god? He actually suppressed the Buddha." "No, Tathagata Buddha has boundless mana, how could he suppress it? I don't believe it." Some fanatical believers shouted crazily. Han Yi's classmates are speechless, because Han Yi has brought them too much shock today, and they don't know how to comment, their imagination has been limited. "You dare to be stubborn and not only repent, but your cultivation will be abolished today." Han sneered when he saw that the little monk dared to be so crazy. After finishing speaking, he stretched out his right hand, spread his palm flat, then raised it high, turned it over and pressed it down. The figure of the deity also followed Han Yi's general movements, and a giant palm pressed down from the heads of the monks. When the people of Hongshan Temple saw Han Yi disagreed, they attacked Han Yi, and wanted to abolish them. But seeing a huge black shadow looming above his head, before he could get angry, he wanted to run subconsciously. But under the cover of that palm, the aura of the sun suppressed them. The monks couldn't speak, they couldn't move their feet, they could only look terrified and watch the palms fall. The god's palm fell slowly and unstoppably, the speed was not fast, but the pressure on the monks was getting bigger and bigger. Many monks' bodies were faltering, and they were about to be unable to hold on. Plop! A monk couldn't bear it, his body couldn't support under the pressure of his giant palm, his knees softened, and he knelt down immediately. At this moment, like dominoes, many monks couldn't hold on and knelt down, only the young monk was struggling. Seeing this, Han Yi immediately increased his strength. The giant palm fell at a faster speed, and the pressure increased sharply. When it fell to the top of the heads of the previous monks, it stopped. Because all the monks present at this time were overwhelmed to the ground, kneeling involuntarily, and the little monk was no exception. That's not all, as the giant palm fell faster and the pressure increased sharply, all the monks were shocked out of their internal wounds and vomited blood. At this time, the giant palms were suspended above the head, and the monks in Hongshan Temple were already sluggish, and the blood on the ground was extremely dazzling. Obviously, at this time, the monks in Hongshan Temple have all been abolished and cannot afford serious injuries. The monks of Hongshan Temple did not expect that Han Yi would make a move as soon as he said it, without leaving any room for it. And it really has the strength to suppress them, abolishing their cultivation with one move. At this time, the monks of Hongshan Temple looked terrified, looking at the giant palm hanging above their heads, as if they were some prehistoric giants. They were afraid that if the giant palm fell again, it would not be that their cultivation would be abolished, but their lives would be in danger. When Han saw that the cultivation of the monks had been abolished and he had achieved his goal, he removed his palms. It is impossible for him to really kill all the monks, they are not guilty of death. Seeing that the giant palm was slowly raised, and the shadows over the heads of the monks disappeared, the monks in Hongshan Temple breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, their eyes were dim, and they felt that their hearts were gloomy, and despair grew. Meeting this devil today is really a misfortune for Hongshan Temple and misfortune for all the monks. Many monks secretly thought of this. At this moment, the young monk's face was dull, his eyes were dull, and the blood from his mouth had not been wiped away. He was already desperate. From the inside out, his self-confidence had been hit unprecedentedly, and his Buddha heart had been broken. At this time, he was full of despair, his mind was at a loss, he was confused, and he didn't know what was going on around him. Those fanatical believers saw that Han Yi not only suppressed the Buddha, but also abolished the cultivation of the monks in Hongshan Temple. Good. Although those passengers were not desperate, they also had sad eyes. 157 Destroy the opponent and devour the enemy's system. The second one, please subscribe. Seeing that the Buddha was suppressed and the masters of Hongshan Temple were abolished, those fanatical believers suddenly felt that the sky in Hongshan Temple was gloomy. They looked sadly at the monks who fell on the ground, not knowing what to say. But those neutral passengers felt shocked, as if watching a blockbuster movie. Wow, there are people who are so powerful, abolishing their cultivation bases. When they say they abolish their cultivation bases, it's amazing. That's right, it's more enjoyable than watching blockbuster movies. Does this count as a Buddhist-Taoist dispute? Haha. I've already recorded the entire audience, and I'll post it on the internet later, so that those netizens can see what it means to be awesome. Haha, I must like it. When Han Yi's classmates saw Han Yi showing off his power, they also talked a lot. I said Han Yi will definitely do it, and suppressing Buddhism is no problem. Han Yi seems to be omnipotent, so handsome. It seems that Buddhism is really nothing more than that. Han Yi is still amazing. Those students were all beaming at this time, happy for Han Yi's victory. Lu Jiayu's face was also flushed with excitement, and she looked at Han Yi with a trace of admiration. Han Yi ignored everyone's comments, put away his palms, and walked slowly in front of the monks in Hongshan Temple. At this time, the pressure was gone, and all the monks struggled from their kneeling position. Although they could not stand still, they could barely sit cross-legged. Han Yi walked up to them and looked down at the little monk. When the older monks saw Han Yi coming over, their expressions changed drastically. They have been abolished, but they are afraid that Han Yi will do something to them again. Little monk, do you still remember our bet? Han Yi casually looked at the little monk and said, as if he wasn't the one who removed everyone's cultivation just now, and he didn't care. When the monk at Hongshan Temple heard Han Yi questioning the young monk, he wanted to say something to block him, but he didn't know what to say, and was afraid of Han Yi's attack. But the little monk heard someone calling him, and woke up from the daze, and looked up to see that Han Yi was talking to him. The little monk just woke up from a dazed state and couldn't hear what Han Yi said, so he looked at Han Yi with a blank look. Seeing this, a monk next to him quickly repeated Han Yi's words to the young monk. It can be seen how fierce Han Yi is in the hearts of those monks now. Although the little monk is already full of despair, as the protagonist, he will never admit defeat, nor will he kneel down to Han Yi to admit the fact that Buddhism is nothing like this. So when faced with Han Yi's questioning, his already broken heart couldn't stand Han Yi's insult even more, his eyes turned black, his head tilted, and he fainted. Junior brother. Junior brother. The monks around were in a hurry, but the little monk passed out like this. Han Yi couldn't help smiling when he saw the little monk fainted. Finally defeated the little monk's self-confidence, Han Yi's words completely defeated the little monk. Since the little monk passed out, Han Yi did not force the little monk to fulfill the bet this time, but some ridicule was still indispensable. I thought how powerful it is, but it's just a silver gun candle head, and Hongshan Temple and Buddhism are nothing more than that. From now on, don't use the name of Buddha to confuse people's hearts, or I will flatten your Hongshan Temple. Do you know? Facing Han Yi's humiliation and scolding, those monks in Hongshan Temple were obedient and dared not speak. Han Yi smiled in satisfaction, and said with relief in his heart, it's still comfortable to be a big villain. After Han Yi finished speaking, with a thought, he removed the figure of the god. Seeing the figure of the god disappear into the void like bubbles, everyone screamed a few times. Although I saw the dissipation of the Buddha's Dharma body just now, and saw the figure of the god dissipate into the void again, I couldn't help but be very surprised. They really can't understand these phenomena that science can't explain. But it doesn't stop them from being in awe of it. What can't be explained by science doesn't mean it doesn't exist. They have been conquered by Han Yi at this moment. They all felt awe of Han Yi, and believed that Han Yi was a great power in the world, extremely powerful. In fact, when the little monk fainted, the system flashed 10 reminders. Han Yi already had the winning ticket in his hands just now, and he was about to eat the fruits of victory, so he was not in a hurry to watch. After verbally humiliating Hongshan Temple and removing the figure of the god, I slowly looked at the system prompt. Hey, congratulations, Master, for completely defeating the opponent's willpower. At this time, the opponent has fallen into a coma, and his self-confidence has completely collapsed. Would you like to plunder him? Seeing that the little monk was finally defeated, Han Yi couldn't help but feel great. Today is really full of twists and turns. Although Han Yi knew that the little monk would definitely be defeated, it took so much time, which was a bit beyond his expectation. Plunder, devour. Han Yi ordered happily. Yes, order received. Plundering begins, devouring is unfolding. Drip, the opponent's system is collapsing, and successfully plundered the opponent's Buddhist fate skill. Drip, the opponent's system is collapsing, and successfully plundered the opponent's Buddha's brilliance skill. Drip, the opponent's system is collapsing, and successfully plundered the opponent's King Kong Lion Roar skill. Drip, the opponent's system is collapsing, and successfully plundered the opponent's Buddhist Vajra skills. Drip, the other party's system has crashed, the other party has fallen into a coma, and part of the memory has been deleted. Congratulations to the master for devouring the opponent's system, gaining all the luck of the protagonist of the opponent, gaining 500 achievement points, and increasing all the attributes of the whole body by 10. God-level villain counterattack system. Host, Han Yi. Age, 18. Identity, rich second generation. Attributes, strength 118, speed 117, reaction 115, intelligence 129. Achievement points, 3,230. Plundered skills, Bajikwan Master, Taoist Celestial Master, Super Academic Master, Super Clairvoyant Eyes, Wakinshi, Miracle Doctor Skills, Optical Brain Skills, Forced Hypnosis Skills, Buddhist Destiny, Buddha's Light, Vajra Lion Roar, Buddhist Vajra. System Binding Skills, Skill Duplication, Power Boost, Interference Shielding. One piece of information flashed through Han Yi's mind, and the system was devoured and plundered in a short while. Cool. Han Yi felt so refreshed, as big as eating a ginseng fruit. 158 foreign sects are not good things. As pieces of information flashed through Han Yi's mind, it represented that the Buddhist teaching system of the little monk had been devoured and plundered by Han Yi. Han Yi's strength rose again, and he felt relieved. Looking at the little monk again, when his system was devoured, he shrank into a ball and trembled as if he knew something terrible was going to happen. But he couldn't stop it. When he was completely swallowed and part of his memory was deleted, the little monk's eyes turned white, he didn't move, and fell unconscious. It can be seen that even if the little monk can wake up, he will lose his memory and can't remember anything. It will also turn into a little monk who has no sense of existence. Han Yi didn't have time to manage the little monk, so he devoured the little monk's system, and everything was settled. When Han Yi devoured the little monk's system, the flash of light on his face circled, 453, and disappeared immediately. But at this moment, Han Yi looks full of energy, and he seems to be a little more handsome. The travelers saw the young monk fainted. Although Han Yi only verbally insulted Hongshan Temple, he didn't take any further actions. Because Han Yi didn't kill them all, they felt that Han Yi was not the kind of unreasonable person, and they all looked at Han Yi with approval. What they didn't know was that Han Yi just thought that the little monk was unconscious, and he had achieved his goal anyway, so there was no need to bother him to fulfill the bet. However, those travelers regarded him as broad-minded, and Han Yi was a winner. Since ancient times, people only remembered victors, so no matter how Han Yi treated those monks just now, it seemed to be the mercy of the winner. As the dust settled, people regained their spirits, and some were still discussing what had happened in low voices. Some girls and young women had red eyes and looked at Han Yi with admiration. So handsome, this is my male god. I don't know if he has a girlfriend. Yeah, really handsome, I seem to be in love. A little beauty said Nympho. Not only is he handsome, but he is also very powerful. I really want to date him. He is the eldest son of the Han family. Wow, he has a distinguished background, he is perfect. Even some beauties in the same class couldn't help but kept peeking at Han Yi, secretly wishing. At this time, Lu Jiayu looked at Han Yi with adoring and confused eyes, feeling that as long as Han Yi hooked his fingers, she would be delivered to her door. Yi Shuiyu also looked at Han Yi proudly. Although she was very worried before, but seeing Han Yi show his power and forcefully suppress the Buddhist sect, she couldn't help feeling proud, because she had already regarded Han Yi as her own man. Han Yi felt the different eyes of the crowd, and he didn't take it seriously, he was used to it. Instead, he cleared his throat and clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. The people who had been discussing enthusiastically fell silent when they saw Han Yi clapping their hands, wanting to hear what he had to say. Han Yi looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "Everyone, you can also see that today is a dispute between Buddhism and Taoism. Buddhism has existed since ancient times, but in my opinion it is a foreign sect. From ancient times to the present, it has been wearing a cloak of compassion and doing deceptive things. Today I suppressed Buddhism, just to let everyone see, don't believe too much in Buddhism, occasionally burning incense is fine, but superstitious fortune-telling is not. We also have a local Taoist religion in China, which is not inferior to Buddhism in terms of supernatural powers. You might as well go to Taoist temples more. Taoism pays attention to tranquility and inaction, Taoism is natural, and it also has a lot of research on health preservation. These are much better than Buddhism." As soon as Han Yi finished speaking, everyone applauded enthusiastically. Han Yi pressed his hand, and everyone slowly stopped. Haha, this pretending is really cool, and it also promotes a wave of Taoism, not bad. Han Yi said secretly. Let's go shopping again. What should be done has been done, what should be said has been said. Han Yi took Yi Shuiyu and Lu Jiayu out of the Dashang Palace and started wandering around. Han Yi's classmates hurriedly followed, and when the passengers saw Han Yi leaving, they also dispersed slowly. Han Yi put it down in a blink of an eye, but he didn't expect that it would just start to ferment on the internet. Some passengers who recorded the whole process of the video, immediately uploaded the video to the internet when they left the hall. Controversy between Buddhism and Taoism. Taoism strongly suppresses Buddhism. Miracle appears in the world. Mysterious Taoist master. Each title was extremely exaggerated and eye-catching, attracting a large wave of netizens to watch. In less than half an hour, these videos became popular all over the internet, and most netizens watched these videos. After reading it, everyone was shocked, and there were many comments on the internet. One stone stirs up waves, and the internet explodes instantly. Netizen 1, is it true? The Buddha is alive, and there are Taoist gods. I seem to be watching a fantasy blockbuster. Netizen 2, the upstairs is right, I think it's just a blockbuster movie, and those are all special effects. Netizen 3, this is what I saw with my own eyes. It is absolutely true. You haven't seen how shocking those miracles are. Netizen 4, how can there be such a powerful person in the world? He is still so handsome, it's too bad, I want it. Netizen 5, well said, Buddhism should be suppressed, those foreign sects are not good things. www. Anyway, there are all kinds of things to say, and I can't stop, and the post bars on various websites are frantically brushed. The internet is fried, and those reporters are like cats that smell fishy. This is big news, no matter what it is a big selling point, this person must be interviewed absolutely. So reporters from major newspapers didn't bother to discuss it online, and drove to Hongshan Temple anxiously, scrambling to interview Han Yi. Not long after, while Han Yi and the others were still looking around, a large group of reporters had already gathered at the gate of Hongshan Temple. Hongshan Temple is very big, and they didn't know where to find Han Yi, so they decided to wait at the gate for Han Yi to come out. As time went by, more and more reporters gathered at the door. Some tourists who didn't know the situation thought that something big had happened, and they all gathered around and waited to watch the play. Passengers who knew the situation instead took photos of these reporters gathered and posted them on the internet, sparking another discussion. Netizens want to know if they can interview Han Yi, so thousands of netizens are always paying attention to the news. 159 Why are you going home with me? At this time, countless reporters from major newspapers gathered at the gate of Hongshan Temple, as well as many tourists watching the excitement. In addition, some passengers who knew the situation started the live video recording, and the majority of netizens are looking forward to it, hoping that some reporters can interview Han Yi and see what kind of person Han Yi is. So at this time, more and more people gathered at the gate of Hongshan Temple, just waiting for Han Yi. It's not that no one thought about going in to find Han Yi, but Hongshan Temple is very big, and some places are still in the mountains, so it will be difficult to find for a while, so many people choose to wait for Han Yi to come out at the gate. At this moment, Han Yi didn't know anything, and still took Yi Shuiyu and Lu Jiayu around. It's rare to relax, and I seldom come to this kind of place, and the scenery is really good, so Han Yi's shopping is also with great interest, lingering. Molesting the two beauties from time to time is also very fun. But Han Yi wanted to relax and continue playing, but 23 people didn't agree with him. At this time, a dozen of Han Yi's classmates suddenly ran over from a distance, chattering. Han Yi, do you know? Someone posted today's video on the internet, and the netizens are all blown up, saying everything. Yeah, there are still people who don't believe it, saying it's a movie special effect. I was very upset at the time. And now there are a lot of reporters outside the gate of Hongshan Temple. They all came here after hearing the news, and they all want to interview you. Yes, there are still people who started a live broadcast. Now Hongshan Temple is surrounded by water. Do you want to go out for an interview? Han Yi was a little dazed, but luckily he knew what happened soon. In Han Yi's view, the suppression of young monks is just a casual thing, but he didn't expect it to cause such a big wave on the internet. And there are still so many reporters from major newspapers who want to interview him and dig out first-hand information. Han Yi was also a little surprised, but he didn't want to show his face at this time. So Han Yi turned his head and said to Yi Shuiyu, "Let's go back. If we don't go back, we will be chased and intercepted." Yi Shuiyu and the others suddenly laughed. Although it was still early and the autumn tour was only halfway through, they could understand, so Yi Shuiyu hurriedly called a few students to gather everyone at the parking lot. The students didn't have any complaints, and within 10 minutes, they all got into the car one after another. Han Yi borrowed a hat from a classmate, and Lu Jiayu gave him a mask to cover it up, and slipped out of the crowd quietly. Yi Shuiyu counted the number of people and asked the driver to start the return journey immediately. Those journalists and passengers around the door had no idea that the target they were waiting for had slipped away under their noses. If they knew, they would probably vomit blood. Han Yi didn't care about those reporters at all. Let them wait slowly. They were halfway back at this time. Even in the car, those students couldn't stop at all. During various discussions, some female students turned their eyes to Han Yi from time to time. Their expressions made the male students around them feel jealous, but there was nothing they could do about it, because they couldn't afford to compare, and the gap was infinite. Not long after, the car stopped at the gate of the school, and the students got out of the car full of enthusiasm. It was already afternoon when I returned to school, and there was no arrangement for the evening, so Yi Shuiyu asked the students to move freely, those who should go home, and those who should go back to the dormitory. Although those students were still a little unfulfilled, they also had various activities at night, so they all left without any complaints. After those students went back, only Han Yi, Lu Jiayu and Yi Shuiyu were left. Seeing that the students had all left, although Lu Jiayu wanted to stay with Han Yi for a while, she was embarrassed. So she looked at Yi Shuiyu and said, "Ms. Yi, then I'll go back too." "Okay, be careful on the road," Yi Shuiyu reminded. "Wait a minute," Han Yi said suddenly. Then he walked to Lu Jiayu's side, took her hand and was about to leave. When Lu Jiayu heard Han Yi calling her, she stopped in her footsteps, but she didn't expect Han to grab her hand as soon as she came up suddenly at a loss. "Han Yi, what are you doing?" Lu Jiayu blushed. She didn't dare to look at Han Yi. She lowered her head and asked. Yi Shuiyu also looked at Han Yi with doubts. "Take me back to your residence," Han Yi replied domineeringly. Both Yi Shuiyu and Lu Jiayu were very surprised. They didn't know why Han Yi wanted to go home with Lu Jiayu. If he wanted to do something to Lu Jiayu, he didn't have to do that. "Why are you coming home with me?" Lu Jiayu asked suspiciously. Yi Shuiyu also looked at Han Yi fixedly, wanting to hear Han Yi's explanation. She knows that Han Yi is not the kind of person who shoots aimlessly, so if he said that he didn't have any bad intentions, there must be something wrong. Han Yi recalled the scene he saw when he used the Buddhist fate-telling tool to tell Lu Jiayu's fortune in the Dashang Hall of Hongshan Temple. That was Lu Jiayu's house, and it was overcast at night, as if ghosts were haunting her. So Han Yi was worried that Lu Jiayu would go back like this, worried that something might happen to her, so he decided to help her get rid of the ghost. There is something wrong with 990 points in your house. It seems that there are ghosts haunting. I'll go and check for you. Han Yi thought that she would know about it tonight, so he told her directly. Ah, a ghost. When Lu Jiayu heard that there was a ghost, her face turned pale with fright, and all her shyness was thrown out of the sky. Yi Shuiyu was also interested, but she didn't expect that there was a ghost in Lu Jiayu's house. No wonder Han Yi wanted to drag Lu Jiayu back. Han Yi, is there really a ghost? Really, but don't worry, I'll help you remove it tonight. Han Yi comforted with a smile. In fact, Han Yi didn't say why there were ghosts in Lu Jiayu's house. He was afraid that Lu Jiayu would be afraid. Because she has a mysterious yin physique, this kind of physique is most likely to attract ghosts and ghosts. Really? Come on then, come home with me. Lu Jiayu heard that Han Yi could help her get rid of this ghost, and hurriedly dragged Han Yi to go home. It's no wonder that she is anxious. No one wants to have dirty things in the house, the kind that can harm others. Yi Shuiyu became interested when she heard that she could see Han Yi show off her power again tonight. Although she was also a little scared, she still clamored to go together. Okay, let's go together, Han Yi said indifferently. After finishing speaking, Han Yi asked someone to drive over to Lu Jiayu's house. 160. It seems a bit cold here. Do you feel it? Han Yi and the three got into the car and went to Lu Jiayu's house. Lu Jiayu lives in the old city, not far from the school, and she usually goes to school by bicycle. After she was driven away from her uncle's and aunt's house, she lived with her grandparents. After the two elders passed away, she was left to live alone. More than 10 minutes later, under the guidance of Lu Jiayu, the car stopped in front of an alley in the old city. This is a rather old urban area, which was the first to be developed and also the first to be abandoned. The people living here are all old residents from decades ago, most of whom are elderly people. Along the way, young people are rarely seen. The car stopped, and the three of Yi got out of the car. As soon as he got out of the car, there was a strange smell blowing his face. Han Yi frowned slightly, and took a look. The road in front of the alley entrance was quite dirty and messy, the floor was full of rubbish, and no one was cleaning it. Although Han Yi doesn't discriminate against the poor, he can't help but frown when he sees that they don't care about their living environment and let the garbage fly around and no one cleans it up. After a long period of time, it's no wonder the taste is so good. I don't know if the people here are used to it or are lazy, and Han Yi didn't bother to ask. He looked up at Lu Jiayu, beckoning her to lead the way. Knowing that Han Yi had never been to this kind of place, Lu Jiayu was afraid that he would not get used to it, so she hurriedly said, "Come with me, over here." Han Yi waved his hand and asked the bodyguards to wait on their own. He and Yi Shuiyu followed Lu Jia and walked into the alley. All the way into the alley, it was already evening, the lights were not turned on, and the sunlight was blocked by the houses on both sides, so it seemed relatively dark and quiet. Lu Jiayu took the lead and walked in front, Han Yi and Yi Shuiyu followed behind. Han Yi saw that the alley was not as messy as the road in front of it. Apparently someone cleaned it occasionally, and the bad smell disappeared. After walking tens of meters, Lu Jiayu stopped in front of a rather old wooden gate. "This is my home, let's go in." Jiayu took out the key and said to Han Yi and the others. Han Yi looked around and saw that Lu Jiayu's house was a two-story green brick building, and the exterior walls were already a little mottled and gray, making it look a bit old. A 2-meter-high fence was built around the first floor, enclosing the small building and forming a small space of its own. Lu Jiayu took out the key and opened the gate, smiled and said to Han Yi and the others, "Come in, this is the house my grandparents built before. After they left, I will live alone." Han Yi and Yi Shuiyu walked in, and when they went in, they found that the space was quite large. Inside is a small yard of tens of square meters. There are several rows of vegetable fields in one corner of the yard, which are full of vegetables. The greenery is very pleasing. There are a lot of things in the yard, but they are tidy and clean, which makes people feel very comfortable. Lu Jiayu led them into the hall and moved out stools for them to sit on. Sit down, I'll pour water for you. I usually don't have anyone here, it's a little messy, don't take it for granted. Lu Jiayu looked a little embarrassed. Han Yi smiled and said, "You're welcome, go and do your work, I'll look around by myself." Good. Lu Jiayu knew what Han Yi was here for, so she didn't know how to help him, so she just let him go. Han Yi ignored Lu Jiayu who was pouring water, got up and walked around the hall. There are 2 solid wood sofas and a coffee table near the entrance of the hall, and an 8 immortals table in the innermost place for eating. The hall looks very simple, except for a sticker with a word of blessing. There are no decorations on the walls. In addition, there are 2 rooms on the first floor, one is a storage room and the other is a vacant room. Han Yi looked around, but found nothing suspicious, nor did he find anything with Yin Qi. Han Yi wasn't in a hurry, he couldn't find it in the lobby, so he went to other places to look for it. So then Han Yi went out of the hall and went to the courtyard to check carefully. Yi Shuiyu couldn't stay there either, and followed Han Yi around to have a look around, treating it as a visit. Han Yi, is this place really haunted? Yi Shuiyu asked suspiciously. It's no wonder she asked this question, she followed Han Yi carefully around the yard and didn't see anything strange, so Yi Shuiyu asked Han Yi strangely. Han Yi said with certainty, "It's true, since there is no one here, let's go to the 2nd floor and have a look." Han Yi saw that there was a ghost in Lu Jiayu's house through the Buddhist faith. It must be true, it must be that they haven't found it yet, so Han Yi was not discouraged, and said that he would go to the 2nd floor to have a look. Just then Lu Jiayu came back from pouring water, and when she heard that Han Yi was about to go up to the 2nd floor, she took the initiative to say, "I'll take you up there." Lu Jiayu put down the water glass, and walked upstairs with Han Yi and the 2 of them. The empty room on the 1st floor used to be my grandparents' room. After they left, it has been vacant. I have been living on the 2nd floor. Lu Jiayu explained to Han Yi as she walked up. As soon as they reached the 2nd floor, Lu Jiayu and Han Yi didn't feel anything, but Yi Shuiyu shuddered visibly. "It seems a bit cold here. Do you feel it?" Yi Shuiyu said tremblingly. Han Yi is naturally not afraid of the cold and heat now, but Lu Jiayu doesn't feel anything, maybe he is used to it. After walking a few steps forward, Han Yi suddenly stopped. Han Yi, what's wrong?" Lu Jiayu asked nervously. Han Yi looked carefully before replying. "There is Yin Qi here, but it is very faint and not obvious, so I didn't find it on the 1st floor just now." "Is there really a ghost of Mo Nuo?" Lu Jiayu became visibly more nervous. Yi Shuiyu also felt a little unnatural. "It's okay, let's take a look." Han Yi walked forward first. The 2nd floor is not complicated. There are 3 rooms and 1 living room. There is a fabric sofa in the living room. There are some decorations on the walls, which should be arranged by Lu Jiayu. It looks relatively peaceful. 1 room is a study and the other is a guest room. Han Yi looked at it, but there was nothing there. The other is Lu Jiayu's boudoir. At this time, Lu Jiayu couldn't care less about being shy, so she opened the door and took Han Yi in to have a look. Lu Jiayu's boudoir is very tidy, with some books, a dresser, and a large mirror half a person's height on the dresser. A 1.5-meter bed is placed in the innermost corner, and there is a big pink bear doll on the bed. Seeing the bear, Han Yi gave Lu Jiayu a funny look. 161 Darkness, the source appears. Seeing the big pink bear, Han Yi gave Lu Jiayu a funny look. Lu Jiayu blushed slightly, and couldn't help but glared at Han Yi. When Han Yi saw this, he stopped teasing her, but carefully checked the whole room. After reading it again, Han Yi still didn't see anything. But Han Yi was not in a hurry, because it was daytime and the yin energy was not obvious, so the ghost must also be hidden. If the ghost is intent on hiding, it's unlucky to find it so easily. But at night, it's different. At night, the yin energy must increase, and the ghost will definitely come out. Even if it doesn't come out, Han Yi can follow the yin energy to find the source and know where the ghost is hiding. So to solve this matter, we have to wait until night. Han Yi told Lu Jiayu and Yi Shuiyu about the situation, and then said to Lu Jiayu, the ghost will definitely appear tonight, so we won't go back tonight, and stay overnight at your house to solve this matter for you. When Lu Jiayu heard that Han Yi was going to spend the night at her house, she seemed a little nervous and a little shy, but she thought that Han Yi was here to exorcise her and Yi Shuiyu, so she suppressed her shyness and agreed. Although she used to live alone, she has always been used to it. It's okay not to know that there are ghosts. Now that 160 knows, if she is allowed to live alone at night, she will definitely be scared to death, so Lu Jiayu wishes for someone to accompany her at night. Since it was not night yet and the ghost couldn't be found, Lu Jiayu suggested that she be in charge to cook dinner for Han Yi and the others tonight. Han Yi and Yi Shuiyu are guests as they please, since they decided to spend the night here, they must have dinner here as well. After deciding, the three of them went downstairs. Lu Jiayu seemed very happy, because no classmates came to her house for a long time, and she used to eat alone at home, but Han Yi and the others were able to eat with her tonight, and Lu Jiayong was full of happiness. There must be food to eat, and Lu Jiayu didn't go out to buy food, but used local materials. Vegetables are ready-made, freshly picked and washed, green and pollution-free, so you can rest assured to eat. Lu Jiayu's refrigerator also has meat and spare ribs, which can be fired directly. Han Yi and Yi Shuiyu didn't care either, although they were used to eating expensive delicacies, it was a good choice CDBE to eat small farm dishes once in a while. Lu Jiayu started to get busy in the kitchen. Although Yi Shuiyu didn't know how to cook, she also went in to help her. Han Yi helped to pick some from the vegetable field, washed them and put them aside for Lu Jiayu to deal with. Although Han Yi has the skills of a chef, he didn't want to take Lu Jiayu's job, so he let her and Yi Shuiyu mess around. An hour later, Lu Jiayu finally got it all done. The three sat at the 8 immortals table in the hall, ready to eat. Lu Jiayu cooked 4 dishes, sweet and sour pork ribs, farmhouse fried pork, tomato and egg drop soup, and fried vegetables. Not to mention, because Lu Jiayu lived alone, she had to take care of herself, so she was pretty good at cooking. In just over 10 minutes, the 3 dishes and 1 soup were completely eaten. Xiaoyu, your craftsmanship is amazing, and the cooking is so delicious. Yi Shuiyu patted her belly in satisfaction, and praised Lu Jiayu. Han Yi also nodded in agreement. Lu Jiayu seemed very happy to be recognized for her cooking skills. As long as you like to eat, I am afraid that you will not be used to it. How come? I feel very good. Yi Shuiyu said with certainty. Lu Jiayu smiled happily. After eating and resting for a while, it was almost 8 o'clock. At this time, the temperature in the hall dropped significantly. Although there were lights, it looked dark and gloomy, with a bit of a windy feeling. Apparently, at night, the yin qi intensified a lot, and now the hall is very obvious. Lu Jiayu didn't think there was anything wrong when she lived alone before, but when she looked at it now, she suddenly felt that it was cool and shady, and her hairs were standing on end. It's night now, and the yin qi is much heavier. The ghost is probably about to appear, let's go to the 2nd floor and have a look. Seeing that it was almost time, Han Yi was about to start looking for the source of the yin qi. After that, Han Yi started to walk towards the 2nd floor. Yi Shuiyu and Lu Jiayu were very scared and followed Han Yi tremblingly. When I went upstairs, I found that the cloudiness was getting heavier, and the whole 2nd floor looked gloomy. Han Yi checked the hall and the living room of the study, but found nothing, so he led the 2 girls towards Lu Jiayu's boudoir. As soon as he arrived at the door, before he entered, Han Yi felt a threatening energy, so don't think about it, the source must be in this room. Pushing open the door and entering, the room was full of yin and aura, so frightened that the 2 women hurriedly retreated behind Han Yi. Han Yi was interested. He checked carefully, and found that there was no wind in the room, but yin qi was fluttering. He looked in the direction, and it turned out that the mirror on the dressing table was weird. If you look carefully at this time, you will find that yin qi is constantly floating out of the mirror, filling the room. Han Yi can already conclude that the source is this mirror. Moreover, the system also gave a reminder at this time, and Han Yi was even more sure. Drip, I found that there is a panty beside the host, and it is scanning. Drip, the scan was successful, and a golden mirror was found. The host can exchange achievement points with the system. Han Yi was very surprised. This system has never actively scanned items before. Could it be that this type of thing has never been encountered before? System, what is the resistance? How many achievement points can this golden mirror be exchanged for? Han Yi asked in his heart. The yin device is due to the great resentment after the death of the deceased. The items attached to the body have extremely strong yin qi. This mirror can be exchanged for 30 achievement points. Han twitched for a moment. Shit, it's only 30 o'clock, the system really sucks. Han Yi determined the source, but didn't bother with the system. Although the yin qi was very heavy at this time, it was obviously not yet the time for ghosts to appear. So Han Yi decided to wait here, waiting for the ghost to appear. Yi Shuiyu and Lu Jiayu were already trembling a little, not only because of fear, but also because of the coldness. Seeing that Han Yi was going to stay here, Lu Jiayu took out 2 thick clothes and put them on with Yi Shuiyu. Then the 3 sat in the room, waiting for the ghost to come out. 162. This way of appearing on stage is really nothing new. Because the time has not arrived, or because there is not enough yin energy, the ghost has not yet come out. Han Yi and the 3 could only wait aside, waiting for the ghost to come out. Han Yi watched the yin qi slowly float out of the mirror, and then slowly fill the whole room. After only waiting for more than an hour, the yin energy in the room was already extremely strong, extremely gloomy. In the past, when Lu Jiayu was alone at home, there was only a faint yin energy, so Lu Jiayu didn't think it was strange, but today I don't know whether it was because of the presence of 2 more strangers or other reasons, the yin energy was unexpectedly strong. Han Yi didn't bother to find out the reason, he knew that the ghost was coming out soon. Because at this time the yin qi in the room was actually visible to the naked eye, and the rich yin qi turned into a faint mist and appeared in the sight of Han Yi and the 3 of them. Although the yin qi has turned into a faint mist, it does not affect the sight, and everything in the room can still be seen clearly. As if the wind had picked up, the mist floated up, slowly turning around Han Yi and the 3 of them, extremely strange. But Han Yi looked out of the window, and there was no wind, obviously it was the trick of the ghost. And at this time, the lights actually became flickering, and the windows were swinging without wind, making it look extremely eerie and weird. It's completely a precursor to Ghosts and Ghosts, which makes people tremble. Han Yi's expression didn't change, but he looked at the mirror with interest. On the contrary, Yi Shuiyu and Lu Jiayu were naturally subconsciously afraid of such scenes because they were girls. They huddled tightly behind Han Yi, their faces turned pale, and their hands were unconsciously clasped together. At this time, there seemed to be a sound of woo-woo in the room, and the mist formed by the yin qi turned faster. Han Yi noticed that at this time, the mirror no longer radiated yin qi, and the surface of the mirror became blurred. Han Yi and the other 3 stared at the mirror tightly, wanting to see what was in the mirror. Han Yi suddenly felt the trembling of the 2 people behind him, turned his head and comforted them with a smile. "Don't be afraid, I'm here, I won't hurt you." Seeing Han Yi's smile, and thinking about Han Yi's performance in Hongshan Temple, they relaxed a little and were not so scared. The moment Han Yi turned his head to look at the mirror again, the lights dimmed and nothing was visible. Only the light reflected by the mirror was extremely pale, and an arm with unusually long nails and a pale complexion suddenly stretched out from the mirror without a sound, looking extremely strange. Han Yi is interesting to watch, but not the 2 girls behind him. Ah! 2 screams came out almost at the same time, and one, high-pitched and sharp, hurt Han Yi's eardrum. Han Yi was not frightened by the weird arm, but was frightened by the screams of the 2 women. He didn't expect them to scream so loudly. Han Yi didn't rush to do something, but continued to look at the arm in the mirror. After stretching out an arm from the mirror, he seemed to know that he had frightened the people outside, so a cold laughter came out of the mirror, very penetrating. When the piercing laughter came out, that arm grabbed the dressing table, scratched 5 scratches, and made a teeth-piercing sound, which was terrifying and frightening. And at this time, another arm stretched out from the mirror, as if it was about to pull the mirror and walk out. The mirror surface began to become like water waves, rippling endlessly. The 2 pale arms flicked to the sides, and a disheveled head emerged from the mirror, and then supported the dressing table with both hands, moving its body out a little bit. It turns out that this way of appearance is really nothing new. Han Yi looked bored. Yi Shuiyu and Lu Jiayu couldn't take care of anything else at the moment. They were so frightened that they screamed and grabbed Han Yi's clothes, and watched in horror as the female ghost slowly crawled out of the mirror. That's right, it's a female ghost, and it's obvious from her figure that she's a female ghost. His long hair was scattered on his head, covering his face, and he had already crawled out half of his body. Han Yi looked at the two women quite helplessly. He felt that the screams were scarier than any female ghosts. Originally, Han Yi wanted to see what the female ghost would look like after crawling out, but now he didn't think so anymore. He just wanted to kill it as soon as possible so that the horrible screams would stop. Just when Han Yi wanted to make a move, the female ghost also made a move. At this time, half of the female ghost's body was still inside the mirror, and the other half of her body sticking out of the mirror seemed to be cut off at the waist, and the female ghost laughed sinisterly, which made the two girls behind Han Yi even more terrified. As the female ghost's sinister smile sounded, the two pale arms of the female ghost suddenly bent back, grabbed the loose hair, and suddenly pushed aside. Hiss! The female ghost suddenly parted her hair, revealing a pale face, with blood in her eyes, and a red tongue sticking out of her long hair. The moment she parted her hair, the ghost face suddenly stretched out towards Han Yi and the others, as if she wanted to put her face in front of Han Yi and the others. Before Han Yi felt anything scary, the two girls behind him screamed again, and they shrank their heads back in fright, hugging Han Yi's waist tightly, refusing to take another look. The female ghost was obviously very satisfied with the effect, and smiled sinisterly again. But when she saw that Han Yi was indifferent, and looked at it like a dead person, she couldn't help but froze. But then she immediately climbed out of the mirror with a furious waist, wanting to show Han Yi how powerful she is. Han Yi originally thought it was some kind of ghost, but after seeing her appearance and her appearance, he was no longer uninterested. And at this time, although he was hugged by the two beauties and enjoyed the feeling, he was already very impatient. So Han Yi couldn't wait for the female ghost to crawl out of the mirror, so he took action. It's just such a little bit of skill, you dare to come out to scare people, and the way you appear is so old-fashioned. If you are not at Xiaoyu's house, I wouldn't bother to accept you. Han Yi looked at the sexual ghost with impatience and said. That female ghost was not very knowledgeable, she only knew a few scary tricks, and she didn't have much intelligence, so she obviously couldn't understand what Han Yi was saying, but she could feel Han Yi's disdain. Hiss! The female ghost was so angry that she stretched out her tongue again and screamed at Han Yi. 163 The ghostly thing in the mirror. Although the female ghost couldn't understand what Han Yi was saying, she could feel Han Yi's disdain. So the female ghost roared angrily, and her tongue stuck out again, looking scary. It thought it could scare Han Yi and the others, but it underestimated Han Yi too much. As soon as Han saw the female ghost going back and forth, she would act like a ghost and frighten people, but she didn't show any strength, and she didn't bother to follow her, so she wanted to get rid of the ghost. Both Buddhism and Taoism have magical powers to deal with ghosts, but Han Yi looks down on Buddhism. Although Han Yi devoured the little monk's system and got a few Buddhist supernatural powers, but Han Yi, as a Taoist master, catches ghosts and eliminates demons at all, so Han Yi doesn't use Buddhist supernatural powers at all. Taoism Heavenly Master. Han Yi was already impatient, so he used the 950 skill of Taoism Tianxi. I saw a sudden burst of light in the dark room, and the whole room was illuminated, just like daytime. Then the light behind Han Yi condensed, revealing the figure of a Taoist deity, majestic and intimidating. This time, because it was in Lu Jiayu's room, the space was too small, so Han Yi deliberately controlled it. This time, the figure of the Taoist god was only more than 2 meters high, which could reach the ceiling. Although the figure of the deity does not look tall this time, it is even more majestic. Ah! A shrill scream came from the female ghost's mouth. When the female ghost saw the figure of the god, she was particularly frightened and panicked, her face was twisted, and her protruding tongue was half retracted. In an instant, under the light of the figure of the god, the female ghost seemed to be soaked in sulfuric acid. An unpleasant white smoke rose from the female ghost, and the female ghost screamed even more horribly. The two women behind Han Yi couldn't help covering their ears, not caring about screaming. Han saw that the female ghost didn't seem to have any morals, and the figure of the god was about to disappear in smoke before she exerted her strength. Han Yi also thought that the ghost society would just disappear like this, but who knew it had another way. The female ghost felt extremely uncomfortable when she was photographed by the figure of the god, and half of her body that had climbed out of the mirror seemed to dissipate. Suddenly, the female ghost stopped screaming, and the two ghost hands kept waving, as if pulling something. Han Yi was surprised to see that under the waving of the female ghost's hands, the thick yin energy that filled the room unexpectedly spun rapidly, and then slowly condensed and shrunk, surrounding the female ghost in the middle. Yin qi seemed to condense into a hood, protecting the female ghost in the middle. The female ghost's body immediately stopped dissipating, but the condensed and spinning yin qi couldn't withstand the god's irradiation. Although it was constantly condensing and spinning, it was still dissipating rapidly. According to the trend, it would be completely dissipated in less than 10 minutes. The female ghost was struggling to resist the gods, but temporarily replaced the dissipation of her body with yin qi, but it didn't have much effect. When the yin qi was exhausted, if she had no other means, she would still be wiped out in the end. The female ghost obviously knew this too, and it seemed to know that Han Yi had more powerful means, so when the yin qi condensed to protect it, she supported the dressing table with both hands, and instead of slowly crawling out, she pulled out the lower half of her body forcefully. The mirror surface rippled sharply, and the ghost's lower body came out of the mirror. With a flash of light, the female ghost stood on the ground. I saw a female ghost with an average build, about 1.6 meters tall. At this time, the yin qi was rapidly dissipating, and the female ghost obviously knew that if she did nothing, she would be crushed to ashes, so she roared angrily, and was about to rush towards Han Yi. Although this female ghost is delirious, she knows how to seek good luck and avoid bad luck, and knows that if Han Yi is not dealt with, she will be suppressed sooner or later, so she wants to rush to Han Yi, and wants to possess Han Yi or the two daughters. But how could Han Yi make her wish come true? Hey! Han Yi yelled, the eyes of the god behind him stared, and two rays of divine light shot down, shining on the female ghost. The female ghost's leaning forward body stopped immediately. She stood still, her expression froze, as if she had been frozen. After waiting for a while, there was no movement. The two girls behind Han Yi couldn't help being curious, and stretched out their heads to look at the female ghost. I saw the yin qi selected outside the female ghost's body dissipate into the air at once, and then, as if the female ghost's body was blown by the wind, it turned into fly ash and dissipated from the beginning. After a while, it disappeared without a trace, completely annihilated by fly ash. Yi Shuiyu and Lu Jiayu were stunned. They didn't expect this terrible ghost to be dealt with like this. On Han's face, he looked downplaying, as if he had killed a fly. Okay, it's settled, you don't have to worry anymore. Han Yi turned his head and smiled at the two women. Then he waved his hand, letting the figure of the god disperse. The two women saw the female ghost disappearing into ashes with their own eyes, and when they heard Han Yi say that it was resolved, they immediately felt relieved. They came out from behind Han Yi, looked around curiously. There was really no more gloom, no more gloomy feeling, and the lights became brighter. They were obviously relieved. Han Yi, you are so powerful. I feel scary when I look at that female ghost. Fortunately, you are here. Lu Jiayu patted her chest and said with palpitations. Han Yi waved his hand and said, it's nothing, it's just a little effort, don't take it to heart. Then Han Yi went to the mirror and took a closer look, but he didn't see any difference. But since the system said that achievement points can be exchanged, it must be true. But the cheating system only gave 30 points. Obviously, this mirror is not a high-end product, but no matter how small the legs of a mosquito are, it is meat. Han Yi, this mirror. Lu Jiayu couldn't help asking as she looked at Han Yi carefully in the mirror. 3.2 inches. It's okay, the ghost has been removed, nothing will happen again. As for the mirror, if you don't dare to put it in the room again, I will help you deal with it. Han Yi casually mentioned it. That would be the best, I will never put a mirror in the room again. Lu Jiayu said with lingering fear. Han Yi told them to stay in the room first, then picked up the mirror and went out. In fact, he was just putting on a show. He just didn't want Yu Jia and them to see something that they couldn't explain. After going out of the gate and walking to an empty corner, Han Yi secretly shouted, "System, exchange this mirror for achievement points." Drip, the exchange is successful, and the host's achievement points will increase by 30 points. Without a sound, the mirror in Han Yi's hand disappeared. 164. I'm afraid that Xiao Yuyu will be scared if she lives alone. Drip, the exchange is successful, and the host's achievement points will increase by 30 points. Without a sound, the mirror in Han Yi's hand disappeared, obviously taken away by the system. Han Yi couldn't help shaking his head, lamenting how stingy the system is. After finishing the mirror, Han Yi went back to the second floor. At this time, Lu Jiayu and Yi Shuiyu were sitting on the sofa in the lobby on the second floor chatting, and they were no longer afraid. When they saw Han Yi come back with empty hands, they knew that Han Yi had already dealt with the mirror. They didn't ask Han Yi how to deal with it, they all believed Han Yi. Han Yi, shall we stay here tonight? Yi Shuiyu looked at Han Yi and asked. Han Yi sat down next to Yi Shuiyu, and said casually, yeah, since it's been decided before, let's stay here for one night, otherwise I'm afraid that Xiao Yuyu will be scared if she lives alone. As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows and smiled at Lu Jiayu. Han Yi's smile made Lu Jiayu's face turn red. Luckily Han Yi wasn't staying here alone, and Jiayu thought secretly. Now that Han Yi has decided, Yi Shuiyu doesn't care, but after thinking about it, she seems to have a problem. Then there are only 2 rooms for the 3 of us, how can we live? Yi Shuiyu looked at Han Yi and said. Han Yi had already thought about this before, and said casually, you guys live in the room, I'll sleep on the sofa. It's going to be one night. Why don't you sleep in my room? Lu Jiayu hurriedly said, but she felt inappropriate as soon as the words came out, so she couldn't help but froze. On the other hand, Han Yi didn't think too much, and said domineeringly, I'm sleeping on the sofa, so I'm leaving, you guys go to wash up, go to bed early. This is actually the best choice, so the 2 women didn't struggle anymore. In fact, the main reason for Han Yi to stay overnight at Lu Guiyu's house is to see if he can find out the source of the ghosts, or to see if there are any ghosts attracted by Lu Jiayu, so the overnight stay is just to cover up. There is no need to tell Lu Jiayu and the others, otherwise it would be bad if it arouses their fear. The 2 of Lu Jiayu went to the first floor to wash up. Han Yi looked carefully on the second floor again, but found nothing, then went to check around the small building, and returned to the second floor without finding anything. At this time, Yi Shuiyu had already taken a bath first, and she was wearing Lu Jiayu's pajamas, which looked a little small, but when worn on Yi Shuiyu, it showed her perfect figure. Rilin was helpless. Han Yi saw Yi Shuiyu's outfit like this, plus she had just come out of the shower, her face was rosy, it was a crime to seduce. Han Yi couldn't bear it anymore. Before she sat down, he stood up and put his arms around Yi Shuiyu's waist. Ah! Yi Shuiyu yelled coquettishly, looked behind with a guilty conscience, and found that Lu Jiayu was not there, so she dared to hug Han Yi. Don't mess around, this is someone else's house. Yi Shuiyu thumped Han Yi. But she had some expectations in her heart. Hey! Han Yi smiled wickedly and kissed her on the ear. Yi Shuiyu felt as if she had been electrocuted, and then her body softened again, unable to exert any strength at all, just hanging on Han Yi's body like this, she could only hug Han Yi tightly. The fire in the hearts of the 2 of them suddenly rose. But just as they were about to make a move, the 2 of them stopped their movements when they heard the sound of Lu Jiayu coming out of the shower. Secretly said it was a pity, and then Han Yi whispered in Yi Shuiyu's ear, let go of you for now, I'll eat you tonight. Then he carried her to sit on the sofa. Yi Shuiyu woke up immediately, her face was flushed, and she gave Han Yi a hard look with her beautiful eyes. She knew that Han Yi's stop must be because Lu Jiayu was about to come up, so she quickly adjusted her pajamas, brushed her loose hair, and calmed down, fearing that Lu Jiayu would notice something. Han Yi sat beside her and looked at her with a funny face. After a while, Lu Jiayu came up, wearing a cute pink pajamas, her hair was wet, and the tips of her hair were still dripping, obviously she had just washed her hair. Lu Jiayu was already beautiful, but now she just took a bath, and she smelled like lotus root, which made Han Yi's eyes light up slightly. She saw Han Yi sitting with Yi Shuiyu, and sat down beside her. I just saw that Yi Shuiyu's face was slightly red, but I didn't feel any difference when I thought that she had just taken a hot bath. What are you talking about? I didn't say anything, I just wanted to discuss what happened today. Yi Shuiyu was afraid that Han Yi would talk nonsense, so she quickly replied. Han Yi smiled, and said, I'm going to take a shower first, let's chat. Since it's not his own home, Han Yi didn't change his clothes, just for one night, let's make do with it. After taking a shower, Han Yi returned to the second floor and saw Lu Jiayu chatting with Yi Shuiyu. Han Yi also joined them and chatted for a long time. Seeing that both of them were a little sleepy, Han Yi drove them into the room to sleep. Han Yi decided to spend the night on the sofa tonight. In fact, he is still very energetic after 3 days without sleep. Tonight, he plans to meditate at 10:30 and listen to what will happen. Lu Jiayu brought a quilt for Han Yi, then went into the room yawning and went to sleep. Yi Shuiyu also entered the room, but just glanced at Han Yi before closing the door. Han Yi felt relieved, waited for a while, and after hearing Lu Jiayu's sleeping sound, he gently pushed open Yi Shuiyu's door. The room was pitch black, but Han Yi knew that Yi Shuiyu must have not slept, and when Han Yi came in, her breathing became heavier. How could Han Yi let go of such a good opportunity? Naturally he wanted to enjoy that wonderful thing. Having nothing to say all night, after enjoying the exciting thing in the middle of the night, Han Yi returned to the sofa and meditated until dawn. No strange things happened all night. Han Yi can be sure that there should be no more ghosts to harass Lu Jiayu. Maybe he was frightened by the breath of Taoist gods and dared not approach. But just to be on the safe side, Han Yi specially spent 100 achievement points to exchange a piece of talisman paper from the system, and asked Lu Jiayu to stick it in the center of the hall on the first floor, so that no ghosts would come to the door in the future. Lu Jiayu immediately felt relieved. 165 Fuck, the rhythm of someone doing things. Han Yi exchanged a piece of talisman paper and asked Lu Jiayu to stick it in the center of the hall, and the matter was completely resolved. Lu Jiayu was very grateful to Han Yi, and the way she looked at Han Yi became more and more different. On the other hand, Yi Shuiyu, when she woke up in the morning, secretly glared at Han Yi a few times with shame in her eyes, but she didn't dare to be too direct in front of Lu Jiayu. Obviously what happened last night made Yi Shuiyu shy and worried, but Lu Jiayu heard something. But seeing that Lu Jiayu didn't look unusual in his eyes today, he was a little relieved. Han Yi laughed inwardly when he saw it, but he gave Yi Shuiyu a strange look, but he didn't speak. Yi Shuiyu gritted her teeth angrily, but she was helpless towards his scoundrel. After having breakfast at Lu Jiayu's house, the three of them went to school together because there was still class to be held today. After arriving at the school, because Yi Shuiyu was a teacher, she went to the office to prepare materials for class, and then separated from Han Yi and the others at the door. And Lu Jiayu was afraid that others would gossip if they saw her walking with Han Yi, so when she came to the door, she saw a familiar classmate and left Han Yi and ran away. Han Yi had no choice but to go to the classroom alone. When they came to the classroom, the students saw Han Yi coming, and the originally noisy voice suddenly fell silent. Immediately afterwards, Han Yi didn't pay attention to all kinds of greetings, waved his hand, and sat in the seat he used to like. What happened yesterday changed Han Yi's classmates' impression of Han Yi a lot. They no longer thought of him as just a playboy of the rich second generation, but a hidden character, so they all took the initiative to say hello to Han Yi. The eyes of those female students were even more dazzling, and some boldly threw winks at Han Yi frequently, trying to attract Han Yi's attention. Seeing Han Yi suddenly become so popular, Lu Jiayu couldn't help biting her lips with complicated eyes. Han Yi didn't pay much attention to it, and after sitting down, he habitually lay down on the table and waited for the class. The students didn't take it seriously. Seeing Han Yi lying on his stomach in a daze, they stopped focusing on him. Then each of them returned to the topic they had just talked about, and the noisy voice rang out again. 5 minutes later, the class bell rang, and Yi Shuiyu walked into the classroom stepping on the bell. Following Yi Shuiyu's arrival, the classroom immediately became quiet, ready for class. After Yi Shuiyu came in, she looked around, paused when she saw Han Yi, immediately looked away, and said class. As usual, Han Yi doesn't attend classes. These classes are too childish for him now. He doesn't even bother to listen. So he simply fell asleep on his stomach. Everyone knows that as long as there is a class, it is impossible for everyone to listen to the class seriously. There are always some students who like to chat. Just when Han Yi was about to fall asleep in a daze, he suddenly heard a conversation between two female classmates behind him. Originally, he was not interested in the gossip of these girls, but what they said caught Han Yi's attention. Xiaoyan, have you heard? There is a new handsome guy in our school. I've heard that he is not only a handsome guy, he also seems to be very powerful. He is said to be able to perform magic tricks. You are too far behind. He is not only good at magic tricks, but very powerful magic tricks. You know, his magic tricks are so amazing that even people from the TV station came to interview him. I also heard that when he came to report, the principal personally received him, and the principal was very kind. Wow, is it true? It feels so badass, I must know it. And I heard that he is very rich, I really want to know him too. The gossip conversation between the two nympho girls revived Han Yi, who had been dozing off, because he suddenly became a little interested in the new student, and he wanted to see what kind of person he was, who was so dick. And those who heard the two nympho girls talking, and the people around them, also heard the news, and immediately joined the discussion, as if they forgot that they were in class, and they all excitedly talked about the information they knew, and most of them were girls. When there are more people talking, the voice must become louder. Yi Shuiyu noticed it right away. But before she reminded them, there was a sudden commotion outside the classroom. There was a sudden commotion outside the door. Sounds of surprise, cheers, screams, and all kinds of voices rang together in an instant, making the noise endless. Especially the screams of those girls, as if they were not afraid of breaking their throats, one after another. People in the classroom couldn't help but wonder what happened. Yi Shuiyu also stopped the lecture, frowned, and wanted to ask a classmate to go out to see what happened. Some sharp-eyed people noticed that the corridor was full of people. One of the active male students sitting in the back couldn't help being curious, and went out through the back door to see what happened. Damn, come out quickly, it's a big deal. Someone is courting. The male student went out to take a look, and immediately turned around and shouted to the class. Hearing his yell, everyone couldn't bear it anymore, and got up and ran to the corridor. There was a sudden crowd, and the students in the class crowded into the corridor. Seeing that Yi Shuiyu couldn't stop them, she let them go, and she also walked out, wanting to see what was going on. Han Yi walked out together behind her, and when he reached the corridor, there were really too many people, so he patted the people in front with his hand. The few boys who squeezed in the front saw Han Yi and teacher Yi. Nuo Zhaohao immediately gave way angrily, and let Han Yi and Yi Shuiyu walk to the front. Han Yi and Yi Shuiyu looked down and saw that in the open space in front of the gate of the teaching building, someone actually made a heart-shaped pattern with large roses. There were thousands of roses at least. And on the periphery of the roses, there is a circle of balloons of various colors tied with ribbons. No wonder the girls couldn't restrain their screams. Once this formation is put on, I believe that not many girls will be able to withstand it, and many girls would like to have a man make such a sensation for themselves. As soon as Han Yi's classmates saw it, there were all kinds of surprised cheers and screams from girls. At the same time, the students huddled in the corridor were guessing who had the ability to make a man put on such a scene for her. And who can have such a big handwriting and courage? 166 The God of Magic, confess Yi Shuiyu. If someone looked down from the sky above Tunghai University at this time, they would see a strange picture. In front of a teaching building, there was a huge heart-shaped pattern of roses and colorful balloons. In the corridors of each floor of the teaching building, there are full of students, looking down one by one. At this time, those students were discussing excitedly, who made such a big display? And who is it that is worthy of this person's enthusiasm? Just when everyone was discussing, someone downstairs finally appeared. A man in white casual clothes came out from the hall of the teaching building and walked slowly to the middle of the rose heart. This person is about 175 centimeters tall, holding a loudspeaker in his hand, combing a small side part, and looks a little handsome. He walked to the middle of the roses, first put the loudspeaker at his feet, then raised his head, looked towards the teaching building, looked left and right, as if he was looking for something. Just when the man raised his head, many people recognized him. Wow, isn't that the God of Magic? It's him, a male student said. Since Xu Yan came to Tunghai University, he became famous so quickly that most people in the school knew about the existence of this person. His family background, the magic he performed, etc., various topics, and interviews with TV station 637 reporters made this person even more aura, making people look up to him, so many people have seen him, and when he looked up, many people recognized him. He also has a nickname, the God of Magic, describing the magic he performs as really superb. Wow, it's really Xu Yan, so handsome. Some girls couldn't hold back anymore. Ah, I'm going crazy, it's Xu Yan, what is he going to do? Want to confess to someone? Could it be me? This one is already holding his hands on his chest, narcissistic fantasy. See, that is the male god in my mind, Xu Yan, the god of magic, so handsome. Most of the girls were already a little crazy, and all kinds of screams and exclamations resounded throughout the teaching building. Those male students didn't expect that Xu Yan would have such a big influence when he first came. Seeing those girls who were crazy about it, everyone felt a little bit of the same hatred at this moment. Seeing Xu Yan downstairs was very unhappy. Han Yi's side was not that exaggerated, and those female students didn't keep screaming like other girls, but just stared at the boy with a little curiosity. Because they have Han Yi in their class, so they have more experience. Han Yi is better than Xu Yan in terms of appearance alone, and they have seen Han Yi's strength, so they are not surprised. Yi Shuiyu, on the other hand, frowned subconsciously when she saw this boy. That Xu Yan ignored the screams of the various girls upstairs, he looked around, as if he had already determined the location. Xu Yan actually turned his head to Han Yi's class and watched them intently. Han Yi's classmates looked at each other strangely. Then, when Xu Yan saw Yi Shuiyu appearing in the corridor, his excitement flashed. Then, he picked up the loudspeaker and shouted to Han Yi's class position, "Shuiyu, I'm Xu Yan. When I saw you for the first time, I knew that I was deeply in love with you. I toss and turn every night because I can't forget your face. I believe this is love at first sight." He went on to say, "Today, I confess my love to you in front of all the teachers and students in the school. I hope you will agree to be my girlfriend, okay? I love you, Shuiyu." The last sentence was almost CDAC shouted, and the whole school heard it. Boom! The whole school was in a commotion, and students from other teaching buildings who didn't know what happened ran out one after another, looking at Xu Yan like a monkey, and there were all kinds of discussions. The teachers who were in class also ran out, and they were happy to watch the excitement when they saw some students put on such a big show of confession, so they didn't stop them. The moment Xu Yan finished shouting, those boys seemed to hear a lot of heartbreaking voices. That's right, at this time those nympho girls all looked resentful, wondering why it wasn't me. Han Yi's classmates were also stunned, they actually confessed their love to Teacher Yi. Wow, it's Teacher Yi, I'm so envious. Yes, if a boy does this for me, I will be so moved. Ms. Yi, Mrs. Yi, that person is confessing his love to you. A girl excitedly said to Yi Shuiyu. Unexpectedly, at this time, Yi Shuiyu's face was sullen, and her beautiful eyes looked at Xu Yan with anger. She didn't expect that someone would put on such a big show to confess to her. But her heart has already been tied to Han Yi, and she has given Han Yi her body and mind, so how could she look at other boys differently? So she was full of anger at this time, and at the same time was afraid of Han Yi's class meeting. Han Yi's face was indifferent, but a cold look flashed in the depths of his eyes. His woman dared to be touched by someone, this time he was surprisingly angry. The angrier he was in his heart, the calmer his face became. Only by severely punishing this person could he let out this anger. So he looked at the man downstairs coldly. Xu Yan, who had just finished shouting, was also in his heart at this moment. As he said, when he first came to the school, he saw Yi Shuiyu passing by chance, and he was immediately shocked, and immediately thought about it. After some inquiring, it was discovered that Yi Shuiyu was a teacher and had a strong family background. But this didn't dispel his thoughts, but made him want her even more. So Xu Yan worked harder to collect various information about Yi Shuiyu, hoping to use this information to achieve his goal. After some preparations, there is today's scene. Hey, once this trump card comes out, I don't believe that any woman can stand up to it. I'm going to be invincible. Xu Yan smiled proudly in his heart, but his face still had a faint smile. Xu Yan has chased many girls, and there are a few that are more difficult to get started, but once a scene like today's is set up, he can basically get it done, so he is very confident. Because he believes that women are vain and like men to do something touching for them, so today's scene is indeed something that many girls can't refuse. 167 I said don't call me that, disgusting. When Xu Yan chased girls before, he used many methods, so he knew what women like. So he decided to impress Yi Shuiyu with this kind of big battle today, and let her agree to be his girlfriend. At this time, Xu Yan was still secretly fantasizing, she must be so moved, she must have never seen such a big battle. Maybe tonight can. No matter how wretched he thinks in his heart, his face is still confident in WeChat, and those who don't know look at it, they think it's so handsome. When those girls heard that Xu Yan confessed to Yi Shuiyu, many of them gave up, and they couldn't get jealous when facing Yi Shuiyu because the gap was too big. But those male students are different, they are all very indignant at the moment, and share the same hatred. Damn, you dare to confess your love to my girl, what's the origin of this kid? That's right, Teacher Yi is our goddess of the masses. This kid actually wants to steal our goddess away. It's unforgivable. Absolutely not, that is our goddess. I hope Teacher Yi will not be deceived by his appearance, our goddess is not that kind of superficial person. Those male students expressed that they must not let Xu Yan deceive Yi Shuiyu. The male students in Han Yi's class were even more angry, glaring at Xu Yan downstairs. Although it was on the first floor, Xu Yan also heard the comments of those male students, but he didn't care at all. Instead he felt even more proud. I just want to pick up your goddess, after I get it, taste it slowly, you Diao fans will be jealous. Thinking of this, Xu Yan raised the loudspeaker again and shouted, Shuiyu, can you please come down, I want to give you a gift in front of the whole school, to show my heart. Yi Shuiyu's face became more and more cold at this time, and she didn't say a word. Han Yi didn't care at all. In his opinion, this kid was like a clown who didn't threaten him at all. He even smiled 10 times at Yi Shuiyu to signal her not to be too nervous. Yi Shuiyu's face immediately relaxed, she was not afraid of other things, but was afraid of Han Yi's misunderstanding. Now Han Yi comforted her instead, she immediately let go of her heart, a smile appeared on her face again, and she smiled sweetly at Han Yi. Xu Yan waited for a while, but there was no response, and immediately thought that Yi Shuiyu was shy and didn't dare to come down, so he shouted, Shuiyu, I love you, promise me. Promise him, promise him, promise him. Many people booed excitedly, more and more people howled excitedly, and the whole school was quickly alarmed. This scene made Xu Yan even more proud, but made Yi Shuiyu even more dissatisfied. Xu Yan turned a blind eye to her dissatisfaction, but instead looked at her affectionately, and said affectionately, Shuiyu, I have liked you for a long time. I walked up to you in person, just to confess my love to you. I hope you can be my girlfriend, I will definitely treat you well, you are the only one I have loved for so many years. When the students around heard such affectionate words, some were envious, while others got goosebumps and felt disgusted. Yi Shuiyu's face was full of chills, and she looked at Xu Yan with cold eyes. Student, please respect yourself. You can't call me my name. If you want to call you can call the teacher. Also, I don't have any feelings for you, and we are only meeting each other for the first time. Please stop your so-called confession behavior and don't say such things in the future. The students around were surprised when they heard Yi Shuiyu say that, because if they wanted to come, even if they didn't accept it, they wouldn't speak ill of each other, they would just refuse politely. Unexpectedly, Yi Shuiyu not only rejected Xu Yan, but also directly reprimanded him coldly, a bit beyond the expectations of the students. Only Han Yi's classmates knew something was wrong, because they often attended Yi Shuiyu's class and knew her temper, so when they saw that Yi Shuiyu didn't give Xu Yan a good face, they knew there was something good to watch. So they all looked at Xu Yan with strange faces. Xu Yan was also taken aback, but immediately smiled again. He thought that Yi Shuiyu was just unable to save the teacher's face, and was not really angry. So Xu Yan immediately said courteously, Shuiyu, don't you like this? I'm sorry, it was my fault. I made the decision without your consent, so I decided to perform a show for you and give you a gift to express my apology. What this said, people who didn't know it thought that he knew Yi Shuiyu very well, and could decide things without her consent. It seems that Xu Yan has a trick, Han Yi thought to himself. Hearing what Xu Yan said, Yi Shuiyu's face became even more ugly, and she said coldly, I said don't call me that, it's disgusting. I don't need any performances from you, and I don't want any gifts from you. Please give up such ridiculous thoughts and don't come near me again. This is already very harsh. The people around didn't dare to speak at all, the discussion stopped, and they all stared at Yi Shuiyu in a daze. Xu Yan was also a little dazed, this is not the rhythm he imagined at all. But he is still very confident, he believes that after watching his show and the gift he brought, Yi Shuiyu will definitely change her attitude. So he said confidently, "Soon, I will take up a little time for you, I think you will like it." The tone was confident yet domineering, completely ignoring Yi Shuiyu's objection. 168 The Magic Gods Hanging Show. Xu Yan is very confident and domineering. He thinks that Yi Shuiyu will definitely like his performance and gifts. And he didn't allow Yi Shuiyu to refuse at all. Because he is confident in his performance, he is even more confident in his gifts. He believed no woman could resist the allure of that gift. Han Yi, on the other hand, kept silent, folded his arms around his chest, leaned against the fence, and looked at him coldly. He really wanted to see what tricks that Xu Yan could play. When Xu Yan approached Han Yi just now, Han Yi got a system prompt. "Hey, I sense the existence of the protagonist, and I'm scanning." Protagonist, Xu Yan. Age, 21. Identity, King of Magic. Attributes, Strength 65, Speed 5 inches 380 inches 3, Reaction 86, Intelligence 68. Binding System, Magic King Training System. Golden Finger, 1000 Illusory Hands, Variety Magic, Illusion. System Evaluation. This is a system dedicated to cultivating the King of Magic. It is expected to achieve the status of King through magic. The protagonist Xu Yan is the only bound person. With the strength of the system, he has already emerged in Donghai City and has become a rising magic star in Donghai City. Friendly reminder, this is a magic system that can change in thousands of ways, even when it is practiced to the extreme, it can conjure anything. At this time, the opponent is pursuing the goddess Yi Shuiyu, please stop and defeat him. It turned out to be a magic system, no wonder others call him the god of magic, no wonder he is so confident. But no matter who dares to grab my woman's attention, he will definitely have a hard time, Han Yi thought secretly in his heart. And from Han Yi's point of view, this Xu Yan is just an actor, and he doesn't take it seriously at all. Xu Yan said that performing the show, those nympho girls were so happy that they were crazy, cheering and shouting wildly. This caused the whole school to become restless and booed crazily. Seeing those crazy students, Xu Yan was even more proud. You see, the show I performed is very popular. He put down the loudspeaker in his hand, flipped his hands, and with a bang, a hat suddenly appeared. Xu Yan threw the hat into the air, and the hat suddenly turned into dozens of white pigeons and flew into the air. Wow! Awesome! Call out! At this time, various screams and surprises sounded, and some boys whistled desperately. Although it was a very ordinary magic trick, Xu Yan's performance was superb, and some people who had never seen him perform applauded enthusiastically. Seeing everyone's cheers, Xu Yan's face became even brighter and his smile was brighter. He kept moving, and raised his hands upwards. A circle of balloons appeared around him, and the balloons were all tied with ribbons, but they could float beside him without rising or drifting away. Xu Yan took down one of the balloons, rubbed his hands, and the balloon immediately turned into a white silk scarf. Seeing this, the teachers and students who were watching the performance cheered endlessly, and most of them shouted desperately. Xu Yan smiled, put the white silk scarf into his coat pocket, then put his hand into the pocket, slowly withdrew his hand, and as his hand slowly pulled out, he actually took out a gift box the size of a bowl. If it was said that Xu Yan put it in his pocket in advance, it was impossible, because his pocket was mediocre and couldn't hold so many tormas. As the box appeared, Xu Yan suddenly threw the box into the middle of the balloon with both hands, and a surprising thing happened. When the box was thrown into the middle of the balloon, a white mist burst out suddenly, making it difficult to see what happened. After waiting for a few seconds, after the fog dissipated, everyone saw that the ribbon of the balloon seemed to be automatically tied to the gift box, and a heart bow was tied on it. But Xu Yan didn't touch the balloon with his hands at all, and the eyes of those students were straight. Seeing the gift box tied to the balloon in the air, Xu Yan blew lightly, and then the students saw that the balloon that had been floating beside Xu Yan slowly rose into the air, carrying the gift box and flying towards Yi Shuiyu obliquely, as if someone was pushing it from behind. Wow, that's amazing, how did he do it? Damn, you are indeed the god of magic, it's just unbelievable. I can't, you help me, I'm so handsome. Shu Yan folded his hands back, revealing a confident WeChat, watching the balloon with the gift box slowly flying towards Yi Shuiyu, feeling proud in his heart. Before getting this Magic King training system, although Shu Yan was a rich second generation, with a background in his family and a lot of money, he was not as eye-catching as he is now. Be adored. All this is because of the emergence of the magic system, which changed him. With the help of the magic system, he began to thrive in Donghai City, and was known as the god of magic, and he suddenly emerged in the magic world. Because of the existence of the system's magic tricks, Shu Yan can learn any magic tricks and see any magic tricks immediately, and he can learn all kinds of magic tricks, and he can perform them better than anyone else. Moreover, he also searched for various Chinese and foreign magic performances on the internet, and he absorbed and studied everything he could find, and he knew everything. Not only that, he also collected all kinds of ancient books through his family relationship, looking for all kinds of ancient tricks and absorbing them. It can be said that most of the magic and tricks in Shu Yan today are basically the same as the plenary session. He can absorb and learn after seeing it once. Moreover, his Qianhuan hands are extremely fast, and using them in magic really makes his magic even more unbelievable. He also has 2.1 Phantom, which adds to the fantasy of magic. The cloud of fog that erupted when the gift box was thrown into the middle of the balloon just now was expressed by him using the Phantom technique. So Shu Yan was very confident, watching the balloon with the gift box slowly stop in front of Yi Shuiyu, floating in midair. Then, Shu Yan's finger was a little empty, and the gift box was slowly and automatically opened. At this time, the gift inside the gift box was revealed to everyone. It was a sparkling diamond ring. Everyone exclaimed in unison, but they didn't expect it to be a diamond ring. After the gift box was opened, Shu Yan's voice also reached Yi Shuiyu's ears. Shuiyu, be my girlfriend, I love you. 169 Fuck, this is the rhythm of playing teacher-student romance. Shuiyu, be my girlfriend, I love you. The voice of Shu Yan's sincere confession came from below. Everyone didn't know how to express their feelings at this moment. Wow, so romantic. This is my dream confession scene. It's unbelievable, how did he do it? Remote control. If someone confesses to me like this, I will absolutely agree. Those girls are really going crazy. Once such a big killer is brought out, there are almost no girls who don't like it or be moved. Those girls all looked at Yi Shuiyu enviously, wishing that they were the ones who confessed. Let me just say that no one can stop this trump card. Those nymphomaniacs are going crazy. Shuiyu must have never seen someone who is so handsome as me and can perform magic tricks so well. I don't believe she won't accept it this time. Shu Yan thought narcissistically, his chin raised high, and he was very proud. At this time, everyone looked at Yi Shuiyu fixedly, wanting to see how she would accept it. Shu Yan also kept staring at Yi Shuiyu, wanting to see her surprised and touched expression. It's a pity that Yi Shuiyu let them down. At this time, she couldn't help but look ugly, her eyes were cold, and there was a burst of anger. Then, except for Han Yi, a move that caught everyone's mind happened. With a sound of "paw," the gift box was slapped flying by Yi Shuiyu and fell to the ground. I don't care about any gifts from you, and your performance is nothing extraordinary in my opinion. Let me tell you again, I don't have any feelings for you. Please don't harass me in the future. Do you understand? Get out. Yi Shuiyu looked at Shu Yan with a frosty face and said. The teaching building, which was originally noisy, suddenly became silent now. The people around who saw the scene just now looked dull, unable to believe that what they saw was true. There is actually a woman who doesn't like such a confession, let it be if she doesn't like it, and even throws away the gift, and scolds the other party not to harass her anymore. What kind of plot reversal is this? The surrounding melon-eating people said they couldn't understand it. They looked at Yi Shuiyu who was looking angry, and they were very sensible and kept silent, not wanting to get angry. Shu Yan also had a dull expression on his face. He opened his mouth and looked at Yi Shuiyu in shock, unable to believe it was true. And Yi Shuiyu gave him a stern warning once again, which made him, who had been going smoothly and tried everything, even doubt his life a little bit. Shu Yan, who came back to his senses, had an embarrassing and angry expression, and pointed at Yi Shuiyu, "You." But he couldn't say anything. Shu Yan felt very ashamed. This was something he had never experienced before. For a long time, even if the girls he pursued refused, they would still refuse them politely. They would not refuse so directly and forcefully. Who knew that Yi Shuiyu played cards so unconventionally? She refused twice, and each time was tougher than the last, and she was still in front of the teachers and students, which made Shu Jie feel very humiliated. So Shu Yan had an embarrassed expression and angry eyes, but he didn't know what to say or how to proceed. At this moment, Han Yi, who was standing next to Yi Shuiyu, shouted in disgust, "What are you? Shuiyu is also something you can call. She is also something you can point to. Put down your dog paw. Get out." Shu Yan had never encountered a rejection scene before, so he was a little at a loss. Just at this moment Han Yi opened his mouth, making him instantly feel as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. Although Han Yi was mocking him, at least he gave him a step down and let him know what to do next. Yes, after Han Yi opened his mouth, Shu Yan thought, since he couldn't impress Yi Shuiyu, he should use his strength to shock her. If he didn't pretend to be forceful at this time, let alone when someone jumped out and stepped on him. Thinking of this, Shu Yan sneered in his heart, put away his embarrassing expression, looked at Han Yi coldly and said, "Who are you? How I call Shuiyu is my business, it's none of your business, and also, hasn't your family taught you what quality is?" As the protagonist, Shu Yan is not afraid of things at all, and when he sees someone jumping out, he immediately becomes angry. Originally, Han Yi didn't care much about this clown, but he intended to get Yi Shuiyu's hands, so Han Yi stepped on him. But hearing that Shu Yan dared to insult his family was absolutely unbearable. This time, Han Yi would not stop until he stomped on the ground and gave Han Yi a few ruthless rubs. "Very good," Han Yi sneered. Then, he made a move that once again stunned everyone. Han Yi stretched out his hand and hugged Yi Shuiyu, who was next to him, and wrapped his arm around Yi Shuiyu's slender waist, then turned his head and kissed her face. "Now you know who I am. If you have nothing to do, get out of the way, show me some tricks, and don't make yourself uncomfortable." Han Yi looked at Shu Yan mockingly. Since Shu Yan dared to provoke him, there was no need for Han Yi to give him shame, and he could be ashamed as he wanted. Yi Shuiyu, who was hugged and kissed by Han Yi, knew the seriousness, so she didn't push Han Yi away, but just rolled her eyes at Han Yi. That intimacy was very different from that of Shu Jia. At this time, Shu Yan saw that Han Yi dared to put his arms around Yi Shuiyu, and even kissed him, and suddenly he was furious, and his expression became very ugly. And when he saw that Yi Shuiyu was still obedient, he just gave Han a blank look, and felt that the anger in his chest was about to explode, driving him crazy. "Who the hell are you? You must have coerced Shuiyu. Let Shuiyu go quickly, or I will make you look good," Shu Yan said to Han Yi through gritted teeth. Not only Shu Yan was going crazy, but the students around him were also going crazy. They didn't expect the plot to develop so fast. They immediately jumped from one scene to another, which made them a little overwhelmed. And, what did they see? Damn, I must be dazzled, my goddess was hugged and even kissed. A man looked in disbelief. It's more than that, the goddess looks very willing. It's Han Yi, my god, playing teacher-student romance. Another boy murmured with a look of lovelessness. No, it's not true, I don't believe my goddess is already married. Those students were shocked. They didn't expect the twists and turns of today's development, and they didn't expect that the flower of Donghai University's popular goddess had been picked off by Han Yi. So at this time, the teaching building was full of wolves roaring, and mourners were everywhere, but Shu Yan had already been frightened stupid. 170 I am your righteous son. At this time, wolves roared in the teaching building, and mourning was everywhere. Those who didn't know thought something terrible had happened. The teachers were also shocked. They didn't expect that Mrs. Yi, who was usually not indifferent to others, had already become famous and was still a student in her class. The students in Han Yi's class were even more shocked. They knew that Han Yi was awesome, but they didn't know that he was so awesome that he got their goddess without making any noise. Only Lu Jiayu didn't say anything, looking at Han Yi and the others with gloomy eyes, feeling extremely complicated in her heart. Shu Yan's face turned red and his eyes were about to squirt when he heard the people's discussions around him. As the protagonist, he has always pretended to slap others in the face all the way. He has never failed or been slapped in the face. I didn't expect that today. I thought it was safe, but I was rejected many times, and a passerby came out and slapped him in the face, and he stole the limelight. How could he bear it? And he can't believe it's true at all. Why is there such a big gap between Yi Shuiyu leading him and Han Yi's attitude? You don't need to know who I am, and you don't have the right to know. Shuiyu is my woman. Get the hell out of me. Don't think you're cheating just because you can perform some little tricks. Go cool off, Han Yi said disdainfully. Hearing what Han Yi said, Shu Yan's eyes turned red. Obviously he was very irritated. Shu Yan raised his head, looked at Han Yi crazily and said, I don't care who you are. If you let Shuiyu go and leave her today, I will let you go, otherwise you will know that there are some people in this world that you can't mess with. Then he turned his head to Yi Shuiyu and said with a self-righteous face, Shuiyu, he must have coerced you, right? Don't be afraid. If you have anything to tell me, I will help you solve it. Leave him, I will make your life better. I am your real son. Yi Shuiyu faced Shu Yan with an expressionless face, and said coldly, he didn't threaten me, everything was done voluntarily, and I really like him. Please don't pester me in the future. As far as that is concerned, please respect yourself. Impossible, he must have used some tricks, right? What's so good about him? What else do you like about him besides his pretty face? I'm different. I know all kinds of magic tricks, and I'm omnipotent. I'm still the young master of the Shu family. I can give you anything you want. If you follow me, your life will be carefree from now on. Leave him. Shu Yan refused to give up. However, he was doomed to be disappointed. Yi Shuiyu said impatiently, I don't lack anything. Even if I don't have anything, Han Yi will let me get it. You're the young master of the Shu family. How about when? Because Shu Yan just came to Tunghai University not long ago, he knew nothing about Han Yi, and because he thought highly of himself, he didn't think Han Yi could compare to him, so he stepped down on Han Yi, which made Yi Shuiyu even more disgusted. No, you don't know how strong I am. Shu Yan roared frantically. Yi Shuiyu's tone hurt him very much. Then, with a wave of his hand, countless white pigeons appeared out of thin air and flew towards the sky, which was extremely spectacular. This was more than that. He raised his hand up again. All the balloons on the ground were lifted into the air, and then formed a heart shape in the air, which was really beautiful. See, I can conjure these things at will, and I am an omnipotent god. What is he? Can he do it? I still have more powerful magic tricks that I haven't shown yet. He is not worthy of you at all, and he is not worthy of being my opponent. You can only get happiness if you follow me, Shu Yan said proudly. As soon as he performed the magic trick, he seemed to have found his home court an advantage, and looked at Han Yi and Yi Shuiyu proudly. Wow, so spectacular. Is this real? That's awesome. Is this really magic? It's simply shocking. My admiration is like a torrent of river water. Apparently, the revelation of this magic skill shocked the teachers and students who were quietly watching the development of the situation again. Everyone was amazed. They didn't expect magic to be so powerful, so those girls looked at Yi Shuiyu who rejected Shu Yan, and it was very difficult to understand. Some of Shu Yan's admirers booed again. Promise him. Promise him. Promise him. The students quickly followed suit. Hearing these shouts, Shu Yan raised his chin even higher, looking at Han Yi provocatively. When he thought about it, Han Yi definitely didn't have anything comparable to him, so he showed his hand just to see if Han Yi would respond. In Shu Yan's mind, if Han Yi didn't have any outstanding features, he would definitely look very gloomy under his own light. If he still had a little shame, he would take the initiative to leave Yi Shuiyu himself. So Shu Yan looked at Han Yi provocatively, to see if he would be as he thought. It's a pity that he is destined to be disappointed many times today, because he doesn't know Han Yi at all, not even a little bit about his opponent. With disdain in his eyes, Han looked at the clown-like Shu Yan and said with a sneer, Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me telling you to get lost? As soon as he heard Han Yi's words, Shu Yan's anger rose steadily. Now Shu Yan couldn't even keep his smile on the surface anymore. He looked at Han Yi angrily. Fuck you MB, who do you think you are? I've seen a lot of people like you. Come down and compete with me if you have the skills, don't stay by Shui Yu's side if you don't, you hot chick. Han Yi saw that he had completely exposed his true nature, that he couldn't even maintain his superficial skills. The promise was good, so he became even more disdainful, shook his head, and said mockingly, whether I have the ability, you will see it soon, I hope you like it. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Shu Yan's reaction, he fixed his eyes on Shu Yan and shouted in his heart, forcibly hypnotized. Then, Shu Yan, who was about to say something, was suddenly attracted by Han Yi's eyes. Han Yi's eyes magnified infinitely in front of his eyes, like a vortex, spinning rapidly, and attracted Shu Yan's mind at once. Immediately afterwards, Shu Yan's consciousness darkened. But his body is still standing there, but if you look carefully, you will find that his eyes are not focused at all, not at all bright, and a little dull. Seeing that Shu Yan was hypnotized, Han Yi turned his head to Yi Shuiyu and said gently, Shuiyu, let me ask him to perform some more shows for you, okay? 171. Don't you want to see my skills? The second one, please subscribe. Seeing that Shu Yan was hypnotized, Han Yi turned to Yi Shuiyu and said softly, Shuiyu, can I ask him to perform another show for you? Yi Shuiyu looked at Han Yi with puzzled eyes. He believed that Han Yi would not say this for no reason, but she couldn't understand how Shu Yan could listen to Han Yi's words. But she still smiled very cooperatively and said, okay, let's see what else he can perform. The surrounding students were also puzzled. Why did Han Yi say this suddenly? They looked at Han Yi with doubts, then at Shu Yan, but they didn't see anything. Han Yi ignored them, and said to Shu Yan at the bottom in an orderly tone, come on, give us a striptease. Those teachers and students didn't expect that the show Han Yi was talking about was this, and suddenly some people looked at Han Yi with suspicious eyes. And those admirers of Shu Yan looked at Han Yi as if they were idiots, thinking how could Shu Yan do what Han Yi said, and even dance striptease in public. However, what happened next surprised everyone, and they didn't dare to place 430 times at all. Everyone saw that Shu Yan nodded numbly after Han Yi finished speaking, and then really started to striptease. There was no music at the scene, but it could still be seen that Shu Yan danced very intently and vigorously, as if he was really serious about dancing. With the twisting of the body, Shu Yan's clothes began to be taken off one by him, and he threw them on the ground. Moreover, Shu Yan was showing off very much, scratching his head and making poses, as if a stripper girl was dancing her body to her heart's content. Everyone stared at Shu Yan in astonishment, watching him twist his body to his heart's content. Although he danced very ugly, what everyone saw was not his dancing posture, but Shu Yan actually listened to Han Yi's words. This rhythm is wrong. People who were angry at each other just now actually do a striptease when they are told to do a striptease. Is this for an act or a joke invited by a monkey? Many people couldn't believe it, but looking at Shu Yan who was twisting his body to his heart's content, he had to believe it was true. At this time, Shu Yan's upper body has already taken off only one piece of clothing. I believe it won't take long, long, and it will be finished if he doesn't stop. No, it seems something is wrong, please take a closer look. An admirer of Shu Yan couldn't believe what happened before him, so he fixed his eyes on Shu Yan, observed carefully, and finally found something wrong. Everyone was also happy to watch Shu Yan's performance, but when they heard someone say something was wrong, many people began to feel something was wrong, because it was too inconsistent with Shu Yan's nature. So everyone stared at Shu Yan carefully, and saw that although Shu Yan was dancing very seriously, his eyes were dull and his expression was dull, like a puppet. This time, everyone could see that something was wrong. What happened? How did Shu Xiao behave like this? It seems to be hypnotized. A student said uncertainly. As soon as these words were uttered, it was as if a bomb had been dropped in the crowd, and it exploded immediately. What? Is it hypnotized? Impossible. It seems to be hypnotized, otherwise how could you be so obedient? But how did this happen? No one did anything to Shu Yan. Could it be him? The person who said this suddenly looked at Han Yi in shock. After hearing what he said, everyone came to their senses and looked at Han Yi with incredulous expressions. Don't have to guess it's Han Yi, because Shu Yan danced the striptease only after listening to Han Yi, who else but Han Yi? But how did Han Yi do it? People around are very puzzled. Could it be that Han Yi can already hypnotize through space? How powerful is this? Facing everyone's puzzled and shocked expressions, Han Yi smiled, but didn't speak. Instead, Yi Shuiyu couldn't help asking, Han Yi, did you do this? When everyone heard Yi Shuiyu's question, they all pricked up their ears, wanting to hear what Han Yi had to say. Yes, I did it. Since he likes to perform so much, let him perform more. Han Yi said lightly, and then continued to look at Xu Yan who was performing below. Hearing Han Yi's affirmative words, everyone was really shocked and inexplicably shocked, and there was an uproar immediately. Damn it, this is the great god, he can actually hypnotize you through space, how did he do it? I also want to ask, can you hypnotize people just by looking at it like this? It's unbelievable. Is this hypnotism? Is there such a powerful hypnotism? I have learned a lot. A teacher exclaimed. Han Yi's hand is more shocking than Xu Yan's magic performance just now, because Han Yi's performance is too mysterious and unpredictable. Just a glance at Xu Yan upstairs can hypnotize people. What is power if it is not powerful? So at this time, the surrounding students looked at Han Yi from nothing but admiration. On the contrary, Xu Yan, who was still wriggling his body at the bottom, was like a clown. So at this time, those students didn't have the surprised and worshipping eyes when they looked at Xu Yan. The plot has more than twists and turns, the reversal is so fast. Xu Yan, who was dancing to his heart's content, was hypnotized, completely unaware of what he was doing. Suddenly, just when Xu Yan was about to take off his shirt, his body shook, he shivered suddenly, and then stopped immediately. Because Xu Yan suddenly woke up, he didn't have any focused eyes, and after a few seconds of pause, he immediately became clear. After Xu Yan woke up, he first looked at his hands, then his body, his face flushed immediately, and he hurriedly picked up the clothes on the ground and put them on. Seeing Xu Yan flustered, the people upstairs burst into laughter again, which made Xu Yan even more wish there was a hole in the ground to drill into. After getting dressed, Xu Yan stared at Han Yi as if his eyes could shoot fire, and asked, "Damn it, what did you do to me?" Han Yi smiled contemptuously and said, "Don't you want to see what I'm capable of? I'll let you have a look. I told you you'd like it. How about it? It's okay, right?" When Xu Yan heard Han Yi say this, he suddenly became angry from embarrassment. He only felt that a wave of anger was about to burst out of his head, and his face was cold and frightening. 172 Is this magic? Is this really magic? After Xu Yan heard Han Yi's words, he was almost mad with anger. He had never lost such a big face, never been humiliated like this. It's okay to be rejected again and again, and was slapped in the face by a random student, and was hypnotized by him to perform a striptease. This was something Xu Yan had never experienced before. Seeing that everyone upstairs seemed to be laughing at him, Xu Yan gritted his teeth. Xu Yan felt that if he couldn't get back the scene, he wouldn't have to show up at school in the future, and he would become a big joke. Just when Xu Yan was furious, his system suddenly and unexpectedly appeared. Hey, I found that the host's anger value has reached a critical point. The system will strengthen the host once, and all the attributes of the host will increase by 10 points. Hearing this reminder, Xu Yan was overjoyed. He didn't expect the system to come in such a timely manner, and he became stronger again. This is more than that, there is one more tip. Hey, the system finds that the host is being suppressed and does not match the identity of the protagonist, so a mission is issued to the host. Xu Yan saw that it was actually a counterattack mission, which showed that Xu Yan's system also felt Xu Yan's disadvantage. Counterattack task. In view of the fact that the host is suppressed by the opponent and is at a disadvantage, as the only bound person of the Magic King training system, the protagonist of this world cannot be suppressed like this, and must counterattack. Please use the strongest magic to defeat the opponent. After success, strengthen the host again. If it fails, the system will automatically block the golden finger for 10 days. Seeing this counterattack mission, Xu Yan was overjoyed at first, and then surprised when he saw the penalty for failure. Failure would actually result in him being banned from golden finger for 10 days. But at this time Xu Yan was not worried about failure at all, because not only was he strengthened once by the system, but also because he didn't use his strongest trump card. Before he became a magician, it was a kind of small tricks, which was very common, but he added the illusion technique to it, which made it very shocking. And before he was hypnotized by Han Yi, he was completely unprepared, and just did a striptease in public. This time Xu Yan decided to guard against Han Yi's hypnotism, and then took out his strongest magic. Let Han Yi and Yi Shuiyu see. Let the teachers and students see that he is the most powerful person, he is the protagonist, and let those who laugh at him stare out their eyes. In fact, it only took a few seconds from Xu Yan's system strengthening to the announcement of the counterattack mission. The people around only saw that Xu Yan was greatly stimulated by Han Yi's words, and they were stunned for a few seconds, and their expressions immediately changed. After receiving the counterattack mission, Xu Yan was ecstatic in his heart, his face changed for a while, and everyone looked at it inexplicably. They all felt that Xu Yan might have been stimulated a bit abnormally. But at this moment, Xu Yan raised his head, showed a contemptuous and mocking smile, and said coldly to Han Yi, "Okay, since you have shown me your ability, then I will also show you my strongest magic trick." Han Yi was completely indifferent, looking at Xu Yan casually, not caring about his strongest magic at all. But those teachers and students, when they heard that Xu Yan was going to perform the strongest magic trick, they immediately became excited. Although Xu Yan was hypnotized just now and lost face, the magic he performed was still very interesting, and everyone became interested. The strongest magic. What is it? I don't know, but the name seems very popular. Is Xu Yan about to rise up? Haha, let's see what is the strongest magic. Suddenly there was a chaotic discussion upstairs. Xu Yan looked at Han Yi mockingly again, and with a wave of his hand, a rope as thick as a thumb suddenly appeared on the ground. The rope was very long, coiled dozens of times on the ground, like a snake, but it grew a lot. Seeing the rope appearing on the ground, everyone was very surprised. What kind of magic is this going to perform? Only Xu Yan knew what kind of magic this was. Magic is also called juggling in ancient times, and juggling is magic. And the trick that Xu Yan is going to perform is the legend of ancient tricks, the legend of the magic world, and it is not an exaggeration to call it the strongest trick. That's Tongtiansuo. This is the strongest trick that Xu Yan finally learned after studying all the ancient books and practicing it many times. The show begins. The end of the long rope on the ground suddenly stood upright like a snake's head without wind, and everyone was immediately attracted, stopped communicating, and looked at Xu Yan fixedly. Xu Yan put his hands back, then raised his right foot, stepped on the end of the rope, and then bent the end of the rope 20 centimeters down, making the end of the rope parallel to the ground, like a figure 7. Seeing this, Xu Yan also stepped on the other foot, just enough to stand. Yes, that's right, standing Xu Yan actually stood firmly on the rope. It is really unbelievable that a small soft rope can bear the weight of a person and let people stand on it. All the students and teachers looked at Xu Yan with their mouths wide open, shocked. But what is even more shocking is yet to come. Xu Yan smiled contemptuously, raised his chin, and started to lift off slowly. It turned out that the long rope at this time seemed to be pulled by something in the sky, and it was actually pushing Xu Yan straight up into the air, which was extremely miraculous. Xu Yan slowly lifted into the air, and soon surpassed the height of Han Yi's floor, and reached the same height as the top floor of the teaching building. Those teachers and students stared at the miraculous scene in front of them dumbfounded, still couldn't believe their eyes, couldn't believe it was real. If you look from a distance, you will find that there is a rope standing upright in front of the teaching building, and there is a person standing on the top of the rope. Is this really magic? Those teachers and students are going crazy. What the fuck, is this magic? What the hell is magic? I think it must be that I didn't sleep well and my eyes were blurred. Wow, the god of magic, I love you, you are a god. A nympho shouted crazily. At this time, everyone came back to their senses, looking at the god-like man in midair, they were all amazed, it is indeed the strongest trick. Some quick response students picked up their mobile phones and frantically took pictures, and they wanted to keep this scene. Seeing someone taking pictures, people who reacted also picked up their mobile phones to take pictures frantically, all with a frenzied look. They believe that this corpse will definitely make tomorrow's headlines. 173 If you can go to heaven, I can let you go to earth, do you believe it or not? As soon as Xu Yan took out his strongest magic, the effect was really extraordinary, shocking like a miracle. Those teachers and students were exclaiming crazily and taking pictures crazily, wanting to record this scene. They have never seen such a magic trick, such the strongest trick, someone can fly into the sky with a rope. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe it, and they might even spit it out. But now the facts are in front of everyone, and they can't help but not believe it. They also want others to see this kind of miracle, so they frantically took pictures and recorded videos, and then prepared to upload them on the internet. Xu Yan, who was in midair at this time, was very proud of seeing everyone's reactions, and even specially put up a pause for everyone to take pictures. Xu Yan looked at Han Yi condescendingly. 340, finally got rid of the mold, and the world regained the feeling of being in control, which is very wonderful. Xu Yan, who had regained his confidence, stood in midair and looked around the entire campus, feeling that the whole world is wonderful, and he is the protagonist after all, invincible. This feeling made him deeply fascinated. Then, he lowered his head and looked at Han Yi beside Yi Shuiyu, with a disdainful smile on his lips again. Xu Yan waited for the teachers and students to finish taking pictures, and then he tapped his feet lightly. Everyone saw that the rope seemed to be very obedient, and immediately lowered the height slowly, so that Xu Jie fell to the same height as Yi Shui. Then Xu Yan tapped his toes again. This time the rope neither rose nor lowered, but moved slowly, bringing Xu Yan to the front of Yi Shuiyu. The teachers and students once again let out all sorts of surprised cries, looking at Xu Yan, who was in control of the air. No one questioned him now, and more people looked at him with admiration. Xu Yan, who came in front of Yi Shuiyu, was on the same level as Yi Shuiyu, and then looked at Yi Shuiyu affectionately, with a low tone, and said affectionately, "Shuiyu, my love for you is so strong and so deep, can you please give me a chance, even if it is a chance to compete with him? I am willing to go through fire and water and give everything for you." When the girls around heard such an affectionate confession, they couldn't help but clasp their hands tightly to their chests, and their eyes were about to burst out when they looked at Xu Yan. But Yi Shuiyu still had a cold face, glanced at Xu Yan, and didn't speak. "Shuiyu, did you see it? This is my strongest magic, isn't it shocking? Isn't it very powerful? If you are with me, I will show you all kinds of good-looking magic tricks every day in the future, to make you happy." Seeing that Yi Shuiyu didn't speak, Xu Yan didn't give up at all, and even showed off his magic tricks. Yi Shuiyu ignored him at all, just looked at Xu Yan, who was standing in midair at this time. She was indeed a little shocked just now. She didn't expect his magic to be so strong. But after seeing Han Yi's more fantastic performances, which are as incredible as a myth, and looking at Xu Yan now, he didn't feel much shock, but felt very childish. So she just glanced at Xu Yan, who was talking in the air, ignored him, then turned her head and looked at Han Yi tenderly, thinking that Han Yi was much prettier than any magic tricks. Xu Yan, who was in midair, saw that Yi Shuiyu didn't care about his confession, ignored his showing off, and thought it was normal anyway, but he didn't look at himself anymore, but turned his head to look at Han Yi tenderly, which made Xu Yan's complacent thoughts suddenly drop, and his face was gloomy. Everyone was amazed at the magic performed by Xu Yan. Only Han Yi and Yi Shuiyu dismissed it, which made Xu Yan's anger show signs of breaking out again. Xu Yan looked at Han Yi with a gloomy face, and his voice was a little crazy, but also a little provocative. "Han Yi, I know you can hypnotize, but my strongest magic is much better than your hypnotism. Can you do it? Can you fly into the sky? Can you compare? If you have a better ability, show me it. Don't just hypnotize others to do some ridiculous things, show some real skills." Han Yi looked at Xu Yan in front of him, as if he was looking at a clown, and said mockingly, "Hey, the Tongtian rope, it looks amazing. It's flying in the sky, it's quite spectacular, it scared me, I thought it was some awesome magic trick." Then his expression changed immediately. He put away his sarcasm, and said with a gloomy face, "In my opinion, you are a hot chicken. You think Fatian is awesome, jumping up and down like an idiot, and you think you are cool. In fact, everyone is watching a monkey show, and you have to be seductive. If you show some embarrassment, you dare to open the dying room, idiot." Not giving Xu Yan a chance to refute, Han Yi continued, "I have already warned you not to harass my woman anymore. What magic trick do you dare to play with me? Yes, you are very courageous, I hope you can stand up later." Xu Yan's face turned red and his eyes were about to burst into flames. He didn't expect that Han Yi, who he provoked first, would be ridiculed and disdainful by him, and threatened himself again. How could Xu Yan bear it? So Shu Yan's face was ugly, and he gritted his teeth, as if to suppress his impulse. He said word by word, "Okay, your verbal skill is much better than your hypnotism, but I hope you don't just talk. If you are a man, show some real skills. If you have the ability, don't use hypnotism." Although Shu Yan was extremely furious at this time, he was still a little bit guilty, still afraid that Han Yi would use hypnotism to hypnotize him and perform some embarrassing programs again. It was because Han Yi's hypnotism was hard to defend against, and Shu Yan didn't know how to resist it at all. At this time, the majority of teachers and students have been dazzled by the infinite reversal 1.1 and all kinds of shocking magic tricks, but there are still some people who were overwhelmed by Han Yi's hypnotism just now, and shouted loudly at this moment, "Master Han, let him see with 10 hands." This person obviously knew Han Yi's identity. "Show me. Show me. Show me." Those students who supported Han Yi were booing wildly, most of them were male students. Obviously because of Shu Yan's performance, he has become the common enemy of the majority of boys, and Han Yi can suppress him, so it seems normal for them to support Han Yi. Han Yi smiled, looked at Shu Yan with weird eyes, and said, "I don't have any real skills, and I can't fly into the sky, and I don't hypnotize you, but if you can go to the sky, I can let you go to the ground. Do you believe it?" 174 I am the god of the magic world. The second one, please subscribe. Han Yi didn't say any impassioned big words, nor was he very excited to express himself, he just said that sentence lightly. But just this sentence made Shu Yan feel as if he had been humiliated endlessly, and his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Shu Yan felt that Han Yi was too irritating, saying that he could let himself go to the ground without hypnotizing himself, isn't that insulting himself? In Shu Yan's magic field, he felt that he was a god, and no one could control his magic except himself. But Han Yi kept saying that he could get himself off the ground, which made Shu Yan furious. Okay, I want to see how you let me go to the ground." Shu Yan said 3 good words, which shows how angry he is at this time. Shu Yan tapped his toes, and the rope moved horizontally, bringing Shu Yan back to the previous position, 5 or 6 meters away from Han Yi, and 3 floors above the ground. He just stood in midair with disdain and looked at Han Yi, wanting to see how he could get himself off the ground. "I am the god of the magic world. If I don't go down by myself, no one will let me go down." Shu Yan thought to himself. Although those students asked Han Yi to show his hand, they didn't expect him to say such a sentence. At this time, they also wanted to see how Han Yi made Shu Yan go to the ground. Han Yi looked at Shu Yan, who was in midair, with a strange expression, and smiled mockingly. He ordered in his heart, "System, shield me from the system that interferes with him." "Yes, accept the order." After receiving the order, the system immediately took action. Drip, the interference starts, the interference fails, and 30 achievement points are consumed. Drip, the interference starts again, if the interference fails, 30 achievement points will be consumed. Drip, start to interfere again, if the interference succeeds, 30 achievement points will be consumed, and the opponent's Magic King training system will be blocked from interference for 3 minutes. All this process took only a few seconds, no one knew what happened, but Han Yi didn't expect to interfere 3 times before he succeeded, which surprised him a bit. But it didn't affect anything. The moment the system successfully shielded the interference, Shu Yan in the air reacted. Shu Yan felt it the moment the system was disturbed, and felt that all the power in his body had been lost, as if it had been sealed by something. Shu Yan was completely panicked at this moment, his face changed drastically, his confidence in controlling everything suddenly collapsed, and he shouted in his heart, "System, come out for me, what's going on?" But his system didn't respond at all. Just when Shu Yan wanted to say something more, he suddenly remembered something, and his face was terrified. He was about to look down at his feet in horror, but he hadn't waited for him to react. "Ah!" An incomparably miserable scream came from Shu Yan's mouth, trying to break the eardrum. Then, there was a bang. The scream was followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, and then it was suddenly quiet. Upstairs was also silent, without any sound. Only Han Yi looked at Shu Yan, who fell to the ground with a mocking expression. "Can someone tell me what happened?" a girl murmured. But it was this sound that detonated the originally silent scene. "Wow, what the hell happened? The magic failed. Could it be that Han Yi really did this? How could Xu Yan be so obedient? Could it be hypnotized again? It doesn't seem like it. At this time, the students and teachers were startled by this sudden incident. It was too sudden to see Xu Yan, who was originally moving freely in midair, fell down all of a sudden. No, it wasn't sudden. Xu Yan fell after Han Yi yelled. Some students had already reacted and looked at Han Yi in shock. Those students and teachers saw that Xu Yan, who was originally aloof and miraculous, fell down after being yelled by Han Yi. It was really unbelievable. Ah, will he fall to his death? A female classmate suddenly asked in horror. Yes, you won't fall to your death, will you? As soon as this sentence was uttered, the noisy crowd immediately stopped their discussion, and instead stretched their heads to look downstairs. At this moment they finally thought of Xu Yan and wanted to see how he was doing. Some of Xu Yan's admirers ran downstairs anxiously, very worried about Xu Yan. Han Yi wasn't worried at all, because this was only 3 stories high, and it wasn't the highest height that Xu Yan rose to in the first place. Moreover, Xu Yan, as the protagonist, has a much stronger physique than ordinary people. Although he will be seriously injured, he will not fall to his death. So Han Yi just looked down indifferently. Those admirers of Xu Yan immediately ran to Xu Yan's side to check his condition. They saw that Xu Yan's legs were deformed at this time, obviously broken, and there was a pool of blood on the ground, which should have been spit out by him. Moreover, Xu Yan's face was pale, his hair was disheveled, and he was unconscious on the ground, with 583 obvious bloodstains on the corner of his mouth, looking very embarrassed. Xu Yan's admirers were surprised when they saw such a miserable god of magic. Is this the god of magic in their minds? The majority of teachers and students upstairs saw Xu Yan like this, and it was difficult to adapt. They didn't expect to be knocked off the altar in a blink of an eye. The people downstairs shook Xu Yan gently to see if they could wake him up. After Xu Yan was called for a while, he opened his eyes and woke up. But he immediately screamed again, obviously awakening the pain in his body. He already knew what happened. Looking at his seriously injured body, broken legs, and the glaring pool of blood on the ground, he told Xu Yan that he really fell from the sky, and the fall was extremely miserable. But he still refused to believe that this was true. He was always confident in his magic and never made a mistake. But this time, there was no reminder from the system at all, as if the system had disappeared instead. This made it very difficult for Xu Yan, who only came to prominence with the system, to adapt without the system. He has nothing. He knew it must be Han Yi's fault, and only Han Yi. 175 Damn, this is the real magic. After Xu Yan woke up from the coma, he couldn't believe his failure, but the seriously injured body in front of him told him that this was not an illusion. Xu Yan's face was pale, but he stared at Han Yi with red eyes. He knew that it must be Han Yi's fault, and there could be no one else. Because it was Han Yi who said to let him go to the ground, he went to the ground. And this time even his system disappeared. That kind of feeling wanted to drain all the strength in the body, it was irresistible at all. Xu Yan felt that Han Yi didn't use hypnotism this time, so he felt even more horrified. Han Yi actually has the ability to make the system disappear, which is too scary. At this time, Xu Yan looked at Han Yi with fear and despair, resentment and anger. Those admirers looked at Xu Yan, who was a little crazy, and felt very worried. God of magic, are you okay? Let's take you to the hospital. But Xu Yan ignored them at all and just stared at Han Yi. It's you, it must be you, right? Xu Yan yelled frantically, as if he was insane. The surrounding students also looked at Han Yi with suspicious eyes. Obviously, they also knew that it was Han Yi who did it. None of them expected that Han Yi would use such a method to make Xu Yan fall to the ground, and he fell off right away, causing him to be seriously injured. But this time Han Yi said he can't use hypnotism. How did he do it? Those teachers and students felt very scary, and they looked at Han Yi with a little awe at this moment. Ignorance is terrible, this is something everyone knows. Because I don't know, I don't understand, so I feel scared. Han Yi looked at Xu Yan, who fell to the ground, and said lightly, yes, it's me. Didn't you ask me if I could fly into the sky? Didn't you tell me to show some real skills? I've already shown it to you. How is it? I just said it, I hope you can stand up. Xu Yan was deeply irritated by Han Yi's words, and he was so angry that he couldn't hold it back, and spit out another mouthful of blood. Xu Yan looked at Han Yi upstairs, and pointed at Han Yi. What did you do to me? But he couldn't hide the terrified look on his face. What are you? Do you think I will tell you? You are so cute, I have warned you, and you dare to provoke me at your own risk. This is the price you should pay. Han Yi said with a sneer. Also, do you dare to be called the god of magic in front of me? Dare to play magic in front of me? You are looking for death. I will show you what real magic is. After finishing speaking, Han Yi told the system in his heart, copy his ever-changing magic skills and phantom skills for me. Yes, order received. Immediately, several hints flashed through Han Yi's mind. Drip, start copying the opponent's skills. Drip, successfully copy the opponent's variety magic skill, and consume 30 achievement points. Drip, copy the opponent's phantom skill successfully, and consume 30 achievement points. Enhance my skills tenfold. Han Yi ordered again. Yes, accept the order. Drip, the skill is increased by 10 times, and the achievement point is consumed by 50. After the copying skill is over, it has been increased tenfold. Han Yi feels that as long as he uses the skill of variety magic, it will be extremely powerful. Combined with the illusion technique, the magic can be directly transformed into an illusion. From when Han Yi finished speaking to copying the buff skills, it was just an instant. When Xu Yan heard Han Yi say this, he suddenly became sober with a somewhat crazy expression, but immediately showed a look of mockery and disdain. Although he did fail, but Han Yi said he mocked him that he didn't know magic, and if he had to show him what real magic is, Xu Yan would never believe it. But then he saw a scene he will never forget. With a big wave of Han Yi's hand, he used the variety magic and young shadow technique. Those teachers and students also saw something more shocking than all the previous magic tricks. They saw that with a wave of Han Yi's big hand, countless white doves flew up from the campus, countless, and flew into the sky at the same time in a vast expanse of whiteness. Everyone in the school looked blankly at the countless white doves flying in the sky of the campus, which was extremely shocking. Not only that, after the white dove appeared, countless roses suddenly appeared in every corner of the campus, and countless roses appeared in the midair, immediately turning the entire campus into a sea of flowers, and one could smell a strong fragrance of roses, which was incomparably real. At this time, the students in other teaching buildings saw this shocking scene. All kinds of screams came out, and the whole campus suddenly boiled. Those teachers and students were stunned. At this time, they seemed to be in the sea of flowers, which was both beautiful and dreamy. They couldn't believe it was true, but many of them pinched themselves and found that it was true. Wow! Ah! This is actually true. Ah! A girl screamed and stamped her feet when she saw this scene. She was so surprised that she almost fainted from excitement. Damn, this is the real magic. With a wave of your hand, there are countless flowers and white pigeons. Wow! It's so dreamy, I like it so much. This is my male god, I must pursue him. Some bold girls have gone crazy. Those boys were also stunned and horrified. Before, they thought that Tongtian Suo was the strongest magic, but they didn't expect that there would be even more shocking magic. Now they feel that Han Yi will definitely be able to use Tong Tian Suo de Qian Jiao, because magic in his hands seems to be no longer magic, it feels like divine magic, omnipotent. Han Yi's classmates were also shocked. Even though they had seen the gods summoned by Han Yi in Hongshan Temple, they were still as shocked as ever at this moment. They all looked at Han Yi with deep awe and worship, feeling that this man is really unfathomable and has infinite means. Lu Jiayu looked at Han Yi even more tightly, unwilling to move away. Look at Xu Yan downstairs again. At this time, he has a dull face, his eyes are dull, and he just stares at the sky with his mouth wide open. He didn't expect that Han Yi could really do magic, and it was a much stronger magic than himself. Seeing Han Yi's relaxed appearance, it was obvious that it was just a casual trick. At this time, Xu Yan already felt that the system had recovered, but he didn't have any comparative mental work. 176C, this is real magic. Han Yi just chose to block Xu Yan's system for 3 minutes, so at this moment Xu Yan has already felt that the system has recovered its functions. But now Xu Yan has completely lost his confidence and has been hit in a mess. The magic that Han Yi used casually enveloped the entire campus, something he couldn't do no matter how hard he tried, and Han Yi also had a weird ability to make the system disappear, which almost made Xu Yan feel desperate. Xu Yan can't figure it out, why Han Yi can do magic. Why can Han Yi make the system disappear temporarily? Obviously, I am the protagonist, obviously I am the only one bound to the Magic King training system, why did I lose so badly? Thinking about this, Xu Yan couldn't help looking at Han Yi, but he didn't speak, and there was a hint of expectation in his eyes, as if he was expecting Han Yi to give him an explanation. Han Yi looked at him condescendingly and understood his eyes, but how could Han Yi answer him? Han Yi didn't sympathize with Xu Yan because he looked miserable at this moment. He could sympathize with the weak, but he couldn't sympathize with the losers, and he was still an arrogant loser. What's more, Xu Yan touched his Nilin this time, even his woman dared to make up her mind, and it would be 420 cheaper for him if she didn't kill him. So Han Yi said in a mocking tone, "See, this is the real magic. What you perform is just a trick for children, hot chicken. Show me some tricks in the future." He didn't hear the desired answer from Han Yi, but continued to be mocked by Han Yi, especially the word, spicy chicken, which caused Xu Yan, who was already seriously injured and haggard, to spurt out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. The god of magic, Xu Xiao, Xu Xiao. The worshippers around Xu Yan saw him vomit blood and fainted after being stimulated by Han's words. They couldn't help but panic, stepped forward to check the situation, and called for him. Although they are Xu Yan's admirers, but that's because Xu Yan was awesome and powerful before, and now they are hit like this, and they have a conscience to come down to check the situation. And they didn't dare to have any opinion on Han Yi, even though Han Yi was the one who caused the trouble, but Han Yi was much better than Xu Yan, how dare they have any ideas? Just when Xu Yan vomited blood and passed out, some girls also cried out in surprise, afraid that something might happen to Xu Yan. But Han Yi received a prompt from the system. "Hey, congratulations, Master, for completely defeating the opponent's willpower. At this time, the opponent has fallen into a coma, and his self-confidence has completely collapsed. Would you like to plunder him?" Seeing that Xu Yan passed out from the blow, his self-confidence collapsed, and finally met the conditions for plundering, Han Yi couldn't help feeling relieved. As for the protagonist, Han Yi thinks that they are the rations of his own powerful system. What's more, Xu Yan, the protagonist, actually wanted to provoke his woman, and even pretended to be on his head, so he wanted to devour her even more. "Plunder, devour," Han Yi said fiercely in his heart. "Yes, order received. Plundering begins, devouring is unfolding." Drip, the opponent's system is collapsing, successfully plundered the opponent's 1000 magic hand skill, and automatically evolved into 1000 magic hand. Drip, the opponent's system is collapsing, successfully plundered the opponent's ever-changing magic skills, and automatically evolved into a magic master. Drip, the opponent's system is collapsing, successfully plundered the opponent's illusion skills, and automatically evolved into illusion. Drip, the other party's system has crashed, the other party has fallen into a coma, and part of the memory has been deleted. Congratulations to the master for devouring the opponent's system, gaining all the luck of the protagonist of the opponent, gaining 500 achievement points, and increasing all the attributes of the whole body by 10. God-level villain counterattack system. Host, Han Yi. Age, 18. Identity, rich second generation. Attributes, strength 128, speed 12, CDED 7, reaction 125, intelligence 139. Achievement points, 3,460. Skills that have been plundered: Bajiquan Grand Master, Taoist Celestial Master, Super Shuiba Super Perspective Eye, Wuqin Shi, Divine Doctor Skills, Optical Brain Skills, Buddha Light, King Kong Lion Roar, Buddhist Vajra Pestle, Myriad Imaginary Instant Hands, Magic Master, Illusion Technique. System Binding Skills, Skill Duplication, Strength Increase, Interference Shielding. One piece of information flashed through Han Yi's mind, and the system was devoured and plundered in a short while. Seeing that Han Yi was very happy, he devoured another protagonist, and became much stronger. This kind of satisfaction made Han Yi feel twice as happy. And all three skills have been upgraded, making Han Yi more comfortable. Just after Han Yi finished swallowing, Shu Yan, who was originally unconscious, suddenly trembled, and then vomited blood again, and even his breath became much weaker. The people around him panicked in fright, but they didn't dare to shake his body anymore. Several people lifted him up and rushed him to the hospital, fearing that something serious would happen later. Those teachers and students didn't pay any more attention to Shu Yan at this moment, and only some little girls who originally admired Shu Yan showed worried expressions, but they quickly disappeared. After all, winners and losers will never be remembered. So at this moment, all the people looked at Han Yi with fanaticism. At this moment, Han Yi is the protagonist. Especially those girls, their eyes are green. Han Yi looked at the fanatical and adoring eyes of the people around him, and smiled slightly, indifferently. Since he got the villain system, he has seen this kind of look too much. At first he was a little smug and enjoying himself, but now he is very indifferent. Han Yi looked at Yi Shuiyu beside him with an adoring face, and Lu Jiayu also looked a little red-eyed, so he couldn't help but laugh. He thought for a while, then snapped his fingers, and suddenly 18 roses appeared in front of him, each red and gorgeous. Then divide into one side, 9 flowers on each side, and float towards Yi Shuiyu and Lu Jiayu respectively. Both Yi Shuiyu and Lu Jiayu stared blankly at the roses in front of them, at a loss for what to do. Han Yi wrote on WeChat, "Just use this flower to dedicate to 2 beauties." The 2 women didn't expect Han Yi to come out in public, their faces were flushed, but they both accepted it. "Wow, so romantic. I want it too. Han Yi, I like you so much, can I be your girlfriend? It's so romantic, this is the Prince Charming of my dreams." At this moment, Han Yi couldn't stand this kind of enthusiasm anymore. All the girls liked him very much, wishing to replace Yi Shuiyu. And when they saw that even Lu Jiayu had harvested flowers, they became even more jealous and mad. Han Yi could only laugh or cry. 177 Be my boyfriend, I like you like this. Because Han Yi's miraculous performance completely shocked all the students and teachers, this resulted in a consequence that made Han Yi a little bit dumbfounded. That is, almost all the girls in the school are madly infatuated with Han Yi and love him very much. It's no wonder that Han Yi has the potential to be a little boy, but he is tall and mighty, and has various magical performances. He is domineering yet romantic. He is simply the perfect image of a male god in the eyes of those girls. So after Shu Yan was seriously injured and sent to the hospital in a coma, all the girls in the school only had Han Yi in their eyes, and he was still exuding a strange light. A daring guy who doesn't even care that Han Yi already has Yi Shuiyu, loudly expresses that he wants to be Han Yi's girlfriend, which makes Han Yi enjoy it a lot but also has a headache. After all, these people are so enthusiastic that they almost want to melt Han Yi. Also, Yi Shuiyu and Lu Jiayu looked at Han Yi more and more wrongly. Han Yi had no choice but to say a lot of words to the people around him, dispersed all the magic tricks, and then told them to disperse. Just at this moment, the class bell rang, and everyone around could only return to the classroom reluctantly. Some girls were even more unwilling when they left, and looked back at Han Yi every step of the way. Han Yi spread his hands in front of Yi Shuiyu and Lu Jiayu, showing his innocence, and then he was ready to enter the classroom to continue the class. At this moment, Papa Papa. Several applause came from the entrance of the corridor, clear and loud. Han Yi and the others looked towards the sound, and saw a beautiful woman appearing at the entrance of the corridor with 2 bodyguard-like people. The applause came from that beauty, and she walked slowly towards Han Yi and the others while drumming vigorously. The 2 men behind the beautiful woman are both wearing black suits and black sunglasses. They are tall and serious, and they come with a strong aura. In addition, the number of steps they walk seems to be measured, no more, no less, standard military style. Han Yi also saw that their waists were slightly bulging, so it was easy to guess that they were equipped with guns. But Han Yi just glanced at them and stopped paying attention, because they didn't deserve Han Yi's attention at all. What Han Yi saw was this beautiful woman who was slowly walking towards him. The beauty walked up to Han Yi, the applause continued, she stood still in front of Han Yi, clapped and shouted, "Hello," and then she applauded. Before Han Yi could speak, Yi Shuiyu beside Han Yi exclaimed in surprise, "Jingya, what's wrong with you? When did you come?" Yi Shuiyu looked surprised when she saw this woman, but she didn't seem very happy, which made Han Yi instantly feel that something was wrong with their relationship. But before Han Yi said anything, the beauty said to Yi Shuiyu, cousin, I'm here to look for you. I've been here for a while. I've seen all the performances of this handsome guy. Cousin, can you introduce him to me? It turned out to be Yi Shuiyu's cousin, although she was talking with a smile, but she said that she watched the whole process, so she should know that Han Yi is Yi Shuiyu's man, and she asked Yi Shuiyu to introduce him to him. No wonder Yi Shuiyu was not very happy to see her, this girl is a bit cautious. Han Yi understood, and then looked at her carefully. I saw that this beauty was slightly smaller than Yi Shuiyu, but she had fair skin, a typical oval face, and a slightly high nose bridge, a standard beauty. Moreover, she also cut a conspicuous ear-length short hair, dyed it dark yellow, but the side bangs have a small tug, but they are gorgeous purple. The two colors that don't match are matched together on her hairstyle, but they look incomparably in harmony, giving people a mischievous and smart feeling. What impresses Han Yi the most is her eyes, a pair of playful eyes, giving off an incomparably cunning feeling when the eyes roll around. Han Yi looked at her, and before Yi Shuiyu could speak, he asked with a smile, "What did you just say?" The beauty turned her head to look at Han Yi, rolled her eyes, and said with a coquettish smile, "I said you performed well. I have never seen such a powerful magic trick, nor have I seen such a powerful person. Can you teach me?" As he spoke, he looked at Han Yi with a demanding face. Seeing her like this, 10 mouths agreed to be replaced by an ordinary person. Han Yi was indifferent, but looked at Yi Shuiyu instead. Yi Shuiyu saw that Jingya was so enthusiastic towards Han Yi as soon as she came, and Yi Shuiyu, who knew her temperament, didn't have a good tone at all, and said a little bluntly, "Jingya, this is my student, we are going to class, if you want to find me, come back after I finish class." He also didn't answer Jingya's talk about introducing Han Yi to her. "Come on, cousin, at least let us get to know each other first." How could Jingya be willing, and immediately took Yi Shuiyu's hand and kept shaking it. Yi Shuiyu is also helpless, her cousin is mischievous, clever and cunning, eccentric, but also very persistent, and she will never give up until she achieves her goal. So Yi Shuiyu could only introduce to Han Yi, "Han Yi, this is my cousin, Shah Jingya, the eldest lady of the Shah family in the capital." Then she said to Shah Jingya, "This is Han Yi." The introduction was very simple, obviously because they didn't want the two parties to understand each other too clearly. But as soon as Yi Shuiyu finished introducing, Shah Jingya immediately stretched out her hand and said to Han Yi, "I saw your performance just now, it is really amazing and impeccable." "It's amazing." Han Yi extended his hand to shake her, and said with a smile, "Thank you, it's a pleasure to meet you." Han Yi shook hands and was about to take it back. After all, shaking hands for a long time is disrespectful to ladies. But Shah Jingya obviously didn't intend to let go, instead she blinked her big eyes playfully, and said with a smile, "Be my boyfriend, I like you like this, I promise you will like me too." Han Yi was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect Shah Jingya to be so straightforward, and he didn't even know this, so he opened his mouth and wanted to be her boyfriend. Han Yi smiled strangely. Sure enough, from the first moment he saw her, Han Yi knew that she was a person who didn't follow the rules. Han Yi pulled his hand back with a little force, and then said with a smile, "Why do you want me to be your boyfriend? You should have seen the relationship between me and your cousin just now." The tone is teasing, but it doesn't directly indicate the broad meaning. 178 Just give him to me, okay. Shah Jingya's eyes lit up when she heard Han Yi's question, because Han Yi didn't explicitly refuse, so there was obviously a great chance. So she immediately answered, I just like you like this. After watching your performance, I know that you are the male god I want to find. I will definitely chase you. Don't worry, my cousin will definitely let me. Besides, what age is it now? Don't think so old-fashioned, it's normal to have more girlfriends. After finishing speaking, she turned her head and smiled at Yi Shuiyu with a playful smile, and said, "Cousin, don't you think so?" But at this moment, Yi Shuiyu completely ignored her playful smile. Her expression was a bit ugly. In fact, although Yi Shuiyu and Shah Jingya are cousins, because the two are big families, the relationship in this kind of family, 610, is originally indifferent, let alone cousins. Moreover, the two of them have not been able to deal with each other since they were young, and their relationship is not very good. Sha Jingye has been eccentric since she was a child, mischievous, likes to play tricks on people, and likes to play pranks. Almost everyone in the Sha family has not escaped her clutches. Yi Shuiyu was no exception. Every time she went to Sha's house, Sha Jingye would make some pranks to play tricks on Yi Shuiyu, but after Yi Shuiyu suffered a few times, she also became angry. After that time, they disliked each other, but their relationship meant that they must have contacts. So since childhood, although Yi Shuiyu and Sha Jingye are very close and see each other several times a year, they have always had a bad relationship. Yi Shuiyu didn't expect that Sha Jingye would come to her suddenly this time, but what she didn't expect was that she wanted to snatch her boyfriend when she first arrived, and said that Yi Shuiyu would definitely let her make Yi Shui intolerable. Yi Shuiyu immediately said expressionlessly, "Jingye, stop messing around, this is my boyfriend, if you want to find a boyfriend, you can find it among your suitors, don't pester Han Yi." Sha Jingye didn't care, and smiled, "Cousin, don't be so stingy, I really like Han Yi, and I fell in love with him immediately, so just let him go to me, okay? At worst, you will be the big one and I will be the young one." Yi Shuiyu couldn't laugh or cry when she heard this. Han Yi was also quite surprised, this Sha Jingye is so innocent. Looking at her posture, she is going to Han Yi. But Yi Shuiyu was unmoved at all, and Yi Shuiyu was very dissatisfied at this time. Sha Jingye couldn't understand what she meant, and continued to pester her. So Yi Shuiyu said in a dissatisfied tone, "No need, you can keep the handsome guy for yourself, Han Yi is mine, so don't use your brains." Sha Jingye didn't care what Yi Shuiyu said, she wasn't angry, she just wanted to pester Han Yi. She stepped forward and hugged Han Yi's arm, gave Han Yi a playful look, and then said to Yi Shuiyu, "Hee, cousin, don't be so heartless, I really believe in love at first sight. I think Han Yi is the one I want to wait for, maybe Han Yi also thinks I'm very." After speaking, he shook Han Yi's hand a few times, and looked at Yi Shuiyu proudly. Han Yi let Sha Jingye hold her, and she didn't refuse. Seeing the two girls' jealousy, he just thought it was funny, so he stood and looked at them with a smile on his face, didn't speak, and let them play. On the other hand, Han Yi's classmates all had different expressions. They hadn't even entered the classroom yet, and just happened to see this wonderful scene, and immediately looked at them with envy and hatred. Especially those male students, even though they knew that there was a big gap between them and Han Yi, they still couldn't help being jealous. They were favored by Mrs. Yi before, and then they were secretly favored by Lu Jiayu. That's not all, I didn't expect that a playful and beautiful big beauty would come to her door and ask Han Yi to be her boyfriend. She was really active and enthusiastic, and she seemed to be entangled to the end. Can those male students not itch their teeth with envy? Fuck, Han Yi is about to become the public enemy of all boys in the school. Do you want to be so awesome? How come I don't have this kind of treatment when a big beauty comes to my door? God is not fair. I also said that I plan to end my singleness in college. Now it seems that there is no hope. I guess all the girls want is Han Yi. That's right, I can't live anymore, the gap is too big. This is Mrs. Yi's cousin, she actually got into an argument, haha, it's a good show. Those male students were discussing in low voices, not daring to let Han Yi hear them. In fact, Han Yi's first impression of Sha Jingye was quite good. He felt that this girl is not only beautiful, but also has a good personality, lively and cute, eccentric, and she will be very happy to get along with this kind of person. Moreover, Han Yi was also very interested in Sha Jingye, and wanted to see what a young lady from a big family in the capital was like, so Han Yi didn't dislike her behavior but thought she was straightforward and cute. But Yi Shuiyu was very displeased. Sha Jingye not only said that she wanted to grab Han Yi, but now she hugged her directly, and Han Yi didn't reject her, which made Yi Shuiyu very annoyed. "Jingye, hurry up and go back first, I'll go find you after class is over, we're going to class now." Yi Shuiyu said angrily. "No, cousin, I'm not looking for you now, I'm looking for Han Yi." Sha Jingye refused to leave, still holding Han Yi's arm tightly. Yi Shuiyu was so angry that her teeth were itchy. Seeing Sha Jingye holding Han Yi's hand, she said dissatisfiedly, "Let go of Han Yi, zero point 0.3 is a public place, what do you look like? Don't interfere with our class. Yi Shuiyu doesn't care what this cousin is here for now, she just wants her to leave quickly, and it's best not to see Han Yi again, because she is afraid that Sha Jingye will pester Han Yi with shamelessness. But Sha Jingye obviously didn't want to leave like this, so she couldn't help but not let go of Han Yi's hand, but looked at Han Yi with a smile. How is it? Promise me. I'm serious. Before Han Yi could speak, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Sir, I advise you not to have any unreasonable thoughts about Our Lady, and to live your life honestly, which is good for everyone. It turned out that one of Sha Jingye's bodyguards suddenly spoke. 179. Is this your strength that makes me regret? The second one, please subscribe. Sir, I advise you not to have any unreasonable thoughts about Our Lady, and to live your life honestly, which is good for everyone. Before Han Yi could answer Sha Jingye's question, a bodyguard behind Sha Jingye suddenly spoke. His tone was cold and warning. The scene fell silent for a moment, and Han Yi's classmates all looked at the bodyguard as if they were idiots. Hearing this, Han Yi turned around, looked at the two bodyguards with a scrutiny, his eyes narrowed, and a dangerous gleam flashed in them. Others couldn't feel it, but the two bodyguards immediately sensed a dangerous aura, which came from Han Yi. But those two bodyguards were not afraid at all, instead they looked at Han Yi more fiercely. In their thinking, Han Yi is just a student, even if he has some ability, 23 is not their opponent, so they are not afraid at all. Are you talking? Han Yi asked calmly. The bodyguard said in a serious tone, it's me. I'm doing this for your own good. I don't want any accidents for you. You'd better understand what I mean. Maybe it was because of the famous family background, or maybe because of the background, the bodyguard's tone was superior, and Han Yi was quite upset with his reprimanding expression. But before Han Yi could speak again, Sha Jingye scolded angrily, shut up, do you have a place to speak here? Miss, calm down. We don't dare to take care of the young lady, but it is our duty to protect the young lady. Before we came, the owner also ordered us not to let the young lady suffer a little bit, so we must contain any unfavorable factors. We must not let the young lady suffer, we must fulfill our duty. The bodyguard hurriedly explained. When Sha Jingye heard what he said, her face turned red with anger, and she wished she could kill the bodyguard. But she had nothing to do with him, because this was her father's assigned bodyguard, and she followed her father's instructions more, especially when encountering things that they thought were not good for Sha Jingye, they would definitely stop such things from happening. So no matter how Sha Jingye beat and scolded them, it was useless. She was completely like the stones in the latrine, which were smelly and hard. So Sha Jingye didn't hit the bodyguard anymore, but calmed down and said to Han Yi, Brother Han, don't be angry, they are like this. Han Yi's face was calm, he didn't care about Sha Jingye's explanation, looked at the two bodyguards and said indifferently, do you know what I dislike the most? Han Yi didn't expect them to answer, but continued to ask and answer by himself, what I hate the most is when others threaten me. I don't know what it means to threaten me. All those who threaten me have paid the price they should pay. The tone is flat, but the meaning in the words is very clear. The two bodyguards stared at each other immediately, but they were not afraid at all. Instead, they said with a hint of sarcasm, you can understand it as a threat, and we don't care what you think. Please stay away from Our Lady, and you must recognize your own identity. The other bodyguard was also arrogant, looked at Han Yi condescendingly, and said disdainfully, there are some people you can't afford, and you can't afford to mess with them. Don't cause any trouble for yourself, or you will regret it. At this time, the two bodyguards couldn't help but look arrogant, looking at Han Yi as if they were looking at a bumpkin. Although Han Yi is handsome and well-dressed, they always think that people outside the capital city are country bumpkins, and they are far inferior to those in the capital city. They also don't think Han Yi is important enough to be friends with Sha Jingye. You are looking for death. Han Yi sighed lightly. Who do you think you are? You are just a plaything that the lady likes, and you are worthy of playing with the lady. Don't try to gain anything, or you will definitely regret it. The bodyguard scolded again. Han Yi had a cold look in his eyes, and growled domineeringly, there is no one in this world that I can't afford to offend, remember, it's your misfortune to come here today. Before the two bodyguards showed disdain, Han Yi moved, and one of the bodyguards flew out suddenly. He flew 4 or 5 meters in the air before landing. After landing, he slid another few meters before stopping, which shows the strength. 743. The bodyguard had already vomited blood when he was in the air, and even vomited a few mouthfuls of blood after he landed. He covered his heart with his hands, unable to speak, and looked at Han Yi in shock, but he didn't pass out. Looking at Han Yi again, it seemed that he wasn't the one who moved just now, and the people around him hadn't reacted, and before they could see anything, the bodyguard was kicked and flew out. The two bodyguards looked at Han Yi like a ghost. They didn't see what Han Yi did, so he flew out. What kind of strength is this? The other bodyguard stared at Han Yi like an enemy, fearing that he would suddenly attack again. Han Yi's classmates were no strangers to it, but Xia Jingye was shocked. She didn't expect Han Yi to be so powerful. Han Yi smiled contemptuously, flicked his trouser legs and said, "Make me regret it. This is your strength that makes me regret it. It's a mess of hot chickens, and you dare to speak nonsense." With a little shot, Han Yi tested their strength. 180. You are my boyfriend. If they dare to touch you, they should hit you. Make me regret it. Is this the strength that you guys make me regret? Hey, it's such a mess that you dare to speak nonsense. Han Yi's contemptuous and disdainful words made the two bodyguards furious. Although the one who fell down had shocked eyes, he couldn't bear to be defeated like this. He raised his head and stared at Han Yi, as if he was about to eat him. The bodyguard who was still standing was also very angry. His arrogance was gone, and he looked at Han Yi like an enemy. He didn't expect that Han Yi would be put on his companion just by meeting him. He knew the strength of his companion, so although he was shocked by Han Yi's strength, he believed that Han Yi did this because of a sneak attack. Han Yi didn't even look at the bodyguard who fell to the ground, but looked at the bodyguard standing there, with playful eyes and a sarcasm on his face. The bodyguards couldn't stand it. Usually they beat people to the ground, but this time it's the other way around. This definitely can't let Han Yi continue to be arrogant. These thoughts flashed through the bodyguard's mind, but there was not much fear on his face. Because he has a gun, he thinks Han Yi can outrun bullets no matter how fast he is. So even though he knew Han Yi's terrifying strength, he was still so calm because he was equipped with a gun. Hey, don't be arrogant, kid. The bodyguard yelled, trying to distract Han Yi's attention. Then he quickly reached out to wipe the suit jacket, reached out to touch his waist, and was about to draw out his gun to aim at Han Yi. However, he didn't know anything about Han Yi's strength, and he was still immersed in his imaginary world. Han Yi looked at the bodyguard with a mocking expression. Knowing his thoughts and actions clearly, the mocking expression became more and more intense. When the bodyguard reached out to touch the gun, Han Yi started to move. With a flash of figure, as if a ray of light passed by, Han Yi had already arrived at the bodyguard's side, and with a big hand, he easily grabbed the bodyguard's hands. At this moment, the bodyguard's hand has touched the gun, and he can draw it out immediately, but he will never have the chance. Han Yi's hands were like iron tongs, immovable, and the bodyguard's hand was almost broken. The bodyguard now looked at Han Yi not in shock, but in fear. He knew Han Yi's speed was fast, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. There was no time for him to draw his gun. At this moment, he stared blankly at Han Yi, not daring to make any movements. His hand hurt from Han Yi's grasp. He also didn't have any look of arrogance. Under Han Yi's powerful strength, he was like a weak chicken. Han Yi looked at him, smiled disdainfully, and then, before the bodyguard could react, he exerted force on both hands, and heard the sound of click, chaw, breaking the bodyguard's hands abruptly. Ah! The bodyguard let out a short scream, attracting the attention of the people around him. The bodyguard let out a scream, but stopped and didn't make another sound. Han Yi broke the bodyguard's hand before everyone could react, and they didn't realize what happened until the bodyguard screamed. They saw that the bodyguard was stretching his hands in a strange shape, obviously broken, and the bodyguard was sweating coldly, clenching his teeth and looking at Han Yi with resentment in his eyes. Where did this fool come from? How dare you provoke young Master Han? I thought it was awesome. Hee, if you don't have the strength to dare to shout, you really can't accept it. Damn it, did you shoot? Who are these guys? Han Yi's classmates looked at the two embarrassed bodyguards, and laughed endlessly, saying all kinds of ridicule. The two bodyguards blushed when they heard it, but they couldn't do anything about it. This time it was indeed their miscalculation. They did not expect that Han Yi was so powerful that he would be overwhelmed in a face-to-face meeting, so they could only be laughed at in embarrassment. Han Yi didn't expect this bodyguard to be able to bear it. His hands were broken and he only screamed and held back, utterly silent. Han Yi let go of the bodyguard, clapped his hands, and walked slowly back to Sha Jingya. The bodyguard stepped aside, his face pale and sweaty, but he didn't dare to leave, so he could only grit his teeth and persist. Seeing Han Yi slowly approaching, Sha Jingya was surprised, because only she knew how strong these bodyguards are. She really did not expect that Han Yi is not only good at performing magic tricks, but also has extraordinary skills. Even the two bodyguards assigned to her by her father can't do a trick in his hands. The surprise for her is really too big. So not only was she not angry, but she was a little pleasantly surprised, and the beautiful eyes that looked at Han Yi were also full of splendor. "Little girl, I beat your bodyguard, you don't want to take revenge, do you?" Han Yi asked with a smile. "No, no." Sha Jingya shook her head with a snicker, and said, "You are my boyfriend, if they dare to touch you, they should hit you." Han Yi laughed dumbfounded and didn't answer, but looked at the two bodyguards and said coldly, "Get out now, don't let me see you again." Those two bodyguards couldn't stay any longer, but they didn't dare to move when Han Yi didn't speak. Hearing what Han Yi said, they didn't move, but looked at Zhen Jingya. Sha Jingya was more happy, waved her hands like chasing flies, and said, "You two go to the hospital to have a look, don't follow me anymore." Hearing Sha Jingya say the same, they felt as if they had been pardoned. The bodyguard who fell on the ground struggled to get up, and the two of them walked away in despair, not even daring to say harsh words. Yi Shuiyu had been watching from the side, seeing that Han Yi had resolved the matter, but Sha Jingya was still pestering Han Yi, so she immediately yelled, Okay, come in for class now, don't read any more." After speaking, he walked into the classroom first, ignoring Sha Jingya. When those students saw Yi Shuiyu go in, they could only follow in and sit down. At this time, Han Yi was chatting happily with Sha Jingya. Seeing Yi Shuiyu talking about class, he didn't care, and walked into the classroom. Sha Jingya also walked in with Han Yi, and sat in the last row sticking to Han Yi. Yi Shuiyu was in class above, but Han Yi chatted happily with her below, talking about everything: magic, hypnosis, movies, music, everything. Han Yi's feeling for Sha Jingya is getting better and better, and Sha Jingya is even more happy that Han Yi can talk to her so much. It's just that Yi Shuiyu watched them chatting so happily from above, and felt very uncomfortable, glaring at Han Yi and Sha Jingya from time to time. While chatting, Sha Jingya said that there will be a treasure appraisal party tonight, and she will attend it, and she also hopes that Han Yi can attend, so she invites Han Yi to participate. Han Yi had a great chat with her, and he was obviously very happy with the invitation of a beautiful woman, so he readily agreed. 181 Treasure Appreciation Conference gathered by heroes. Han Yi was a little surprised that Sha Jingya invited him to participate in the treasure appraisal meeting at night, but he agreed to her painfully. Han Yi didn't think about how to get in at all. Because there are all kinds of top-level evening parties in Donghai City, how could there be no Han family? With the strength of the Han family that is thriving now, there should not be too many people to curry favor with. So the Han family must have an invitation from the organizer, but Han Yi seldom cares about this kind of thing, and it is his father who handles it. And since Sha Jingya invited Han Yi this time, she must be going. Let's talk to Dad then. Han Yi thought secretly. Han Yi and Sha Jingya were talking in a low voice in the last row. Sha Jingya sometimes laughed coquettishly, but immediately covered her mouth with her hands, looked around, saw no one was paying attention to her, and then stuck out her tongue at Han Yi with an embarrassed expression. During the period, Han Yi asked about the situation of the treasure appraisal conference. Sha Jingya told Han Yi that this appreciation of treasures conference is actually a high-end cocktail party, under the name of Appreciation of Treasures. Rich and famous people from all over the world are gathered to exchange and meet, and various first-line stars can also participate in it, but most of them come as partners of the rich. During the Treasure Appreciation Conference, the organizer will show some antique calligraphy and paintings for everyone to appreciate and appreciate. This 490 is also a party to show their collection background. Those who come can take out the collection of antiques that they think are very valuable, let the people present taste and identify, or discuss and exchange together. It is said that the well-known Master Chen Boyan will also attend tonight's Treasure Appreciation Conference. Master Chen was invited by the organizer with great effort. As for Master Chen, even Han Yi has heard of him. He is a famous collector who has collected countless antiques, calligraphy and paintings, and is also a master in authenticating antiques. To invite Master Chen, the organizers seem to have put in a lot of effort. That's not all. Sha Jingye got reliable news that there will be a lot of top-quality antiques at the treasure appraisal meeting tonight, and the most valuable ones are comparable to national treasures, which really fascinates those collectors. This made Han Yi a little interested, and it was the old Han Yi who didn't even bother to take a look. Before they knew it, they chatted until the end of get out of class. After class, Sha Jingye consciously didn't bother Han Yi anymore, but made an appointment with him tonight and walked towards Yi Shuiyu reluctantly. Sha Jing, CDDG, Ya and Yi Shuiyu didn't know what they said. They chatted for a while and then left. Yi Shuiyu's face was calm and she didn't want to stay. It was Han Yi, who played with Yi Shuiyu for a while, and left the school after making Yi Shuiyu laugh. Han Yi left school and returned home by car. As soon as Han Yi returned to Han's house, he met Han Jian who was about to go out to discuss business. Huh, Xiao Yi, why are you back? In Han Jian's memory, it was rare to see Han Yi go home in the afternoon, so he couldn't help asking. I came back after no class in the afternoon. By the way, Dad, I heard that there will be a treasure appraisal meeting tonight, isn't it? Han Yi explained casually, and then asked about the treasure appraisal meeting. Yes, someone sent an invitation a few days ago. Why, are you going? Han Jian asked suspiciously. Yes, that's fine, just give me the invitation, and I'll go tonight. Han Yi said immediately when he heard the invitation. Hearing Han Yi said that he was going to attend this kind of reception, Han Jian was so happy that it was too late. How could he stop him? He had asked Han Yi to attend this kind of reception many times before, hoping that Han Yi could communicate more with the young people in the circle and show his face in front of the seniors, but Han Yi refused impatiently. This time Han Yi wanted to take the initiative to participate. Han Jian was very pleased, and immediately asked the housekeeper to bring the invitation to Han Yi, and then hurried out the door. Han Yi went upstairs after receiving the invitation. He asked the housekeeper, Han Yushi was not at home, he should be at the company and hadn't come back yet. Han Yi didn't care either, but he missed Han Yushi because he hadn't seen her for a while. It was not evening yet. Han Yi went to greet the old man, chatted with the old man, stayed in the room for a while, waited until evening, took a shower, dressed up, changed his clothes, checked that it was almost time, took the invitation and went out. Han Yi didn't bring bodyguards this time, but drove by himself. He drove his favorite blue Lamborghini out. Just when Han Yi was going out, Sha Jingye had already arrived at the reception. Tonight, Sha Jingye was dressed in a full-on dress, wearing a yellow evening dress that only reached her knees. Not only did she not look gaudy, but it showed her figure and temperament. A pair of crystal high-heeled shoes, with 10 toes painted yellow, complemented the dress and was very eye-catching. The short hair hangs down naturally, and the tail is slightly curled. It is obviously carefully designed. Coupled with the star earrings on both ears, the whole person is indescribably beautiful. People who have arrived at the hotel will take a look from time to time, attracting attention. So when Sha Jingye arrived at the reception, she was sought after by countless people, especially those young people who couldn't take their eyes off her. Coupled with Sha Jingye's noble status, at this moment most of the young people are surrounding her, flattering and praising her non-stop, hoping to attract her attention. If she says a word to anyone, that person will be pleasantly surprised for a long time. But after Sha Jingye reluctantly dealt with it, she was absent-minded and didn't pay much attention to others. From time to time, she craned her neck to look at the door, which made the young talents around her very depressed. At the same time, she was curious, who was she waiting for? While Sha Jingye was waiting for Han Yi parked the car at the entrance of the hotel in a beautiful and elegant manner, got out of the car and threw the key to the porter, and she ran in. At this time, there were still some people staying at the door, and they were all greeting each other. Han Yi also saw a few elders he knew, so he could only go forward to say hello. The elders were also surprised when they saw that it was Han Yi who came to participate, but they laughed and made fun of them. After Han Yi greeted those people, he handed the invitation to the reception staff, declared his identity, and was politely taken upstairs by the reception staff. The reception was held on the top floor of the hotel. Han Yi came to the top floor and saw people gathered in the hall, divided into many small circles, talking softly with wine glasses in twos and threes. No one paid attention to Han Yi's arrival at first, but Xia Jingye, who was originally listless, had her eyes lit up, seeing Han Yi walk in and immediately walked over, with a surprised expression on her face. 182 is this kind of person who eats and waits to die, worthy of knowing Miss Xia. The second one, please subscribe. As soon as Han Yi arrived at the reception hall, Xia Jingye noticed him. Xia Jingye immediately threw away the people around her, and walked towards Han Yi quickly with a surprised look on her face. Xia Jingye was the one who attracted the attention of the audience. Her absent-mindedness before was noticed by everyone, but no one dared to ask. Now that Han Yi came, Xia Jingye immediately greeted him in surprise, which made everyone present very curious. Who has such great energy? Let Xia Jingye greet her personally. Those young talents surrounding Xia Jingye were even more unfazed, looking at Han Yi with unfriendly eyes. They surrounded Xia Jingye for so long, but they didn't see that she had a good face. When Han Yi came, they greeted them personally. This kind of differential treatment made them very unhappy, but they were all elites of the younger generation, and they would not offend others before they figured out Han Yi's identity. Before Han Yi took a few steps, he saw Xia Jingye walking towards him with a surprised smile. When Han Yi saw the beautiful Xia Jingye at this time, he was also extremely amazed. He didn't expect her to be even more dazzling when she dressed up. Xia Jingye looked at the handsome Han Yi, her eyes were also bright. Naturally, it is impossible to dress casually for such a reception, so Han Yi also dressed up carefully. A blue casual suit and white leather shoes set off his strong figure, coupled with a limited edition mechanical watch. The whole person looks clean and simple, but has an extraordinary temperament. Xia Jingye walked quickly to Han Yi's side, warmly took Han Yi's arm, and said coquettishly, Han Yi, why did you come? I have been waiting for you for a long time. Sorry to keep you waiting. Han Yi apologized. Hee, let's go, let's sit over there. Xia Jingye wasn't really angry, she pulled Han Yi to a seat after speaking. At this time Xia Jingye's actions were all seen by the people present. Such an intimate behavior was surprising, and those young people looked at Han Yi even more jealously, as if they had been robbed of their beloved toys. Who is this kid? Why haven't I seen it before? A young man wearing glasses asked with a look of envy. Yeah, to be greeted by Miss Xia, isn't it an ordinary person? I don't think he looks very good, Miss Xia is so close to him. The young people who surrounded Xia Jingye started discussing in low voices, and some people were asking about Han Yi's identity. He seems to be Han Yi, the eldest son of the Han family. I've met him twice before, said a young man who knew Han Yi. The Han family. The Han family that is in full swing now. Yes, it's the Han family. I didn't expect him to know Miss Jen. The young man wearing glasses before heard that it was the Han family, obviously shrunk his neck, looked at Han Yi with a trace of awe, and didn't speak again. Now it was the Han family's name that scared him. It's no wonder that although the Han family was also a big family in Donghai City before, they have not yet reached the level of the top family in the country. However, after Han Yi's layout and development, the overall strength of the Han family has risen by one level at this time, and there is still a gap with the big families in the capital, but in Donghai City, it is the top. So it is normal for the man with eyes to be afraid of the Han family. But there are also some people who dislike Han Yi and say disdainfully, HMPH, isn't he just a rich second generation? This kind of person who is just waiting to die is also worthy of knowing Miss Xia. This person is also a child of a big family in Donghai City, and he is not afraid of the Han family. And there were a few jealous people who agreed, discussing Han Yi disdainfully. Those elders who were chatting with wine glasses in twos and threes saw this scene, and some people were talking about it. Mr. Li, that young man is a bit unfamiliar, do you know him? Hee, Mr. Liu, it's not surprising that you haven't seen him before. That's Mr. Han Jian's young master. He rarely attends such occasions. Oh, So it's the young master of the Han family. No wonder he's so handsome and so close to Miss Shaw. Mr. Li was surprised, and then praised Han Yi, but he didn't know if he thought so. Hee, if the Han family climbs up to the Shaw family, then the Han family will skyrocket. Mr. Lu said meaningfully. Those older people certainly don't consider the issues as simple as the young people. They only see the present, and what they see are the impact of this incident and some interest issues. Han Yi ignored what others thought, and Sha Jingye pulled him down to a booth and sat down, brought him a glass of champagne, and chatted with Han Yi happily. Hey, Jingye, it seems that you have a lot of suitors. Han Yi noticed that the young men around him were not very friendly to him, so he knew what the problem was, and teased Sha Jingye. Sha Jingye's face was reddish, she slapped Han Yi lightly, and said coquettishly, "No way, those are annoying flies, you can't be chased away, hee, you know, I like you." After speaking, he shook Han Yi's hand, acting coquettishly. Han Yi couldn't stop laughing, he already knew about Sha Jingye's identity. It's not normal for a young lady of a big family like her to be sought after by no one. Han Yi didn't care, and didn't pay attention to those people. Because it was the treasure appraisal conference, the main topic hadn't started yet, so Han Yi chatted happily with Sha Jingye, waiting for the treasure appraisal conference to start. But in the eyes of the people around, Han Yi and Sha Jingye are so close, chatting so happily. Sha Jingye still smiles coquettishly from time to time, and the young men around are jealous, wishing to replace Han Yi. Some people couldn't stand it anymore, and seemed to remember something, and said to the people around them, "Hey, I seem to have heard that young Master Long is pursuing Miss Shaw, and he even said that he must catch up with her." Gently raising their heads, those people came to their senses like enlightenment, and they were pleasantly surprised. Haha, yes, young Master Long is determined to win Miss Shaw, and only his identity can be worthy of Miss Jen. Hiss. Young Master Long, is he the eldest grandson of the Long family in the capital? An uninformed person gasped when he heard that it was the young Master Long. Master Long has been chasing Sha Jingye hard, and he follows Sha Jingye wherever she goes. Han Yi will suffer when he will definitely come later. Many people murmured gloatingly. 183 There is no one I am afraid of in this world. When the person in the know mentioned it briefly, those young people were astonished as if they had heard some great news. Because young Master Long was pursuing Sha Jingye and threatened to get her, everyone in the capital knew about it. As soon as this person mentioned it, it spread quickly at the reception, and those people looked at Han Yi more and more strangely, and became gloating. In the circle of the younger generation, there is no one who does not know young Master Long, and no one does not know the Long family. The old man of the Long family was a person of the same era as Han Yi's grandfather. He followed Taezu to fight in the country and fought everywhere. After the founding of the country, he was awarded the rank of lieutenant general. His prestige in the army is second only to Taezu. Much better than the old man of the Han family. And he is still alive now, although he has already half retired, but he still has a title in the central government, and the major military affairs. 283, must ask for the opinion of Mrs. John Long. From the founding of the country to the present, Mrs. Long has been in charge of the army for decades and has trained countless generals. His prestige in the army can be said to be unrivaled. The Long family is also developing rapidly under his leadership. In the second generation of the Long family, 2 people are in the top ranks of the army, and 1 is in the central government. If there is no accident, the next generation can go further. Therefore, needless to say, the strength of the Long family is one of the top families in the capital, and it is extremely powerful. Coupled with the marriages with other families for decades, the Long family can be said to be a top rich family. Young Master Long is the eldest grandson of the Long family. His full name is Long Kai. He has trained in the army with the elders in his family since he was a child. After graduating from high school, he voluntarily asked to join the army, and wanted to join the military system and inherit the great cause of the Long family. But at the same time, he is also the leader of the younger generation of dandies in the capital. He eats, drinks, plays, picks up girls and races, does everything. Relying on the background of the Long family and his own skills, he is unscrupulous and likes to cause trouble. But no matter how he got into trouble, he has lived an extremely nourishing life until now. Because young Master Long is not a stupid person, he never provokes those few people he can't afford or doesn't want to provoke, and he is very measured. And the ones he provoked were people with lower status than him, so even if he caused trouble everywhere, because the name of the Long family was there, he could still live in style. Long Kai fell in love with Sha Jingya only because he was in high school. As one of the top wealthy families, the Long Sha family naturally knew each other since they were young. It's just that I didn't realize it when I was a child. After entering high school, Long Dashao saw that Sha Jingya had become so beautiful, so he was so excited. He started chasing Sha Jingya fiercely, and even threatened to get her. But Sha Jingya is very disgusted with young Master Long. She knows that Long Kai is very domineering and unreasonable, and also makes trouble everywhere, so she thinks he is a reckless man, and she doesn't like him at all. Young Master Long was naturally very angry, but there was nothing he could do. Because the Sha family and the Long family are at the same level, it is useless for the Long family to exert pressure, and Mr. Sha loves this granddaughter very much, so he let her go. If she doesn't agree, no one can buy her. So first young Master Long could only use all kinds of thoughts to impress Sha Jingya, but it didn't work at all. On the contrary, Sha Jingya hated him more and more. Tonight's Treasure Appreciation Conference, young Master Long will attend. He came here only when he heard that Sha Jingya would be present. He just wanted to show off and let Sha Jingya change his impression. So at this moment, everyone around looked at Han Yi gloatingly, thinking that Han Yi must be unlucky tonight, and he would definitely stumble. Because the Long family is much stronger than the Han family, and it is said that the young Master Long is very domineering and narrow-minded. If he sees Sha Jingya and Han Yi being so close, it will be strange if he doesn't explode. Everyone's discussion did not escape Han Yi's ears, and he heard it clearly, but his face did not change in any way. Apparently Sha Jingya also heard a little bit, but she saw that Han Yi was so calm and without any fear, so she smiled and said to Han Yi, "Brother Han Yi, there will be an annoying ghost coming over later, he has a strong background, and he will never see me being so close to others, are you afraid?" It seemed that she didn't have the slightest worry, and felt that Han Yi would definitely not suffer. "There is no one in this world that I am afraid of," Han Yi replied domineeringly. "Hee, then I'll wait to see how you perform," Sha Jingya said with a sly smile, her eyes smiling like a little fox. Han Yi naturally doesn't care. If he agrees to come here, he will not be afraid of anything or anyone. What he thought was whether he could meet a protagonist here, because often in such occasions, the protagonist would come out to pretend to be a chick. In fact, Han Yi agreed to come to this reception because he hoped to meet the protagonist. But until now, the system has not responded, either it did not appear, or it did not. Han Yi was not in a hurry, he took a sip of champagne slowly, and continued to chat happily with Sha Jingya. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion at the door. Everyone heard the voice and looked towards the door, only to see a young man slowly walking into the hall surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black. This person has already appeared, and it caused a commotion, which shows that his identity is not ordinary. Han Yi couldn't help being curious, and looked towards the door. I saw that man was wearing a black evening dress, with slightly dark skin, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a short cut, looking very sturdy. This person looks a bit rough, but upon closer inspection, he appears to be very man, with a tall stature, and walks like a dragon and a tiger. As soon as this person came in, those people who were chatting in small circles in twos and threes all looked surprised, and then greeted him one after another. But this person kept his chin up all the time, his eyes seemed to be looking at the ceiling, and he just nodded at 5.4 when greeting the older generation, without stretching out his hand, with a haughty look on his face, as if it was a great honor for him to nod. Seeing this, Han Yi roughly understood who this person was, and it should be that young Master Long. Han Yi looked at Sha Jingya, and found that she was also looking at him, but her eyes were sly and narrow, and she didn't tell Han Yi any information about this person, as if she was going to watch the excitement. Han Yi smiled dismissively and didn't care. Young Master Long walked all the way in, and everyone greeted him one after another, but he didn't stop at all, looking around, as if he was looking for something. Those young people who knew the inside story looked at young Master Long with weird eyes, knowing who he was looking for. But young Master Long didn't notice the difference in their expressions. 184 Who gave you the courage to challenge me? As soon as the young master of the Long family came in, he looked around, looking for something. He didn't notice the strange faces of the people around him, he just focused on finding the target. No one around him deliberately said anything to him, because if he informs him, even if he can please young Master Long, he will still offend Miss Shaw, and the loss outweighs the gain. So those people didn't take the initiative to point out anything. After all, young Master Long would see it with his own eyes in a while. Sure enough, young Master Long's eyes lit up, as if he had found the target wolf. His eyes seemed to glow green. He immediately strode towards the booth where Sha Jingya was, and seeing him approaching, everyone in front of him avoided a passage to let him pass. Suddenly, the situation in front of Sha Jingya's deck was clearly imprinted in the eyes of first young Master Long. Suddenly, young Master Long's footsteps stopped suddenly, his face was gloomy and furious, his eyes seemed to choose someone to devour, and he stared at Han Yi firmly. That's right, he had already seen Sha Jingya, and also Han Yi, who was still tightly hugged by Sha Jingya's arms. It was a little far away just now. He took a rough look and found Sha Jingya was here. He was pleasantly surprised and didn't look very carefully, so he didn't find Han Yi's existence. But at this moment, the person in front of him gave up a passage for him, and he also approached, so he could see everything at a glance. So when he suddenly saw the woman he was pursuing was holding another man's arm and chatting intimately, how could this keep him from getting angry? After a pause, first young Master Long immediately continued to stride towards Sha Jingya, his face becoming more and more furious. Han Yi just sat calmly, letting Sha Jingya hold his arm, and calmly watched young Master Long approaching. At this time, everyone in the hall stopped talking, and they were all staring at this side. The silence was terrifying. Young Master Long walked up to Sha Jingya, saw that they were still sitting without getting up, and that Han Yi was still calm. His anger couldn't help but want to explode, and he dared to show off in front of him. So before Sha Jingya could open her mouth, he roared furiously, "Where did this trash come from? Get out of here immediately." He didn't give Sha Jingya a chance to introduce her, and didn't give Han Yi a chance to speak. He told Han Yi to leave as soon as he said it. From young Master Long's point of view, this is Donghai City, not the capital city, and there is no one who can make him feel scruples. That's why he didn't bother to care who Han Yi was at this time. If he dared to rob his woman, he would have to pay the price. As soon as Han Yi heard what he said, his complexion immediately darkened, and no one dared to scold him like that. Han Yi smiled disdainfully, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. If he didn't trample this young Master Long under his feet today, he wouldn't be surnamed Han. Thinking of this, instead of getting up, Han Yi took Sha Jingya's waist with his backhand, leaned on the sofa, looked at young Master Long mockingly and said, "Where is the dog? It keeps barking as soon as it comes." PFF'd. Sha Jingya couldn't hold back, and burst out laughing. She didn't expect Han Yi's mouth to be so damaged. And she didn't refuse Han Yi's hug, instead she was a little surprised that Han Yi finally took the initiative. Seeing Han Yi's actions, coupled with his taunts, Long and Young's lungs were about to explode. Young Master Long was furious, like a volcano about to erupt, pointed at Han Yi and said, "No matter who you are, I will let you go out sideways today." At this moment, a young man who was good at flattering walked up to first young Master Long, whispered a few words in his ear, and immediately backed away. After hearing what he said, first young Master Long immediately raised his chin, looked arrogantly, looked at Han Yi like a country bumpkin, and said darkly, "So he is a boy from the Han family in Donghai. How capable do I think he is? Your Han family thinks that they will not take my Long family seriously when they get closer." Having said that, he paused for a moment, then immediately changed his face, and said with a look of disdain, "Who gave you the courage?" When young Master Long got angry, the expressions of the people around him changed. Only Han Yi and Sha Jingya were sitting peacefully. Sha Jingya said in a strange voice, "Oh. Is your Long family overshadowing the sky with one hand or something? No matter how awesome the Long family is, it was not created by you, a dude who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun." His tone is quite disgusting. There was all sorts of disdain in his tone. Young Master Long didn't expect that Sha Jingya would dare to defend Han Yi at this time. so he couldn't help feeling even more cruel in his heart. He said domineeringly to Sha Jingya, "Xiaoya, go away, it's useless for anyone to come. If I don't teach him a lesson today, people will think that I, Long Kai, are easy to bully. Come on, abolish him for me." Young Master Long ordered decisively, ignoring Jingya at all. Yes. The bodyguards behind young Master Long heard the order, and two of them were about to step forward to capture Han Yi. Han Yi immediately stood up, pulled Sha Jingya down behind him, and looked at young Master Long with disdain. Seeing Han Yi's expression, young Master Long was even more upset. "Boy, I hope you can still stand later." "I can definitely stand, but you can't," Han Yi said with certainty. After finishing speaking, before the two bodyguards approached, Han 557's figure flickered, and everyone saw a shadow passing by, and then quickly returned to their original positions. Before realizing what happened, the two bodyguards had already flown out. Without any response, the two bodyguards were kicked away by Han Yi and landed in the middle of the hall, spitting blood and unable to get up. "That's all you can do. It's all hot chicken, let's do it together," Han Yi mocked. A trace of surprise flashed in young Master Long's eyes, but he still looked at Han Yi with disdain. The remaining dozen or so bodyguards couldn't stand this kind of irony. They also saw that Han Yi was powerful, and it was really difficult for a single person to take him down. So they looked at each other one after another, and they rushed forward in a tacit understanding, regardless of how many people beat them, just to complete young Master Long's order. But the current Han Yi is not a few ordinary bodyguards who can find out the reality. Before they get close, Han Yi showed his skills a little bit, kicked them all with one foot, and made them all fall together. This is because the people around have already reacted and looked at Han Yi in surprise. Young Master Lian Long put away his haughty and disdainful expression. He didn't expect Han Yi to be so jealous. 185 I've been arrogant, what can you do to me? Young Master Long didn't expect Han Yi to look like a boy, but his skills were extraordinary. All his bodyguards couldn't do anything to him, and instead Han Yi took care of them all. So at this time, young Master Long's eyes also flashed a trace of solemnity. His face was ugly, but he was not in a hurry to make a move. Because young Master Long is quite confident in himself, he doesn't think Han Yi is his opponent. "I have been beaten and tempered in the army since I was a child, it is impossible to beat a little boy." Although first young Master Long thought so, the people around were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Han Yi to look gentle, but he was so fierce. All the bodyguards of young Master Long were kicked away by him with one kick, as if he was bullying a child. No one thought that young Master Long's bodyguards were weak, because those who could follow young Master Long were considered elites. Otherwise young Master Long would not have been able to take them with him, so the people around thought Han Yi was strong. "Fuck, what's going on here? Could it be my eyesight?" The man with the eyes looked at Han Yi in shock. "You're blind, this young master of the Han family doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. Damn, it's so awesome to fly up." In the blink of an eye, a dozen people flew out. How awesome is that? Those young elites were all surprised and looked at Han Yi in disbelief. When they thought about it, once young Master Long arrived, it would definitely be impossible to swallow this breath, so they gloated. As for young Master Long's loss, this is completely beyond their imagination. Sure enough, young Master Long had a conflict with Han Yi as soon as he arrived, which was exactly as they expected. However, the current plot is completely reversed, and there is no trace of following the routine. The elders who were further away also looked at this side with great interest, and were also very surprised to see Han Yi's such skill. "Mr. Li, this kid from the Han family seems to be quite skilled. He was specially trained by Han Jian. Yeah, it seems quite powerful, but I've never seen him make a move before, so I don't know about that." Mr. Li shook his head and replied. "Hee hee, keep watching, I guess there will be a really good show tonight." The two elders went to see Han Yi and the others with the mentality of watching the excitement. They didn't plan to show up at all, and it was not their turn to show up. Those around were discussing in low voices, but Han Yi looked at young Master Long as if he was mentally handicapped. The disdain and sarcasm in his eyes stimulated young Master Long. At this time, young Master Long couldn't do anything if he didn't make a move, and the bodyguards would be spanked and pissed off by the other party. If this is the case, everyone will think that young Master Long is easy to bully in the future, so maybe others will laugh at him behind him. So young Master Long's face was gloomy, his hands and fingers were intertwined, he held and stretched, his neck shook from side to side twice, and suddenly there was a cracking sound of bones. Then he walked slowly towards Han Yi step by step. Seeing this, everyone knew that young Master Long was about to make a move, and they immediately became excited, as if they saw Han Yi being trampled under their feet. They were inexplicably excited, and they all looked excited. It seems that they all have inexplicable confidence in young Master Long. They don't know whether this confidence comes from his background or his strength. Haha, young Master Long is about to make a move, this kid can't be arrogant anymore. Yes, young Master Long can definitely overthrow him. Hearing the excited shouts of those young elites, young Master Long showed a ferocious smile on his face. He kept walking, and his momentum became more and more serious, as if there was an invisible wind wall heading towards Han Yi's shop. Even people on both sides of Han Yi felt unspeakable pressure. But Han Yi's face remained unchanged, quietly watching young Master Long walking towards him step by step, with confidence on his face. Young Master Long walked up to 1 meter in front of Han Yi, and said to Han Yi with an even crueler and ferocious smile, "You have a bit of strength, boy, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant, but if I say that you are abolished, you must be abolished." Before the words finished, young Master Long had already moved. From a short distance of 1 meter, young Master Long took a fierce step forward, forming a fist with his right hand, and slammed towards Han Yi like a rainbow. The people around were watching excitedly and nervously, as if they could see Han Yi being blown away by young Master Long in the next second. Even Xia Jingye was a little nervous, she knew how powerful young Master Long was, so she couldn't help worrying about Han Yi. But Han Yi was not afraid at all, he didn't even bother to hide, and everyone looked as if he had been frightened stupid. It was only when young Master Long's fist approached that Han Yi made a move. With his right hand still in his pocket, Han Yi stretched his left hand forward like lightning, and grabbed young Master Long's fist, making his fist firmly fixed in the air, unable to advance an inch. Young Master Long didn't expect that Han Yi would block his mighty punch so lightly, and the force from the fist made young Master Long's expression change. It's no wonder that with Han Yi's current strength, it is easy to restrain young Master Long. Young Master Long tried hard to push his fist forward again, but he didn't move at all, and then tried to retract his fist again, but there was no change, instead his face turned red from holding back. At this moment, even the people around can see that something is wrong. They didn't expect that young Master Long's powerful punch would have no effect at all. Huh, what is young Master Long doing? Use some strength. What's going on? Young Master Long didn't use all his strength. Yeah, why is there so much thunder and little rain? I thought it would be very intense. Han Yi looked at Long Dashao, whose fist was tightly grasped by him, and smiled disdainfully. "I'm going to blow up Nuo Zhao's, what can you do to me? This is your strength. I want to see how you can destroy me." Han Yi's disdainful laughter, as well as the doubts from the people around him, made the flushed face that was already suffocated due to exertion even more reddened. How could the always good-looking young Master Long bear it? He didn't expect that Han Yi's strength was far more than what he saw just now, making his words a joke. Young Master Long roared angrily, and punched Han Yi with his left hand, obviously using all his strength in this punch. Han Yi looked at the distraught young Master Long, changed his left hand from grasping to pulling, and took a step back. Young Master Long was unprepared, his left hand was in the state of punching again, his center of gravity was unstable, he was staggered by Han Yi's pull, and followed Han Yi to take a step forward. Then, before young Master Long's left hand approached, Han Yi raised his right foot lightning fast and kicked young Master Long on the chest. 186 I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Young Master Long ran away in anger, hit Han Yi with his left hand, was pulled and kicked by Han Yi, and kicked on the chest by Han Yi. It sounds long, but in fact it is just a short moment. Boom! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground attracted the attention of the people around. But they saw something that shocked them. It turned out that young Master Long fell to the ground. Seeing young Master Long run away in anger, they thought they could save the situation, but who would have thought that they would be easily deflected by Han Yi, and even kicked flying, exactly the same posture as those bodyguards just landed on the ground. At this moment, the whole hall fell silent, and everyone looked at Han Yi with monster eyes. Damn, it's really not dazzled, young Master Long was kicked flying. It's terrifyingly strong. This is the young master of the Han family. Why didn't you know he had such abilities before? Even young Master Long is no match, no wonder he is so calm. On the other hand, Han Yi flicked his trousers and retracted his legs, with a relaxed expression. As for young Master Long, he looked at Han Yi with an expression of disbelief. He didn't even react just now. Before his left hand touched Han Yi, he was kicked away by Han Yi like lightning. First, young Master Long thought he had overestimated Han Yi, but unexpectedly he underestimated him so much that he ended up in this fate. Looking at the strange gazes of the people around him, young Master Long had never received such treatment before, and a raging violent emotion spread in his heart. He has never been so embarrassing, and no one dared to treat him like this. If he doesn't get back on the scene today, and this matter is reported back to the capital, he will become the laughing stock of the entire circle, 10 indelible stains. So even though he knew that Han Yi's strength was terrifying, he didn't back down, but struggled to stand up, looking at Han Yi violently. Looking at that look, he might have the desire to eat people. Boy, don't be arrogant. I can't beat you, but someone can cure you. If you are capable, you can just wait here. First, young Master Long said to Han Yi through gritted teeth. After finishing speaking, he yelled at the bodyguard who was struggling to stand up. Call me and ask your 2 captains to come over immediately, immediately. Hearing young Master Long's roar, the bodyguard immediately ignored his injuries, took out his phone and called out, said a few words, roughly meaning that young Master Long needed urgent support from his captain, and then hung up the phone. Seeing the bodyguard finished making the phone call, young Master Long felt certain, and looked at Han Yi again with an unconcealable murderous look. Today Han Yi made him lose face. He already had the intention to kill Han Yi, but he was forced to hold back. Han Yi looked at young Master Long, who was in a state of embarrassment but was holding on, and said casually, "There is no one in this world who can cure me. It's the same for anyone who comes. I hope that the people who will come will not be as weak as you, otherwise it will be a disappointment." Young Master Long heard that Han Yi called him a weak chicken. He couldn't help clenching his fists, his nails almost sank into his flesh, and fixed his eyes on Han Yi, but Han Yi didn't care at all, sneered, and sat down again. Young Master Long can only use his eyes to support him now, but he has nothing to do with Han Yi. He can't beat him again and again. But thinking of the 2 people who were about to come, young Master Long calmed down a lot, thinking that he would definitely be able to find his place again. The bodyguard brought him a chair. Young Master Long rubbed his chest, sat down, but still stared at Han Yi. Han Yi ignored him, sat down and put his arms around Sha Jingya again, without even looking at young Master Long, once again made young Master Long very angry. Sha Jingya didn't resist, but leaned CDCG obediently. She looked at Han Yi at this moment, and then at the embarrassed young Master Long, and was amazed. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Even Long Kai is no match for you. Hee, it seems that I have found the right boyfriend. Sha Jingya looked at Han Yi with admiration. Han Yi smiled disapprovingly. It's nothing, he's too weak. When young Master Long heard this, he almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Sha Jingya immediately covered her mouth and let out a coquettish laugh, but stopped immediately. Then, she looked at Han Yi with a little excitement and said, "Do you know what he meant? Do you know who he called? Hee, I hope you will still be strong later." Han Yi smiled strangely. "I've always been strong." Sha Jingya gave Han a playful look, but said nothing. Young Master Long saw the 2 of them flirting like no one else. The anger in his heart was about to explode, and he was just waiting for his people to arrive. But the people around, when they heard Sha Jingya's words, and thought of the person young Master Long called, many people immediately thought of what they had heard recently, and started talking about it. Have you heard? It seems that young Master Long has 2 particularly powerful bodyguards around him recently, and he became the captain as soon as he came. Could it be that young Master Long called them? I've heard it. It seems to be the trump card from the army. It's no wonder young Master Long wants them to come and suppress Yangtze. It's getting more and more exciting. Haha, Han Yi is doomed this time. No matter how powerful he is, he can't be better than the ace in the army. Those people were chatting excitedly, and when they learned that the person Long young master called was the ace in the army, they all looked at Han Yi sympathetically. Young Master Long also looked at Han Yi with the expression of looking at a dead person. Han Yi's expression didn't change at all, he was still confident, because they didn't know anything about their own strength. At this moment, two people walked in from outside the hall, and they looked like they were from the army. These two people were of medium stature, with dark skin and cold eyes. They walked as if carved out of a mold, no more, no less, every step was the same. As they approached, a sturdy and iron-blooded aura rushed towards them, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. They didn't expect that the person called by young Master Long was so terrifying. Before they got close, their aura was terrifying. They were sure that this was definitely the trump card that came out of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Young Master Long was extremely excited when he saw his rescuers coming. Seeing first young Master Long sitting there, the two captains came over and bent slightly towards him, and shouted, "Young Master Long, what are your orders?" Young Master Long didn't care about their attitude, pointing at Han Yi and said gloomily, "You abolish him." 187 Instructor, how dare we fight with you? The second one, please subscribe. Seeing his two rescuers coming, young Master Long was very excited, and immediately pointed to Han Yi and told them, "Destroy him, immediately." There was madness and determination in his tone. The two captains had just arrived, obviously not knowing what happened just now. But as young Master Long's bodyguards, they naturally have to spare no effort in carrying out young Master Long's orders, no matter right or wrong. The two of them looked at each other, and they could also hear the resentment in young Master Long's voice, so they understood and prepared to carry out the order seriously immediately. No matter who the other party was, they would abolish him. Because they have the backing of the Long family. Young Master Long turned his head away after finishing his orders, and looked at Han Yi with a proud expression, as if his two rescuers could beat Han Yi to the ground as soon as his two rescuers came. The two captains were facing young Master Long just now, and didn't pay attention to who he was referring to, so after young Master Long turned around, they passed young Master Long and strode forward towards the person young Master pointed at. However, they stopped immediately and froze there, not daring to move. Because, what caught their eyes was Han Yi's half-smile face, a terrifying and familiar face to them. Unconsciously, they all shuddered, and the look of fear flashed across their faces, making their faces pale. In fact, when they first came in, Han Yi discovered that they were two acquaintances. That's right, they turned out to be two members of Tiger Squadron, and Han Yi was naturally very familiar with them. So Han Yi looked at them and young Master Long with weird eyes from the moment they came in, with a half-smile on his face. He didn't know why he saw these two Tiger Squadron members here, but he believed that they would tell him obediently. Seeing them stop suddenly, young Master Long shouted impatiently because he was behind them and couldn't see their expressions, "Hurry up, why are you standing?" On the contrary, the people around could see something was wrong, because the expressions of the two captains were really a bit unbearable. After seeing Han Yi, they became weak from the bloody aura just now. Young Master Long also saw Han Yi's weird smile, but he didn't take it seriously, because Han Yi had already mocked him many times, and he just thought it was the same this time. But who knew that under his urging, the two captains didn't move at all. Instead, they turned their heads and looked at young Master Long resentfully, complaining why he called them here. Hey, what kind of eyes are you looking at? I told you to abolish him. Young Master Long said angrily. We can't do it, said one team leader with a sad face. The name of the tigers was Lu Meng, and the other was Zhou Neng. Then the two immediately turned their heads to Han Yi as a military salute, and shouted loudly, "Hello, instructor." What? Instructor? The young man who was in a panic behind him was stunned for a moment, with an expression of disbelief on his face. The people around were also dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. They all looked at Han Yi blankly. And Han Yi waved his hand, motioning for the two of them to put down their hands, and then said with a joking smile, "Come on, your young Master Long told you to abolish me, why don't you hurry up and execute the order?" Lu Meng and Zhou Neng immediately put down their hands, then bowed down and smiled apologetically. "Instructor, stop joking, how dare we fight with you? If we knew you were here, we would definitely not show up." By the way, why are you here? This look of nodding and bowing made young Master Long, who was familiar with them, dizzy even more. This is not like a special soldier at all. The people around were even more surprised. They didn't expect their attitudes to change so quickly. It was amazing. Come on, this is the trump card in the army. Is the young master of the Han family their instructor? What the hell is this script? This Han Yi is a bit sick. Awesome, this is really awesome, it's hidden. Lu Meng and Zhou Neng's nodding and bowing appearances frightened them. They didn't expect that the mighty trump card with iron and blood rushing towards them when they first came in, would be so frightened that they laughed before they even made a move. Moreover, according to what they said, Han Yi was still their instructor. How awesome is it that Han Yi can be the ace instructor of the army? As a result, the people around were aroused into infinite daydreams, and the way they looked at Han Yi changed. Seeing their virtues, Han Yi couldn't help being amused. Then he waved his hands and asked, "Why don't I tell you here, but you, why did you become bodyguards?" When Lu Meng saw Han Yi's recruitment, they immediately walked forward cautiously, and when they heard Han Yi's question, they reported back to Han Yi in detail. It turned out that after the cross-border incident, the two of them had outstanding performance in their age, so the organization specially approved them to be discharged from the army. They stayed in the army for several years, and they were a little tired of military life, so they simply chose to leave the army. But now that he has retired from the army, he must find a job, otherwise, the retirement compensation from the army subsidy is not enough to live for a few months. So under the introduction of their leader, they went to the Long family to work as bodyguards, which was a pretty good job for them. Because the Long family didn't come in whenever they wanted. If they weren't from the Tiger Squadron and introduced by their leaders, they might not have a chance. And this is much better than going out to be a security guard, and the Long family also tried their best to accept these two special forces elites from the Tiger Squadron. Then they were sent to protect young Master Long. Although young Master Long himself was good at it, he was far behind Lu Meng and the others. So as soon as they arrived, they became the captain and vice-captain of young Master Long's bodyguard team. After finishing speaking, Lu Meng struggled for a while, and asked Han Yi in a stumbling manner, "Instructor, our job is to protect young Master Long, we can't carry out his orders now, you see." The impression of Han Yi in their hearts is really terrible. If Han Yi insists on embarrassing young Master Long, they will not be able to stop him, so they hope that Han Yi can hold his hand high. Zhou Neng also looked at Han Yiwen with hope. 188 God, how can you be omnipotent? Lu Meng asked Han Yi cautiously, and then both of them looked at Han Yi with hope. They naturally hope that there will be no conflict, otherwise they will definitely not be able to protect young Master Long, and it will be difficult to deal with them. Han Yi looked at their fearful and hopeful faces, nodded with a smile, and said, "As long as you young Master Long don't take the initiative to provoke me, I won't do anything to him." As soon as Han Yi finished speaking, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you instructor, thank you instructor." Lu Meng and the two nodded and bowed again. But at this time Han Yi's smile gradually faded, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Because he saw that these two aces of the Tiger Squadron were actually reduced to being bodyguards after retiring from the army. Although their jobs were good, the salary was enough for them to live a decent life. But it is obvious that he is under the fence of others, bows his head down, and eats by watching people's faces. He completely lacks the bravery and indomitable heart he had when he was a soldier. That's why Han Yi was a little bit emotional, but he knew that this was a personal life and difficulty that he couldn't control. They all have families. After retiring from the army, the whole body is in pain, and the family still eats bran and swallowed vegetables. How can the family live a good life if they don't work hard for others? As their instructor, Han Yi has to give such a face. When Han Yi was feeling emotional, the two of Lu Meng got Han Yi's guarantee, and returned to young Master Long excitedly. Young Master Long had been watching them coldly talking to Han Yi just now, without interrupting. He was really shocked by Han Yi's identity. Even his two captains didn't dare to attack Han Yi. He knew that it would be difficult to regain his position in force today, so he could only watch them talking with an ugly face. After Lu Meng and the two returned to young Master Long, they whispered something in his ear, but Han Yi didn't pay attention. Because he felt that there was a burning gaze looking at him all the time. Han Yi turned her head and looked at Sha Jingya. At this time, Sha Jingye was looking at Han Yi with curiosity on her face, because the development of the situation just now was beyond her expectation, which made her eyes shine. She did not expect Han Yi to have such an identity. What else are you hiding? What other identity? Is there anything you don't know? God, how can you be omnipotent? A series of questions bubbled out of her mouth, causing Han's head to grow big. Stop, stop, why do you have so many questions? I don't have any status anymore, and someone forced me to be this instructor. Han Yi stopped decisively and she explained casually. HMPH, that's why I have so many questions. Anyway, you promised to be my boyfriend. Sha Jingye pouted dissatisfiedly, then immediately hugged Han Yi's arm tightly, and said with a cute smile, hee, it seems that my vision is not as good as usual. This time I really found a treasure. Han Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he could only let her hug him. At this time, the people around were silently watching the development of the situation, but they didn't expect that today's incident would be full of drama. They saw Lu Meng's respect and awe, and also knew Han Yi's other identity. They were all shocked. They didn't expect Han Yi to be so secretive, and knowing how powerful Han Yi is, those young elites have already included Han Yi in the list of not to be provoked. At the same time, they also saw the conversation between Lu Meng and Han Yi, and now they want to see how first young Master Long handles this matter, to see if he is willing to suffer this loss, lose face once, or insist on getting back, but he may be beaten even more swollen. At this time, Lu Meng and the two had finished talking to young Master Long. They told young Master Long about Han Yi's deeds in the army and his performance in fighting against drug lords. What young Master Long heard was sweating, his face turned pale, and a wave of fear rose in his heart. He was very fortunate that Han Yi didn't attack him seriously just now, otherwise he would have suffered more than just a little injury, so when he raised his head to look at Han Yi, the madness in his eyes was completely gone. However, this does not mean that he is willing to suffer this loss and lose this face. Young Master Long has never been so embarrassing since he was a child. How can he bear it? But now force is not enough to get back the situation, so, young Master Long can only endure. So there was a strong unwillingness and resentment in his eyes, he wouldn't let it go. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, young Master Long threw away Lu Meng and the two, walked up to Han Yi, and said to Han Yi with an ugly expression, let's wait and see. Then he turned around and left with Lu Meng and the other bodyguards, and went to the booth on the other side to sit down. Before Lu Meng left, he gave Han Yi an apologetic look. Han Yi didn't care about young Master Long's words at all, and never took young Master Long seriously. The people around couldn't help being very surprised when they saw young Master Long walking away in despair without even daring to say harsh words. It seems that Han Yi's energy is more than estimated. So everyone's eyes on Han Yi changed, and even a few young people from the local family who had met Han Yi before went up to chat with Han Yi, making them familiar. Han Yi naturally responded with a smile. At this moment, two crisp applause suddenly came from the host stage, attracting everyone's attention. Then, everyone saw a middle-aged man standing on the stage. After seeing everyone's attention, they patted the microphone, tested the sound, and said loudly, "Gentlemen and girls, distinguished guests, our treasure appraising conference is about to begin. Let's not talk much. Tonight we are honored to invite Master Chen Boyan to appraise our palm eyes. It is a great honor, everyone welcome." After speaking, he was the first to applaud at 4.6, and everyone immediately followed suit. Amidst the applause, an old man with silver hair came out with a smile, greeted everyone, and sat on the seats prepared in advance on the stage. Although this Master Chen has silver hair, he looks really energetic, with a red face. He should be a person who is good at keeping in good health. For the arrival of Master Chen, many people are excited, because this Master Chen's reputation and qualifications in the country are indeed profound and incomparable, and he is respected by many people. Under the introduction of the host, there were a few experts sitting on the stage, but they were not as famous as Master Chen, and they all respected Master Chen very much and held the ceremony of juniors. Han Yi had no interest in these experts, but looked at the host with interest. 189. You'll be even more surprised later, Soil Beetle. Why do you say that Han Yi is more interested in that host? Because the identity of the person who can hold such a reception is definitely not ordinary, and Han Yi just knows his identity. He is the current head of the local top family in Donghai City. To be able to hold such a reception, various situations and emergency measures are definitely indispensable, but Han Yi and young Master Long have been arguing for so long, and the momentum is so loud, but the organizers have not come out to stop it, which is not surprising. Instead, when the matter was over, he immediately came out to host the reception, which made Han Yi firmer in his guess. It's nothing more than that the two sides can't afford to provoke, and don't want to get involved in this kind of junior dispute. The best way is to wait and see, and wait for the two sides to resolve it by themselves, so that no matter what the result is, the organizers can't be blamed. Han Yi has a little understanding of the mentality of people from such wealthy families. But Han Yi just looked at the host with interest for a while and then stopped looking at him. At this time, the Appreciation of 23 Treasures conference has officially started. First, the organizer provided more than 10 antiques for several experts to appraise. Because the hosting platform is relatively high, there will be a projector to magnify and project the expert appraisal process onto a large screen during treasure appraisal, so that everyone in the audience can see the most detailed things from the projection. There are various kinds of these antiques, including calligraphy and painting, porcelain, statues, etc. Obviously, this is the organizer's treasure, and it was the first to show it at this conference to attract jade, which set off an upsurge. Those experts are worthy of being those who eat this bowl of rice. They have specialization in the art industry. Under the appraisal of those experts, they quickly identified those antiques, and then explained the value and history of these antiques to everyone. Those who were interested were fascinated by it, and although those young people were not very interested in these things, they did not show any signs of impatience. Instead, they listened quietly and absorbed this knowledge, which is something that they can't usually learn. At this time, all the people had gathered around the host stage, and Han Yi noticed that Xia Jingya had put away her mischievous personality and was quietly listening to the expert's explanation. Han Yi suddenly felt that someone was staring at him, and turned his head to look. It turned out that young Master Long was looking at him from the other side of the host stage, with resentful and unwilling eyes. Han Yi cast a glance and didn't care. He knew that people like young Master Long would not be willing to suffer, and would definitely retaliate fiercely if given the chance, but Han Yi was not afraid of any of his methods at all. At this time, the experts on the stage have finished appraising and explaining all the antiques brought out by the organizer, and the next step is for the guests to bring out their own collections. So people began to bring out their own collections to the stage to exchange and taste with experts. If you encounter the heaviest thing or something that even the experts are not sure about, it will be determined by Master Chen. Master Chen deserves to be a master figure with countless collections and rich appraisal experience. All the items that have been appraised by him are very convincing to the holders. Master Chen also explained the origin and value of these antiques one by one. This made everyone here sigh with emotion that there is nothing worthless under the prestigious name. Master Chen's eyes are really incomparable. Those experts have some things that they are not sure about. As long as Master Chen has seen them, they can accurately identify them. Although some people already knew the history and value of these antiques before collecting them, but after Master Chen's appraisal, they proved to be genuine, which undoubtedly made those people smile. After all, no one wants to collect fakes. As time passed, most of the people who brought the collections had come to the stage to communicate with experts and Master Chen, and Han Yi looked a little bored. At this moment, young Master Long looked back at Han Yi with deep disdain and contempt in his eyes, then turned around and walked onto the stage. Everyone was talking about it, and many people were still communicating. Seeing that young Master Long had actually come on stage, they all stopped talking, wanting to see what precious items young Master Long had brought out. First, young Master Long was originally one of the most distinguished guests at today's reception. Seeing him on stage, the middle-aged man who presided over the meeting warmly greeted him. "Haha, I didn't expect young Master Long to bring a collection today. It's a great honor. Please come here." Although first young Master Long was arrogant, he had to give face at this time, so he smiled lightly and said, "You're welcome. Today I just want to join in the fun, but since I'm here, I want Master Chen to help me identify an object. Please trouble Master Chen." As he spoke, he bowed respectfully to Master Chen, Obviously his attitude towards Master Chen was extremely respectful and he did not dare to be arrogant. No problem, the focus is on communication. I am here today because I hope to see all kinds of antiques and exchange ideas with friends. Everyone can look up to me. That's my honor, Master Chen said on WeChat. Young Master Long held a box in his hand. The box was rectangular and about the size of 2 palms. Upon closer inspection, he found that the whole box was made of rosewood, which was of great value. There is an antique copper lock on the outside of the box, which is in a locked state. Young Master Long slowly placed the box in front of Master Chen, then took out the key and opened the small lock. Seeing this, Master Chen 283's curiosity was immediately aroused, and he completely lost the indifference he had just identified for other objects. Because even the box containing this object is made of rosewood wood of great value, the value of the things in the box can be imagined, and it must be priceless. When first young Master Long took out the box, some of the audience with good eyesight instantly recognized it. Is this a box made of rosewood? As expected of the Long family, it is such a precious thing. Damn, red sandalwood. This box is worth more than a lot of collections just now. Young Master Long is young Master Long. The gap, this is the background, I can't envy you. Hearing the discussion below, young Master Long's eyes flashed a smug look, and he gave Han Yi another contemptuous look. From his point of view, Han Yi is such an earthworm, not to mention himself, even his family may not even have a few pieces of rosewood, let alone something that can be compared with the items in the box. Young Master Long always thought that his status was much nobler than others, so he looked at Han Yi with disdain and contempt. He already thought that Han Yi was shocked in his heart at this moment. You'll be even more surprised later, soil turtle. Young Master Long thought secretly in his heart. 190 The long-lost master's authentic work. Young Master Long was secretly complacent, and gave Han Yi a contemptuous look, then turned his head and focused on Master Chen's appraisal. Seeing young Master Long's eyes, Han Yi understood his psychology, shook his head, couldn't help feeling sad for this kind of person. This kind of rubbish is not worthy of his eyes, but it's hard for him to jump out and make a fool of himself repeatedly without knowing it. Young Master Long didn't know what Han Yi was thinking at the moment, otherwise he would definitely jump down and fight him desperately. The people around didn't know what these two people were thinking, and looked at the stage with fiery eyes. They all want to know what precious objects are contained in the box. Master Chen saw that young Master Long had unlocked the small lock, so he took out a pair of white gloves and put them on slowly. Then he put the box in the middle of the table and put it firmly. After confirming that there would be no accidents, he stretched out his hand to open it. Seeing this, everyone has to admire Master Chen's professionalism, although this is the most basic common sense. Snapped. With a slight sound, the box was slowly opened by Master Chen. After the box was opened, the inner wall of the box was covered with a layer of white material, which should be used to prevent moisture, and then in the center of the box, there was a square thin object wrapped in a yellow satin, which seemed to be well preserved by the collector. Master Chen carefully picked up the object with his gloved hands, then took it out and laid it flat on the table, which was already covered with a thick layer of towels. Do not allow objects to touch the desktop directly. After laying it flat, Master Chen slowly lifted the yellow silk that wrapped the object, revealing the true face of the antique object brought by young Master Long. It turned out to be a copybook. When everyone saw that it was a copybook, they immediately stared at the projection more intently, hoping to see clearly whose work it was. Master Chen's face became more and more curious. When he saw the yellow silk and satin, he had already guessed that it might be a copybook, but the value of this copybook would not be known until he saw it. Master Chen carefully picked up the copybook, and his movements were gentle, not daring to be negligent, because the copybook is easily damaged. Everyone also watched Master Chen checking anxiously, and they were very patient and did not say anything to disturb them. Master Chen slowly opened the copybook. It turned out that the copybook was folded, like an ancient memorial. After opening, it was about 40 centimeters long, and it was covered with extremely scribbled handwriting. At the end of the copybook, there is also a signature and seal. Seeing this, Master Chen's expression suddenly flashed with surprise, as if he was not sure, and then he carefully read every word, even the signature and seal were carefully studied several times, and he also repeatedly confirmed the quality of the paper. Then he raised his head, put down the copybook, and said with surprise on his face, "I didn't expect to see Sushi's long-lost, cold food post here. It's really a worthwhile trip." As soon as Master Chen finished sighing, those experts were shocked. They didn't expect it to be this copybook. All the experts immediately stood up in surprise, and impatiently walked to the side to taste it. Those knowledgeable people around were shocked and wanted to rush to the stage area to watch, but they endured it immediately. But their voices of surprise didn't stop. "What? It's actually Sushi's cold food post. Impossible. That's right, hasn't this been lost for a long time? I've never heard of it being alive. Is it the real thing?" As expected of the Long family, it seems that this copybook should have been collected by the Long family and no longer published, and it was only taken out by young Master Long today. Someone guessed. Obviously, this person's guess was right. It was young Master Long who stole it from his old man's study, just to attract Sha Jingya's attention tonight. Young Master Long, who was full of beauty, never thought about the consequences if the copybook was damaged. "How about it? Master Chen, is this the real work?" Young Master Long asked triumphantly. Rather than asking, he was affirming it. Master Chen pondered for a while, and then exchanged opinions with those experts who had completed the appraisal, and then slowly said, "According to the opinions of the old man and several colleagues, this is indeed an authentic work, and it is well preserved. Considering Sushi's status in the history of calligraphy and his few works in existence, this copybook can be regarded as one of the few works that Sushi has left in the world." Originally, only a small number of people around knew the value of this copybook, but after hearing Wangda's that Master Chen had given such a high evaluation, Kun immediately understood the value of this copybook. Those young people suddenly cried out in surprise. "Wow, it turns out that this thing is so valuable. That's amazing." My young Master Long crushed the audience with just 10 shots. Long Kai got Master Chen's definite answer, and when he heard the shouts of those people, the haughty expression appeared on his face again, his eyes were smug, and he felt that the sense of pride and superiority was reflected at this time. He glanced coldly at Han Yi, feeling even more arrogant in his heart. "Han Yi, you nouveau riche, how do you compare with me? I can crush you with every single thing, so what if you can fight? It's ridiculous." Long Kai growled in his heart. 191 Labor and management can crush you with anything. Everyone knew that the things that young Master Long dared to take out must be very precious, but they didn't expect such rare and precious copybooks, and they couldn't help but lament the profound heritage of the Long family. Sha Jingya was also surprised, but quickly regained her composure, holding Han Yi's arm and quietly watching the stage. Han Yi wasn't interested at first, but just paid attention to the things that young Master Long brought out. And seeing young Master Long regain his arrogant look, he couldn't help but want to step on him again. So Han Yi used his clairvoyance to look at the copybook when no one was paying attention to him. Unexpectedly, he really saw something after seeing this. After reading it, Han Yi gave young Master Long a weird look, and couldn't help but mourn for him, but he will step on it later. But before the time came, Han Yi didn't speak, and no one knew that Han Yi had authenticated this copybook. After Master Chen's appraisal was completed, first young Master Long looked around the audience triumphantly, without the embarrassed look just now. At this time, he secretly said in his heart, "See the gap? You are a local turtle, labor and capital can crush you with whatever you want." Thinking in his heart, he looked at Han Yi in the same way. Han Yi looked at the complacent young Master Long at this time, showing a mocking smile, and secretly sighed in his heart, hoping that he would still be complacent later. At this time, those collectors hoped to go up to the stage to appreciate the authentic work of Cold Food Thai. Young Master Long complacently agreed, but told them very sternly, they must be careful, line up one by one to watch, otherwise they will be taken back immediately. Being able to appreciate such a precious authentic work, they will of course cherish it with great care. Queuing is also a normal requirement, and it is impossible for everyone to rush forward, so they all consciously line up CDCC. While those people were admiring the tasting, Master Chen asked young Master Long, "Young Master Long, I would like to ask, when did the Long family collect this Cold Food post?" Can the Long family cut off the love? I can exchange my own collection. Faced with these two questions, young Master Long said without hesitation, "This cold food post was collected by my grandfather during the anti-Japanese war, and it has been kept in the study since then. The common people don't know the existence of this copybook. As for the exchange, I can only express my embarrassment to Master Chen. This copybook will never be exchanged." Hearing first young Master Long's answer, although he had prepared himself mentally, Master Chen was still a little disappointed. He has been collecting antiques all his life, and he has appreciated countless antiques, but there are only 10 fingers that can really compare with this copybook. At this time, such a precious copybook is placed in front of him, so one can imagine how much Master Chen wants to own this copybook. But he also knew that it was impossible for the Long family to exchange, so he only asked with a glimmer of hope. Sure enough, it was rejected. But Master Chen didn't care much about it, it was already very lucky to see the true face of this copybook. After young Master Long rejected Master Chen, everyone thought that today's treasure appreciation conference was over, and young Master Long would take back the copybook immediately and keep it well. However, this is not the purpose of young Master Long tonight. Therefore, Master Long looked around, and when he finally fixed his eyes on Sha Jingya, his eyes were hot and obsessed. Everyone also realized that there seemed to be a follow-up to the matter, so they all fell silent. Sure enough, young Master Long slowly walked down from the stage, walked up to Sha Jingya, and said loudly, "It is impossible to exchange the cold food post, but tonight I will give it to my beloved woman. Yes, it is the one in front of me. Xiaoya, I hope you will like this gift from me," young Master Long said to Zhang Jingya in a gentle tone. Wow! Everyone was in an uproar. Unexpectedly, such a precious copybook, a copybook that even Master Chen couldn't ask for, was so easily given away by young Master Long, as a gift. This made those people a little dumbfounded, and they were very shocked by young Master Long's decision. It seems that young Master Long also put in so much effort to pursue Miss Zhen, even willing to give away such a precious gift. However, Sha Jingya did not show the slightest smile, instead she frowned, and said displeased, "You will not be rewarded for nothing, and this is Mr. Long's favorite thing. Jingya dare not be ashamed to accept it. Please take it back, young Master Long." Facing first young Master Long, Sha Jingya lost her usual eccentric personality at all, but was very plain. When first young Master Long heard that Sha Jingya refused, his face suddenly turned ugly, and he said in a low tone, "Xiaoya, there are still gifts I want to give that I can't give away, so you can accept it if I give it to you. I don't like other people's rejection." "Oh, really? Then what does it matter to me? No one can force me to accept things I don't like." Sha Jingya pushed back mockingly. You don't know good and bad." Young Master Long was furious when he heard this, and looked at Sha Jingya with an extremely ugly face. At this moment, the scene suddenly became awkward. 192 Damn, do you still dare to question Master Chen? The second one, please subscribe. At this moment, the scene became awkward. Because young Master Long originally wanted to give Sha Jingya a precious gift, hoping to gain her favor, change her opinion, and then of course it would be the best to go further. But he didn't expect that Sha Jingya would look down on the copybook he gave him, or that he didn't want to give young Master Long any chance at all, and refused to accept the gift, which young Master Long never thought of anyway. Because young Master Long has never been rejected by anyone, this time he refused in front of so many people. How can this make young Master Long feel embarrassed? At this time, he is embarrassed and angry, but he has nothing to do with Sha Jingya. Sha Jingya also didn't expect young Master Long to come out like this, but she would not give young Master Long any chance, so no matter what he gave, she just refused. The people around were even more afraid to speak. They didn't expect young Master Long to be so willing to give the copybook to Miss Sha, but what they didn't expect was that Miss Sha actually refused. Yes, she refused with righteous words, which made Long Tianxiao very embarrassed. So the scene at this time was a bit awkward. Everyone didn't dare to speak. Sha Jingya didn't want to speak. Young Master Long was indignant but didn't know what to say. There is only one person who is not embarrassed, and that is Han Yi. Looking at Sha Jingya who rejected young Master Long, Han Yi was undoubtedly very happy in his heart, and even happier seeing young Master Long being deflated. Therefore, he didn't mind embarrassing young Master Long even more. So, not long after this embarrassing situation had passed, suddenly, everyone heard an obvious sneer. Hey, even a fake product is regarded as a treasure by others, and you actually give it away as a gift. It's really shameful to throw it at Grandma's house. The world is full of wonders. What? Fake. Originally, the situation was quiet and embarrassing, so although this sentence was not loud, it was clearly conveyed to everyone's ears, making everyone look at the person who spoke in surprise. That's right, it was Han Yi. At this time, Han Yi looked at young Master Long with a mocking face. Everyone was not in an uproar at this moment, but looked at Han Yi with a dumbfounded look. Some people even looked at Han Yi like a fool, because they just thought that Han Yi couldn't show such a precious thing. But he didn't want to be ashamed, so he came up with such a sensational reason, wanting to improve his sense of existence, and attack young Master Long by the way. But there were also people who were dubious, otherwise Han Yi wouldn't have opened his mouth indiscriminately, so everyone's faces were confused. Fake. He said the copybook is a fake. Does he not know Master Chen? Is he questioning Master Chen? Damn it, this is a fake product. No way, young Master Long actually used the fake product to play with everyone. Impossible, I think he must be jealous of young Master Long, and he can't produce such a thing himself, so he just talks nonsense. Han Yi didn't pay attention to the Long family and Master Chen at all. Regardless of whether this copybook is true or not, he offended them to death at the same time. Even Xia Jingya was surprised to see Han Yi, who spoke surprisingly. She rejected young Master Long, but she never questioned the authenticity of this copybook. I didn't expect Han Yi to casually say that it was a fake. Would he still be able to identify it? Han Yi, you can't just say this casually. Xia Jingya said with a smile. But seeing Han Yi give her a positive look, he immediately blinked playfully and believed him. First, young Master Long's face was ugly when he was rejected by Xia Jingya, but Han Yi jumped out when he hadn't figured out what to do next, and kept saying that his copybook was a fake, with an extremely mocking tone. This caused young Master Long's originally accumulated anger to explode immediately. I don't care about you, uncle. I have tolerated you for a long time. Don't think that you can't do anything to you because you can beat me. Not everyone in our Long family can insult you casually. If you don't make it clear today, I won't let you get out of this door. Young Master Long's furious behavior made most people's faces change color, but Han Yi turned a blind eye to him. At this time, Master Chen and several experts on the stage had an ugly expression on their faces. They did not expect that the appraisal results given by them would be questioned. How could this make these experts look good? This is questioning their professional ability. Young man, you have to be responsible for what you say. This old man thinks that this pair of eyes can read a lot, and he has more confidence in himself, but he doesn't know where you start talking about fakes. Although Master Chen's face is not good looking, he still has self-restraint, and he can be considered polite when speaking to Han Yi. But several other experts are different. None of us could tell it was a fake. How did you tell? That's right, are you stronger than old Chen? This is the conclusion we came up with. How dare you call it a fake without even reading the copybook? Young man, don't learn to be so exaggerated at a young age. Han Yi looked at these so-called experts and the man-eating young Master Long. He sneered and said, "What? A fake is a fake, why don't you tell others? You can't even tell the real from the fake. How can I be an expert? Do I have to flatter you against my will? It's so ridiculous." As soon as Han Yi said this, it was like a critical strike, which made the faces of those experts darken an inch. 193 is old and experienced enough to be Emil. As soon as Han Yi's words came out, the faces of all the experts immediately turned black like the bottom of a pot. They didn't expect that Han Yi would dare to be so sure, and even bluntly questioned their professionalism and ability, which made these experts accept it. Young man, we dare not say that our professional level can reach the point of authenticating all antiques, but I think our experience and professionalism can still be trusted. I don't believe that your experience is richer than ours. Boy, if you don't make it clear today, we are not vegetarians either. Young Master Long sneered twice, looked at Han Yi with disdain and said, "A soil turtle is a soil turtle. You haven't seen such a precious copybook as 390. I don't blame you, but you insist on jumping out to be a clown to make a splash. Don't you even have clever means? Han Yi gently put down Sha Jingya's hand, then took 2 steps forward, walked to the middle of the crowd, and faced the people on the stage. Older and more experienced can be used as food. If experience is rich and useful, why do you want results? What you look at in this business is results. What is true, and what is false. If you can't even see through this, what kind of expert are you? Han Yi didn't give them a chance to refute at all, and continued, according to what you say, then many people with rich experience in stone gambling should have become rich. Why do I know that most of them have gone bankrupt? Don't rely on your age to think that what others say is wrong. If you don't have the attitude of learning with an open mind and the courage to admit your mistakes, I think you experts will be in vain. Everyone was shocked by Han Yi's words. They didn't expect Han Yi to dare to speak to experts like this, and what he said seemed to make sense. Those experts were also embarrassed, but they couldn't refute Han Yi's words at all. It's just that they have been flattered for a long time, and now they are educated by Han Yi, a junior, and they feel a little embarrassed. Ahem, what this little friend said is so true, it really woke up the old man. I wonder if little friend can tell us why the copybook is fake. Seeing the embarrassing situation, Master Chen took the lead to speak up and give everyone a step down. Master Chen still has the courage to admit his mistakes and self-cultivation, so he wanted to ask Han Yi why he said the copybook was fake. But first young Master Long didn't believe that the copybooks in his collection were fakes at all, and felt that Han Yi was talking nonsense, so he said to Master Chen, "Master, don't believe him, I think he is just a country bumpkin, a reckless man who only knows how to fight and kill. He has never seen this copybook before. How could he know the truth? He must be pretending to understand." Since Han Yi dared to stand up, he had the confidence to prove his words to everyone. So Han Yi looked at young Master Long, who seemed to be superior, and sarcastically said, "Spicy chickens dare to pretend to be superior in front of me, so I will let you see what your so-called copybook is." The blue veins on young Master Long's forehead were all exposed. It was obvious that he was angered by Han. But Han Yi ignored him at all, and immediately said to Master Chen, "Master, I don't know if you have ever seen a master with superb papering skills. Oh, I know a few old people who can paper, but they can't be called superb skills. I don't know why my little friend asks that." Han Yi lightly threw out a heavy news, "Because the copybook you are seeing now was pasted by a very skilled master, so you think it is an authentic work, because it is indeed very similar to the original work." Impossible. It was an expert who was the first to refute. He was full of doubts and didn't believe what Han Yi said. Because it involves this aspect, many people don't understand, so they just watched quietly without making a sound. Nothing is impossible. Han Yi continued without even looking at the expert, "Master Chen, take a closer look at this copybook. Do you find that the paper is a bit thick? Indeed, this old man thinks that it was framed after the predecessors obtained this copybook, for better preservation." Han Yi nodded and said, "This copybook is indeed framed, but it's not for better preservation, but to preserve the information of the imitator." "What? You said this copybook was copied?" Master Chen screamed. "That's right, it should have been copied by the ancients, but after being framed, it's almost fake. If you don't believe me, I can show you the truth." Han Yi said affirmatively. Now everyone believes that Han Yi is not grandstanding, because what he said about 4.0 is well-founded, but he has not yet produced evidence. Those experts were also skeptical, but they didn't speak again, just waiting for the result. Only young Master Long mocked at the side, "You say that what you copy is copying. It's ridiculous, labor and management say it's the real work." Han Yi glanced at him and said nothing. Then Han Yi asked the organizer to ask someone to bring up a basin of clean water, along with a small brush with soft bristles and a pair of tweezers. After the tools were brought up, Han Yi said slowly to young Master Long, "Now, let's see if our young Master Long dares to let me have a try." 194 Wow, is this really a fake? The second one, please subscribe. As soon as Han Yi said this, young Master Long's expression changed. He didn't know how to answer. Agree, if Han Yi finds out that it is a fake, then he will be really ashamed and thrown to his grandma's house. If you disagree, you will be ridiculed by Han Yi, saying that the Long family knows it is a fake, so they dare not try it. This made young Master Long feel awkward immediately, looking at Han Yi with vicious eyes, thinking that all of this was caused by Han Yi. If there is no Han Yi, there would not be so many things today. At this time, Master Chen said, Master Long, I really want to know whether this copybook is true or not, so I hope Master Long can agree. Of course, it cannot be damaged. Long Dashao saw that Master Chen had spoken, but his face was still gloomy and unperturbed. Aren't you scared? Take it back if you're afraid, don't be ashamed here. Han Yi lazily prodded. Yes, young Master Long, what are you afraid of? Real gold is not afraid of fire. That's right, young Master Long, let him try it. The people around also booed one after another, they all wanted to know whether the copybook was real or not. Han Yi's agitation, as well as the booing of the people around, made the face-conscious young Master Long blush immediately, and immediately stated, Okay, I can let you try it, but if it is genuine and you damage it, how will you pay for it? Young Master Long wasn't too stupid, so he hit Han Yi instead. If I'm wrong, I'll pay you 1 billion. Han Yi said indifferently. Okay, you can do it. Young Master Long immediately agreed, for fear that Han Yi would regret it. The people around were shocked by Han Yi's wealth and wealth. Once 1 billion is released, it is more shocking than any antique calligraphy and painting. Han Yi ignored those shocked eyes, walked to the stage, and asked Master Chen to stand up. Then, he picked up the small brush, dipped it in the clear water, and then gently brushed the lower left corner of the copybook, which is the corner where the signature is signed. The water absorption of this drawing paper is very good. As soon as the brush touched the paper, it was absorbed immediately. Then Han Yi continued to dip in water to brush. After 3 or 5 times, the area of about 5 or 6 centimeters square in the lower left corner was completely soaked. Then, Han Yi stretched out 2 fingers, and rubbed the corners slightly, and the copybook that was originally one piece was immediately divided into 2 pieces of paper. Seeing this, the people who were originally half-believing and skeptical were all in an uproar. They immediately started discussing and wanted to take a closer look on stage, but they were stopped. Master Chen and those experts watched Han Yi's operations with solemn expressions, and did not dare to disturb him, so the people around him gradually quieted down, watching Han Yi quietly. On the other hand, young Master Long's expression changed drastically when he saw the 2 pieces of paper appearing. He hoped that there would be no things he didn't want to see. However, things backfired. Han Yi gently twisted the copybook out of 2 sheets, then gently clamped the upper layer of paper with tweezers, and slowly lifted it upwards. After opening a corner, the lower layer of paper was exposed. It turned out that there was also an inscription on the lower layer, with 2 ancient characters written on it, Wang Duo. There are also 2 seals, namely, Wang Duo's seal, and Yantan Fisherman, seal. Seeing the inscription and seal, young Master Long's vision went dark and he felt a little dizzy. Unexpectedly, the last thing I wanted to see happened. Master Chen's expression was solemn, but when he saw the inscription, he lost his voice immediately. Wang Duo. This is Wang Duo, a fisherman in Yantan. Alas, it seems that you are really old, and you are so young. After Master Chen was excited, he couldn't help sighing that he was old. After those experts went forward to confirm, they all blushed and dared not look directly at Han Yi. At this time, they have confirmed that this copybook is indeed a fake. It was copied by Wang Duo, a master calligrapher in the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. At this time, although this copybook is still considered an antique, its value is greatly reduced, and it is not just in case. They didn't see it before, but instead questioned Han Yi, and now they can only suffer by themselves after being slapped in the face. On the other hand, the people in the audience were shocked when they saw that Han Yi had really identified that it was a fake. Wow, this is really a fake. Can you tell it? That's amazing, my brother. This counterfeiting technology is too good, even Master Chen can't see the flaws of 033. Awesome, the young master of the Han family is really awesome, but why did the young Master Long come out with fake products? Sha Jingya also looked at Han Yi with a look of surprise. She didn't expect that Han Yi would really know how to appraise. At this moment, she felt more and more that Han Yi was omnipotent. When Han Yi showed his hand, everyone immediately changed their minds. On the contrary, He looked at young Master Long with a slightly strange look in his eyes, but he didn't dare to say it clearly, which made young Master Long's bad face even darker. Young Master Long didn't expect that the copybooks collected by his grandfather were all fakes, which made him lose face today. It would be extremely embarrassing to give the fakes to Xia Jingye in front of so many people. After everyone confirmed it, Han Yi gently glued the top layer of paper back. Then he raised his head and showed a very mocking smile to young Master Long. How is it? Young Master Long, who has a profound background, is convinced. Long Kai was so angry that he trembled all over, his face was flushed and he was almost dizzy. 195 A masterful feat of mastery. How is it? Spicy chicken, have you taken it yet? Han Yi's sarcasm pierced deeply into young Master Long's heart, making young Master Long's eyes almost burst into flames, but he didn't know how to respond. At this moment, young Master Long seems to feel that the people around him seem to be laughing at him, laughing at himself for treating a guy as a treasure, and giving it away to others, and young Master Long thinks that others are whispering to him when they discuss in a low voice, so at this moment, he looks like a volcano that is about to erupt at any time. But young Master Long couldn't explode his anger at the people around him, so he could only look at Han Yi gloomily. Han Yi asked him if he was convinced, but it was impossible for young Master Long to be convinced, although what he showed was indeed a fake. My sister, even if this copybook is a fake, it is also a Ming and Qing dynasty item. Moreover, this copybook is so realistic that its value is definitely not small. It is my business that my Long family is willing to pay a high price for collection. If you have the ability, you can give Xiaoya something better than this. Do you have any in the Han family? If you don't, shut up. Young Master Long yelled stiffly. The copybook that looks like rubbish dares to be said to be valuable. I really feel sad for you. Anything I can make is better than your copybook. Han Yi said disdainfully, looking at young Master Long is like looking at that copybook. Haha, okay, I'll see how you can make something better than this. Young Master Long laughed angrily, looking at Han Yi with cold eyes. With his hands in his pockets, Han Yi said casually, if I make it, how about you? If you make it on the spot, I'll slap 10 times. If you don't make it, get out. Young Master Long was also ruthless, betting his last face. He didn't believe that he could really make something worth more than a copybook on the spot. Okay. Han Yi smiled confidently. For the fight between the two, the people around did not dare to speak out and participate in it, so when they heard that young Master Long dared to bet with Han Yi, everyone became more interested and wanted to see how Han Yi would do it. According to Han Yi's request, the organizer brought a sharp dagger and a piece of camphor wood. The camphor wood was about the size of a palm and square. This was the best wood the organizer could find in a hurry. Everyone looked at these two things curiously, wondering what Han Yi could make with these two things. They were also suspicious. Haha, just relying on a dagger and a piece of broken wood. Just want to make something better than a copybook. You are not afraid of laughing your teeth out, haha. I see what you do, it will be a piece of broken wood. Young Master Long finally waited for the opportunity, so he frantically mocked Han Yi, trying to get back a little sense of superiority. Han Yi didn't even look at him, he picked up the wood with his left hand and the dagger with his right hand, and after making gestures, he started to carve quickly. Young Master Long didn't dare to speak back when he saw Han Yi, thinking that he was afraid and was about to continue to mock proudly, but suddenly seeing Han Yi's lightning-fast invisible hand, he choked the words in his throat, and his expression was extremely ugly. That's right, it was the shadowless hand. Everyone looked at Han Yi in shock, because the speed at which he carved wood with the dagger turned out to be so fast that people couldn't see clearly, only seeing sawdust flying. With Han Yi's super high strength and delicate control, it is not too easy to carve something on wood, it is as easy as drinking water. Lots of sawdust flying. A figure suddenly appeared. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Han Yi seemed to have transformed into a super master sculptor. His rigor, elegance and every move made everyone present dumbfounded, and many women secretly moved their hearts. In the end, everyone was surprised to see that Han Yi was holding a wooden statue in his hand, a beautiful one, a statue exuding holy light, extremely exquisite. The most important thing is that this statue actually looks like Xia Jingye. It is simply a miniature version of Sha Jingya, exactly the same, lifelike. At this moment, everyone looked at Han Yi dumbfounded. They didn't expect that he could really make such a realistic statue on the spot in a short period of time. It's amazing. Then everyone turned their eyes to the statue, and everyone was fascinated, as if they couldn't get enough of it. Moreover, the holy radiance and appearance of this statue make the people around it feel peaceful, which is extremely wonderful. That's right, this is exactly what Han Yi created by using illusion. It looks amazing, and it's better than Mr. Long's fake copybook at first glance. What is this? Am I blind? How could someone carve a statue like this? Please tell me how he did it. The statue still exudes a holy light. Is this still a sculpture? Li Chenjiao, damn, cheating, this one hand alone is enough to crush that broken copybook. Today is really an eye-opener. Han Yi's move really had the effect of shocking the audience. The people around were shocked, even Master Chen and those few experts looked at Han Yi as if they were gods. Oh my god. Sha Jingya was completely dumbfounded. She stared blankly at this scene, her heart was pounding. Only young Master Long's face was ashen. He didn't expect Han Yi to make such an awesome statue in just 10 minutes. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this statue was better than his copybook, so the anger in his heart can be imagined. No, it's impossible, young Master Long said suddenly. 196. It's over, Miss Sha has completely fallen. The second one, please subscribe. No, it's impossible, young Master Long roared suddenly. Young Master Long was shocked, but he was unwilling to admit defeat, and he didn't think Han Yi was that powerful, so he roared angrily. But Han Yi just glanced at him with a disdainful smile, and didn't even bother to refute. Then he carried the statue and walked up to Sha Jingya. Jingya, this is for you, I think you will like it. Han Yi looked at Sha Jingya and said confidently. After Han Yi finished sculpting, Sha Jingya was completely stunned when she saw that the statue was actually her own appearance. She kept staring at Han Yi blankly. She didn't expect Han Yi to carve himself into a statue. A huge joy hit her heart, so she didn't even feel Han Yi walked in front of her. It wasn't until Han Yi said that Sha Jingya woke up from the huge surprise. I love you so much, Han Yi. The waking Miss Sha immediately embraced Han Yi's neck with great excitement, shaking non-stop, venting her surprise. Some people who knew Sha Jingya before all looked at her in surprise. They never expected that she could do such a crazy and unladylike behavior, which gave them a deeper understanding of Sha Jingya. Only young Master Long's face was livid, and he gritted his teeth and looked at the two hugging together. The hatred and wolf in his eyes flashed past. After hugging for a long time, Sha Jingya didn't want to let go, so Han Yi could only say, okay, a lot of people are watching, come down first. Hearing what Han Yi said, Sha Jingya let go, but she blushed immediately and realized that there were still many people here. Han Yi knew she was shy, so he smiled and said, here, take it. Then he handed the statue to her. Sha Jingya immediately took it over happily and hungry, played with it fondly, and said to Han Yi with a smile, hee, thank you. I like it very much. It's over, Miss Sha has completely fallen. A young man who had known Sha Jingya before murmured. That's right, Sha Jingya fell in love with Han Yi the first time she saw him, and Han Yi gave her such a big surprise tonight. Now Sha Jingya has been completely captured by Han Yi, and only Han Yi is in her eyes. So she still hugged Han Yi's arm all the time, refusing to let go, looking like a nymphomaniac, and everyone watching shook their heads and sighed. But young Master Long saw her like this, his lungs were about to explode. Sha Jingya is the goal that young Master Long has been pursuing. I didn't expect to steal the chicken tonight and lose money. I couldn't help but lose face. I also saw Sha Jingya obsessed with Han Yi. How did young Master Long accept it? Young Master Long looked at Han Yi in the center of the light, and the violence in his heart was increasing, thinking whether to do something here. Slap in the face, don't wait for me to do it. Han Yi urged with a sneer. Okay, my Long family admits the bet, you wait for me. Young Master Long roared angrily, raised his hand and slapped himself viciously. Clap clap. A crisp sound spread throughout the audience, and everyone was frightened stupid. Oh my god, the high and mighty young Master Long actually smacked himself. This is an anecdote in the world. Now even the Long family's face has been lost. This hatred will never end. After 10 slaps, young Master Long retreated silently. When everyone saw young Master Long leaving in such a disgrace, they were extremely surprised and showed Han Yi's strength, so they didn't care, and continued to discuss the topic just now. And those people are more enthusiastic to talk to Han Yi, hoping to establish a good relationship. Han Yi didn't have the heart to pay attention to them at this time. He sent them away after saying a few words. Next, Sha Jingye chatted with Han Yi enthusiastically. Until the reception was over, they still had more to say, so Han Yi took Sha Jingye and left, planning to continue walking and chatting in a nearby park. They didn't know that their behavior deeply stimulated young Master Long. Although young Master Long left the venue early without saying hello, he was not willing to go back in such a shameful manner. He had already sworn in his heart that he would take revenge, so even though he left the venue, he sent someone to keep an eye on Han Yi and the others' movements. After learning that the reception was over, Sha was surprised and didn't leave alone, but was taken to a park by Han Yi. Young Master Long, who had already been enraged by Han Yi, almost went crazy. So under the madness, Long Tianxiao finally couldn't restrain the killing intent in his heart. "Ah, Han Yi, I want you to die." Young Master Long roared uncontrollably. "Heavenly fiend, come out." Originally, he was alone in the room, but after yelling, a person suddenly walked out from the darkness of the room, a strange person. This is a person dressed in black, with a hood on his head. He is covered from head to toe in the black robe, and his figure should be a man. "What's the matter?" The man raised his head and asked calmly. At first glance, the voice was extremely low and a bit eerie, but the strangest thing was that it was only when he raised his head that he could see clearly that his face was actually wearing a grimace mask. 197 Dear viewers and friends, welcome to the Zombie Live broadcasting room. The man who came out of the darkness actually had a grimace mask on his face. Moreover, the surface of this mask is pale, with a big mouth with a sinister smile, and 2 blood-dripping fangs protruding from the mouth, which is really weird. But first young Master Long turned a blind eye to it, or he was used to it. He stared at that person, with a hint of madness in his tone, and said, "Kill Han Yi, no matter what method you use, after it's done, I'll give you 100 million. Hearing that it was a murderous job, and there was such a high commission, Tian Sha almost agreed immediately. "Okay, no problem, it's been a long time since I've been active. I'll ask someone to bring you some information right away. I want you to do it tonight. I don't want to see him live until tomorrow morning." Young Master Long couldn't wait. "Hey, no problem, your wish will come true soon, please prepare money." Tian Sha laughed sinisterly, his tone full of strong confidence. After finishing speaking, he walked out without waiting for young Master Long to say anything. Next, after receiving the information prepared by young Master Long, Tian Sha immediately rushed to the park where Han Yi was, hoping they would not leave so soon. On the way, Tian Sha also read the information that young Master Long had prepared for him. The information was about everything that happened at the reception tonight, and it also stated that Han Yi was superb in force. But Tian Sha dismissively smiled, took out a lighter, ignited the information and threw it away, as if he didn't care about Han Yi's power at all. What's the use of being able to fight, and being able to fight is still a human being. Hee, it seems that my baby will be able to eat a meal again tonight. Tian Sha laughed sinisterly, and what he said made people feel creepy. When Tian Sha was rushing to the park, Han Yi and Sha Jingye were walking slowly on a quiet path. Sha Jingye was still holding Han Yi's arm. The two walked slowly, talking sweetly and laughing from time to time. They had no idea that a mysterious killer was coming here at this time, with the purpose of killing Han Yi. But if Han Yi knew about it, he wouldn't take it to heart, and didn't worry about his own safety at all. Just as Han Yi and Sha Jingye were taking a leisurely walk, Tian Sha had already arrived at the park, but instead of rushing to act, he stopped. After stopping, Tian Sha took out a round object the size of a ping-pong ball, and then threw it upwards with his hand. The spherical object actually floated in the air, and then there was a burst of electric current sound. After a sound of electric current, the surface of the spherical object in the mid-air was suddenly rippling like water, blurred for a while, and then became clear. The spherical object had turned into a blood-red eyeball. If someone saw this object floating in the air in the middle of the night, they would probably be quite frightened. And this eyeball can fly up and down, which is amazing. Hey, the live broadcast is starting. Tian Sha smiled sinisterly, looking extremely leisurely, like an anchor who started the live broadcast. That's right, it's really a live broadcast. After Tiansha turned on the eyeball object, he took out another mobile phone and clicked on the room where he was live broadcasting. After a while, he saw that there were already millions of viewers in his room, which made him already excited. Friends from the audience, welcome to Tiansha's live broadcast room. Tonight I will use my exorcism technique to kill someone. Are you looking forward to it? Tiansha said nervously. As Tiansha's voice fell, the eyeball object on top of Tiansha's head turned around, and then it could be seen that the live broadcast room on Tiansha's mobile phone also showed the park he was in at the moment. With the rotation of the eyeball object, a 360-degree environment with no dead ends was presented in front of the audience. It turns out that this eyeball object is actually a 360-degree ultra-clear camera with no dead angles, which allows the audience to experience everything the anchor sees during the live broadcast. Damn it, God of Heaven, you finally started broadcasting, and all the flowers have been waiting for you are gone. Not to mention so much, first brush a wave of 666, and then brush a wave of rockets. I hope that God will perform well tonight. Wow, I finally waited until the broadcast of Tiansha Dashan, so excited, and I can see the miraculous corpse again. God, can you teach me how to drive corpses? I really want to learn. It's funny upstairs, can this be taught easily? You'd better watch the live broadcast obediently. As soon as Tiansha started the live broadcast, he said a few words, and the audience in the live broadcast room was instantly excited. Countless bullet screens drifted past like snowflakes. One can imagine how enthusiastic the audience was. And seeing the dark park at this time, and hearing Tiansha saying that he was going to kill people, those audiences not only didn't feel scared, but were even more excited than Tiansha. Not long after Tiansha started the live broadcast, it instantly reached more than 1 million viewers. This appeal is really extraordinary. Looking at it like this, Tiansha should have a lot of live broadcasts on weekdays, otherwise the audience would not be so familiar with him. 199 Tiansha still loves to pretend as always. After seeing Han Yi from a distance, Tian Sha gave a weird laugh excitedly, and was not in a hurry to catch up immediately. Instead, he took out 2 things from his bosom with his gloved hands, and opened them up. They turned out to be 2 palm-sized clay pots, which were quite primitive, and there was a yellow talisman on the mouth of the pot, which looked weird and eerie. After Tiansha took out these 2 jars, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly became excited. Wow, I'm so excited to see the corpse jar and the soul-suppressing talisman again. Yes, I don't know if using 2 corpses can solve the opponent this time. Let's not talk about it, the rocket is going to go, just rush to these 2 family cans. Numerous barrages floated by. Judging from the situation, these 2 jars should be a common method used by Tiansha. The audience has seen a lot of 23 eating, so they are not surprised. Hey, audience friends, let's see the performance of my 2 treasures. Tian Sha looked at Han Yi's figure and smiled sinisterly again. Then, he peeled off the talisman paper attached to the mouth of the jar, then he put away the talisman paper, and poured the mouth of the jar to the ground, and immediately heard 2, bang bang, and 2 shallow pits appeared on the ground, as if dug out by someone. Tian Sha put away the jar with a flip of his hand, then strode towards Han Yi, and at the same time took out a small golden bell from his arms, with a red string tied to the bell, and dense inscriptions engraved on the surface of the bell. In fact, when Tiansha appeared far behind him, he felt something was wrong, as if someone was watching him, and he also felt a very evil breath approaching, his senses were reporting this to him. So Han Yi stopped in his tracks and looked back resolutely. Sure enough, as soon as Han Yi turned his head, he saw a man dressed in black striding towards him. And the man in black was shaking a golden bell in his hand, making a tinkling sound. And when the man in black walked towards him, the surroundings were full of yin, giving people a very scary feeling, as if some monster was approaching him. What is this? Before Han Yi had time to wonder, there was a sudden explosion behind him, and 2 gloomy black figures suddenly appeared under the shade of the trees behind Han Yi. Han Yi was unmoved, and looked at Tianxia calmly, but Sha Jingye couldn't help but look back, screamed immediately, and then hugged Han Yi's arm tightly in fear. In the dark night, two corpses with pale faces like zombies just stood there in the dark. Those terrifying sharp claws and green eyes made people feel creepy. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room was even more gloating. Walking corpse, haha, this is the walking corpse that the God of Heaven is best at. Will that Han Yi be scared to pee? Number 666, to be so calm, he deserves to be the one who can make Tianxia take action. Quote. Haha, his female partner was frightened, so exciting. But by the way, his girlfriend is so beautiful and temperamental. Tianxia ignored the audience, but walked up to stand 10 meters in front of Han Yi, and then asked carelessly, "You're Han Yi, right?" "Not bad, I didn't get scared by my two babies, but no matter what, you won't be able to run tonight, hee hee." Han Yi frowned, not because he was afraid, but because he was annoyed that this person interrupted his leisure time with Che Jingye. "Did Long Kai ask you to come?" Han Yi said flatly. "It's actually not difficult to guess, he only offended Long Kai tonight, and with Long Kai's character, it's strange not to take revenge." Tianxia wore a mask so that no one could see his expression, but he said in a low voice, "That's right, he paid me to take your life. I hope you better not resist, or you will be in great pain." "Oh yes, you can call me Tianxia. I hope you know whose hands it was. It's okay to act like this, you can use wave rockets." Haha, Tianxia still loves to pretend as always. "Okay, 100%. Han Yi looked at Tianxia, who was wearing a very weird mask, and there was actually a blood-red eyeball floating above his head, which was extremely eerie and strange, making people shudder. At this time, Tianxia was holding 537 on his mobile phone and watching the audience's barrage. Not worried at all that Han Yi would run away, he was very confident in his two treasures. Tianxia has a hobby, that is to act aggressively before killing the opponent, and let the opponent know who he is, which greatly enhances his sense of enjoyment and makes him unable to extricate himself. Seeing the audience's comments and compliments, Tianxia smiled smugly, but when he looked up and saw that Han Yi's expression had not changed at all, he was still very calm, so he couldn't help being upset, feeling that Han Yi was too uncooperative. "I don't care who you are. Since you dare to come, you'd better be prepared not to see the sun tomorrow," Han Yi said domineeringly. As soon as Han Yi landed, there was a frying pan in the live broadcast room. "Haha, fuck, I'm dying of laughter, Tianxia, he's even more pretentious than you." "It's okay to pretend, it's better than Tianxia 6666. Haha, Tianxia, you have met your opponent, at least he is not inferior to you in pretending to be aggressive." Tianxia's complacent expression suddenly changed, but Han Yi didn't expect Han Yi to dare to speak wild words at this time. 200 I admire a person like you who can pretend. The second one, please subscribe. Tianxia didn't expect that Han Yi would dare to speak wildly and shamelessly when he was surrounded, which made Tianxia very upset. In the past, when he went to kill people, his opponents would usually be intimidated by the weird appearance of his two treasures. Even the brave would be afraid. No one has ever been so calm as Han Yi, who even said he wanted to kill Tianxia. So the audience immediately mocked Tianxia crazily as if they had seen something incomparably strange, making Tianxia's face look ugly. Fortunately, there was a mask, so no one saw it. "Boy, if you try to provoke me, then you have succeeded. Next, I will deal with you well, and I will let you see how powerful my baby is," Tianxia said viciously. Han Yi looked at Tianxia disdainfully, not afraid, but very happy, because finally someone came to give experience. That's right, when Tianxia approached Han Yi, the system sent out a reminder. "Hey, I sense the existence of the protagonist, and I'm scanning." After the system was scanned, a lot of information immediately appeared in Han Yi's mind. Protagonist, Tianxia. Age, 28. Identity, the Mortician. Attributes, Strength 72, Speed 68, Reaction 75, Intelligence 68. Binding System, the God-level exorcist system of live streaming. Golden Finger, Expelling Corpse, Refining Corpse, Raising Corpse, Controlling Corpse. System Evaluation, this is a system inherited from the powerful ability of the Zombie Gate, and I hope the protagonist will spread the corpse exorcism through the live broadcast. Friendly reminder, this is a system to spread the ancient technique of exorcising corpses. The live broadcast is just a means of publicity. At this time, the protagonist Tianxia accepts a sky-high reward to take the life of the host, hoping that the host can save his life and defeat the protagonist. After learning that what Tianxia got was the inheritance of the exorcising corpse gate, Han Yi immediately understood that the two figures behind him were not human beings, but refining corpses raised by Tianxia. But Han Yi is not afraid at all, not to mention his Buddhist skills. He is still a master of Taoism, and he controls the five thunders. It is really not too easy to deal with this type of protagonist. It's ridiculous that Tianxia would actually come to the door in such a stupid way. In this case, Han Yi decided not to be polite. Here, when Han Yi was checking Tianxia's information, Tianxia rang the bell again, and when he heard the bell ring, the two corpses started to move. Fuxi is one of the evil corpses raised by Tianxia, and it is also the most common one. You only need ordinary corpses, and then bury the corpses in the soil, and sacrifice them for 7 to 49 days with the secret method of exorcising corpses. After success, the strength is 3 times that of ordinary people. Moreover, their claws also have corpse poison, which is deadly poisonous. Under normal circumstances, Tianxia can often solve the opponent by sacrificing these 2 corpses, and there is no need for Tianxia to do it himself. So Tianxia watched the 2 dead bodies with great confidence and killed Han Yi. The 2 corpses seemed to be stiff, and they were not fast, walking towards Han Yi in a blink of an eye. Seeing this, even the usually bold Sha Jingya was a little scared, and hugged Han Yi's arm tightly. Han Yi patted Sha Jingya's hand, smiled at her gently, and signaled her not to be afraid. Then said to her, "Wait for me here, it will be resolved soon." Sha Jingya was certain in her heart and nodded immediately. Tianxia looked at Han Yi mockingly, and said that it would be resolved soon, which almost made him laugh out loud. Haha, solve it soon. 666, Han Yi, are you live streaming? I want to brush rockets for you. God Tianxia, hurry up and get rid of him, he's too arrogant. I just appreciate someone like you who can pretend. 101 points, one more point is afraid that you will be proud. So handsome, I suddenly like this Han Yi a little bit. The audience who have been paying attention here have heard Han Yi's arrogant words. Some are excited, some are disdainful, and some are waiting for Han Yi to be slapped in the face. Tian Sha didn't speak, just crossed his arms and looked at Han Yi quietly, as if seeing his 2 treasures could tear Han Yi apart the next moment, so he didn't even bother to speak again. In his eyes, Han Yi was already a dead person. Han Yi didn't care what the others Nuos thought. When he saw the corpses that had already pounced on him, he moved, and before they got close, he pounced on them. Han Yi didn't want to affect Sha Jingya beside him, so he didn't wait for them to get close. In a blink of an eye, Han Yi appeared in front of the corpse on the left in a flash, and then punched him down. Boom! There was an explosion, and the corpse on the left was smashed to pieces by Han Yi's punch like a bursting gravel. Then Han Yi didn't give Tian Sha a chance to react at all, and punched the other corpse to pieces. All this happened in an instant, and Han Yi had already retracted his fists and returned to Sha Jingya's side. Oh my god, everyone was scared silly. 201 Is this what you rely on? Ridiculous. After dealing with the 2 corpses, Han Yi calmly walked back to Sha Jingya, stepping on the moonlight, like a patron saint. Sha Jingya was stunned, her eyes were full of brilliance, and her gaze towards Han Yi was even more radiant. Han Yi smiled and said, I said it will be resolved soon. Yeah, Sha Jingya just nodded, and now she has transformed into a little girl who is close to her, which is quite different from her usual eccentric appearance. Han Yi smiled, then looked towards Tian Sha. Tian Sha opened his mouth wide and stared blankly at Han Yi, with an expression of seeing a ghost. He couldn't believe it at all. His invincible means, the 2 extremely sharp corpses, were solved so simply. What an unbelievable thing this is. Not to mention that Tian Sha couldn't believe it himself. The audience in the live broadcast room were even more dumbfounded. In the past, they watched Tian Sha use the dead bodies to kill others easily, but they didn't expect that 2 of Tian Sha's dead bodies were easily killed this time. Originally, 700 and the others had foreseen Han Yi's end, and they were preparing to taunt Han Yi by swiping gifts and barrage, but the sudden contrast shocked all the audience. There was not even a barrage, obviously everyone forgot to speak. After a pause for a few seconds, dense snowflakes floated instantly in the live broadcast room, and it was countless bullet screens floating by. I rely on me, what did I see? Can anyone tell me if it's real? Is it because I slept too little today that I'm a little dazzled? Damn it, Han Yi is a real master. He actually smashed 2 dead bodies with 2 punches. It's really not too good. Worship, offer my knee, please accept it. God Tiansha, retreat quickly, your treasures have been dealt with. If you don't run away, you won't be able to run away. Quick solution, really quick solution. I still mocked the master Han Yi. I was wrong, please forgive me. All the audience were shocked and made all kinds of remarks to express their shock. Everyone looked at Han Yi differently. A person who can crush corpses with 1 punch is obviously not an ordinary person. Some people kindly reminded Tian Sha to run quickly, because they saw that Han Yi was so powerful, and worried that Tian Sha would also be dealt with. The voice of the audience woke up Tian Sha, who had been in a daze, but Tian Sha, who was awake, had no fear, only surprise and a little bit of exasperation. You actually killed my 2 little babies, and I want you to pay for it. Even the voice of Tiansha was distorted, and it was extremely sharp. Moreover, what the audience said made Tiansha extremely angry. He was the protagonist, but he was slapped in the face by an unknown person. How could Tiansha not be furious? Moreover, his 2 treasures were actually smashed to pieces by Han Yi's bombardment, and the whole piece could not be found, which made Tian Sha feel very distressed. It took 7 to 49 days of sacrifice to refine it, and it just disappeared. At the same time, Tiansha was also very depressed. He thought that as long as he sacrificed these 2 corpses, all problems would be basically solved. Even if there are fast ones, they won't be able to beat the corpse, and if they are strong, it will be over as long as they are caught by the corpse. That's why they are so confident before using the break. He didn't expect that the 2 lying corpses would be dealt with before they played any role, which also made him look at Han Yi in a bit of surprise. How could it have imagined that with Han Yi's current strength and speed, it would not be too easy to deal with these 2 corpses? The 2 characteristics of the corpse's thick skin and corpse poison are not a problem for Han Yi, and the corpse will be blown up with a little force. Han Yi looked at Tiansha disdainfully, and said sarcastically, this is what you rely on. If you just want to use 2 junk to deal with me, then congratulations, you will soon be like them. It's okay if Han Yi didn't say anything, but Tian Sha was even more angry when he said it. He didn't expect Han Yi to be so arrogant. The viewers in the live broadcast room were instantly blown away. Haha, 666, now I'm pretending to be aggressive and I'll give in to Han Yi. It's so handsome, I like it. Especially the way it punches. Haha, God of Heavenly Fiend, he said your baby is junk, what should we do? I just admire such an arrogant and confident person. God of Heaven, come up with a unique move. I don't believe you don't have a whole card. Damn, you're going to be arrogant after blowing up 2 little corpses. God of Heavenly Fiend, suppress him for me. Some think Han Yi is handsome, some think Han Yi is pretentious, and some feel that Han Yi is very unhappy. They think that although Han Yi has solved the 2 corpses, they all know that Tiansha still has a unique trick that is useless, so they turned on the mocking mode for Han Yi. Hey, Tian Sha suddenly laughed strangely. Okay, very good, the more arrogant you are, the more I like it, my baby likes the blood of an arrogant person like you the most. Did you hear that? My lovely audience, let me suppress you, I really can't refuse, ah ha ha ha. There was a strange laugh, harsh and sharp. 202 anyone is a scum in front of me. The second one, please subscribe. Tiansha's weird laugh made the audience feel a little harsh. Only you. Trash 1. Han Yi just looked at Tian Sha with disdain, wanting to see what tricks he could play. The laughter stopped abruptly. Tian Sha was like a drake whose neck had been strangled. Okay, I'll show you my method of expelling corpses. You are lucky to die by its hands. Tian Sha said viciously. Then he reached into his arms, and took out a blood-red box from it. The black mini coffin was the size of a palm, with various strange patterns and symbols engraved on it, and it seemed as if blood was flowing out of the coffin. There were also 3 soul requiem talismans pasted on the coffin, layer upon layer. Needless to say, this coffin is much more advanced than the corpse jar that was taken out at the beginning, and obviously the things inside are also much more powerful. Seeing this, all the audience are excited. Get up. I'm so excited, I finally saw God Tianxia using something even more awesome than burying corpses. Come on, great God Tianxia, let him see how powerful the door is. Looking at this coffin, I feel so awesome. See if Han Yi will die this time. I'm really looking forward to it. I really want to see what is the trump card of the god of evil. Soon, the audience's curiosity was satisfied. Tian Sha looked at Han Yi, who was still smiling disdainfully, and mocked in his heart, and then he reached out and quickly removed the 3 soul-suppressing charms on the coffin. Then the coffin was opened, and there was a small corpse lying in the coffin. Tian Sha flipped his hands and turned the mouth of the coffin down. With a bang, a corpse appeared on the ground. The corpse was dressed in ordinary people's clothes, and it could be seen that it was a man before his death. The body of the corpse was extremely black, with a pale complexion, empty eyes, the eyeballs had disappeared, and 2 long fangs protruded from the mouth. The fangs were curved and sharp. Moreover, the whole body of this corpse is covered with inch-long black corpse hair, which has penetrated through the clothes. If you don't look at the head, it looks like a chimpanzee. As soon as this refined corpse came out, it felt like an extremely eerie aura swept over it. Seeing this corpse, many audiences who were originally bold already felt a little horrified. Damn, what the hell is this? It looks scary. Fuck, it's really scary to scare me. The soft girl said that she was already shaking with fright, and she couldn't sleep tonight. Woo woo woo. There is no way, the shape of this refined corpse is so deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, so not so many people feel excited at this time. Looking at the terrifying refining corpse, Sha Jingya also turned pale, and hugged Han Yi tightly. Han Yi, what the hell is this thing? It's so ugly and terrifying, quickly make it disappear. Sha Jingya said tremblingly. Han Yi reached out and stroked Sha Jingya's back, signaling her not to be afraid, and then said domineeringly, okay, I'll let it disappear. Tian Sha originally wanted to see Han Yi's frightened expression, but he didn't expect him to dare to say that his He Sha corpse would be wiped out in ashes, which is really shameless. This black evil corpse was sacrificed by Tian Sha for half a year, because the black evil corpse is not like ordinary lying corpses. The black evil corpse needs to be born in the shade, and there is a lot of resentment after death, so it took Tian Sha a whole 3 months to find this corpse. After finding it, find a place with strong yin and resentment according to the corpse refining technique, bury the corpse, and sacrifice 99 and 81 days with materials specially made by the corpse gate before it is successfully refined. This black evil corpse is much more powerful than Fushi. The fur on his body is as hard as steel, and his speed is extremely fast, far beyond what Fushi can compare. After being refined, Tianxia kept him in the blood-red coffin with the technique of raising corpses, until today the angel came out to deal with Han Yi. It's so ridiculous, ignorance is bliss. I'll let you see how powerful the Haisha corpse I've raised for a long time. Tianxia said through gritted teeth. It doesn't matter what black and white you are all scum in front of me. Han Yi responded domineeringly. Tianxia didn't care if Han Yi was stubborn or not. He shook the bell in his hand, and when he heard the sound of the bell, the body of the Haisha corpse who was standing still was filled with yin energy, and he rushed towards Han Yi very quickly. Han Yi didn't care about the black evil corpse at all, and let it pounce on him. Seeing that Han Yi's hands were forming seals, it was the Buddha's Vajra seal. The moment the Vajra seal was formed, Han Yi roared in his heart, the Buddha's light shines everywhere. And then, before the Haisha corpse was thrown halfway, a dazzling Buddha light appeared behind Han Yi. The black evil corpse was obviously a little slow to react, and when the Buddha's light appeared, it continued to pounce on Han Yi. When Tianxia realized something was wrong, he shook the bell desperately, but it was too late. Under the dazzling Buddha light, the Haisha corpse seemed to be scorched, with white smoke emitting from its body, and the Haisha corpse screamed in pain. Before it stopped, its head was like ash, and when a gust of wind blew, it turned into fly ash and scattered around. Soon, from head to toe, in less than 3 seconds, the eerie Haisha corpse turned into a pile of dust. Tian Sha was stunned, Sha Jingye was also stunned, and all the audience were stunned. My God, what did I see? Countless audiences were shocked. 203 Either you die today or I die. The demise of the Haisha corpse was unexpected by many people, and it was really wiped out. When Han Yi used the Buddha's radiance skill this time, he deliberately suppressed the power. Considering that it was night and he was dealing with a small corpse, it shouldn't be too shocking, so he suppressed some of the power, and only a group of dazzling Buddha's light appeared. Otherwise, if the phantom of the Buddha appears like in Hongshan Temple, it will probably frighten many people. But just this group of Buddha's light easily wiped out the black corpses of Tiansha in an instant. One can imagine how restrained the Buddhist magical powers are to these corpses. After Han Yi, 807, saw Haisha's corpse turned into a pile of dust, he put away the Buddha light. After the dazzling Buddha light disappeared, the slightly dim scene resumed in the park. However, at this time, Sha Jingye looked at Han Yi as if she could emit light. She looked at Han Yi very hotly, and said in great surprise, I was just talking casually, but you really let it disappear. Han Yi, how did you do it? Han Yi said with a relaxed smile, it's a breeze, don't be too surprised. He told Sha Jingye not to be surprised, but Tiansha and the audience in the live broadcast room were almost going crazy with shock. God, what do I see? What is that blinding light? Ashes to ashes. Really to ashes, my God, is Tiansha's ultimate move so vulnerable? It is the light of Buddha. I have seen Master Wei Yuan perform it in Hongshan Temple, but why does Han Yi also do it? I feel that this is not the script I imagined. I just want to say, God of Heavenly Fiend, if you don't have the ultimate trick to suppress the bottom of the box, I advise you to run away. The audience in the live broadcast room was a little crazy. The development of the script was completely beyond their expectations. Han Yi completely broke their cognition, so at this moment they are all making comments like crazy, and various barrages are flying by quickly. At this moment, Tiansha seemed to wake up from a dream. Looking at the pile of black ash on the ground, his face was full of disbelief. Tiansha pointed at Han Yi, but couldn't speak. The horrified expression on his face was only hidden by the mask, but everyone could hear his fear. Haisha corpse can be said to be his ultimate move. Who would have thought that he would be reduced to ashes before he got close to the opponent? Originally, Tian Sha felt that Han Yi had paid enough attention to Han Yi when he saw Han Yi smashing his two corpses easily, so he took out the Haisha corpse. Tian Sha thought that with the incomparably hard hair and unparalleled speed of the Haisha corpse, he could easily suppress Han Yi, and even finish Han Yi, but he never thought that the Haisha corpse would be dealt with like this. This kind of loss made him feel extremely heartbroken. This is the corpse that he sacrificed for a long time, and it just disappeared. He will have to practice it again in the future. This is not that simple. But Han Yi said sarcastically, what are you? How dare you come to me with this ability? I thought your baby could hold on for a few more seconds. Trash is rubbish. While talking, he shook his head. Han Yi's words stimulated Tiansha's face to be extremely ugly. Since he got the system, he has never suffered such a big loss, such a shame, and it was still in front of more than 1 million viewers. How can he endure this? How can he swallow this breath? If Han Yi is not killed, then this will become a stain on his life, and it will be mentioned by others during the live broadcast in the future, so Tiansha will kill Han Yi no matter what. Okay. Tiansha suddenly calmed down, but he couldn't hide the hatred and anger in his voice. You forced me, today either you die or I die. Said absolutely. Then, Tiansha solemnly stretched his hands behind his neck, and slowly untied a necklace. Han Yi looked intently. The necklace was just an ordinary metal chain, but the pendant was not a normal pendant but an extremely weird blood-red mini coffin. The coffin was only as big as a thumb, but it didn't look like a normal coffin. People with sharp eyes can also see that there are no inscriptions or symbols carved on the coffin, but small iron chains carved with densely packed runes are wrapped around it back and forth, as if something terrible will happen if it is not tied. After taking out the blood-red 3.7 coffin, Tiansha's face was solemn, but his eyes were extremely crazy, as if he had made up his mind. He stretched out his hand and slowly took down the miniature coffin. Then, he pinched the sides of the coffin with his left hand, and one end of the iron chain with his right hand, and suddenly pulled. 10 small iron chains about 20 centimeters long, and they were released by Tianxia. After tearing off the iron chain, Tian Sha's face under the mask became more solemn, looking at this miniature coffin as if he was looking at some prehistoric giant beast, which made him, a corpse exorcist, feel extremely terrifying. Tian Sha bent down, slowly put the coffin on the ground, opened it and quickly took a few steps back. 204 My God, is he a god? The second one, please subscribe. Seeing Tianxia's reaction, Han Yi stared at the coffin with a little interest, knowing that this time Tianxia finally used the things at the bottom of the box. The viewers in the live broadcast room were even more surprised, they had never seen such a reaction from Tian Sha. Why do I think Tianxia is afraid of this little red coffin? Could it be a 1,000-year-old corpse inside? Let the God of Heaven take it so seriously. Can you kill Han Yi? Damn it, God Tian Fiend actually looks cautious and dignified. This is not in line with his style. I'm afraid this is the trick of the God of Evil, I have never seen it before. I seem to feel that there is a very awesome thing coming out. The audience was swiping countless bullet screens, but Tianxia had no time to watch, and all their attention was focused on the blood-red mini-coffin. After Tianxia opened the coffin and put it on the ground, after a while, there seemed to be all kinds of shrill cries suddenly coming from the park, but there seemed to be no sounds after listening carefully, which seemed very strange. Moreover, the inside of the coffin slowly overflowed with a black mist like ink. This is a kind of lifeless black, which is particularly attractive when it appears. Slowly, the black mist continuously overflowed from the coffin, covering everything within 3 meters of the coffin, making it impossible for people to see through. Even after Tianxia saw the mist, he immediately retreated a few steps as if encountering a snake and scorpion, not daring to let the mist touch it. When the fog appeared, the temperature in the park dropped sharply, as if there was a gust of cold wind blowing, and goosebumps came out, making people shiver unconsciously. Sha Jingye shivered even more, she could only hug Han Yi tightly. Han Yi felt that Sha Jingye was trembling, so he temporarily averted his gaze, immediately took off his coat and put it on for her, then reached out and hugged her tightly. At this time, the pitch-black mist stopped spreading within 5 meters, and then Tianxia made an amazing move again. Seeing that the mist stopped spreading, he immediately bit the middle finger of his right hand, and carefully brought his right hand close to the mist, but did not touch it, but let the blood flow to the ground. I saw something seemed to come out of the mist kept churning, and the blood on the ground was sucked in by a strong suction, constantly absorbing the blood of Tianxia. As the blood was absorbed, the pitch-black mist gradually turned blood red. It took a full half a minute to stop. At this time Tianxia's face was already pale, and he was on the verge of falling. But he didn't care about these anymore, and immediately retreated a large distance, because he knew that this terrifying thing was about to come out. After walking away, Tian Sha breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he looked up at Han Yi, and said with a hint of madness in his tone, Han Yi, enjoy yourself, my blood-soul corpse will greet you well, I hope you don't die so soon. Looking at Tianxia's series of actions, all the audience knew that what Tianxia made this time was probably terrifying. Damn it, it looks so scary, it's actually going to suck blood. Haha, okay, let's see if Yi dies this time. As expected of the God of Heaven, he has such a terrifying method. Han Yi is doomed this time. At this time, countless viewers gloated, thinking that Han Yi would definitely be killed this time, because the blood-soul corpse was already so terrifying before seeing it. That's right, this blood-soul corpse was found by Tian Sha after searching for a whole year. It was a woman who was born on a cloudy day, and she had to be the one who died extremely miserable. After finding the corpse, not only must the altar be buried in a specific place, but also blood must be poured every day to allow it to absorb. After repeating this for 9 months, it was considered a success, and then Tianxia received it and raised it in the blood-red coffin, which had never been used before. Because the corpse exorcist system clearly stated that the blood-soul corpse is extremely terrifying, extremely fast, and extremely strange, but at the same time, it must absorb the blood of the corpse exorcist, otherwise it will kill people indiscriminately. Tianxia has never controlled an envoy before, and he does not know its power, so Tianxia cannot be treated carelessly. Tian Sha couldn't care less about his pale face, and the thought of Han Yi came into his mind. So he raised the golden bell, shook it vigorously, and then pointed at Han Yi. I only saw that the blood-red mist stopped churning, and then it seemed that there was a vortex in the center, and it was all sucked in. After a while, the mist disappeared. Zhang revealed a petite. This figure was dressed in scarlet clothes, even the hair was blood-red, with a pale face and normal facial features, but the eyes were slowly bleeding. After hearing the sound of the bell, it immediately flashed and rushed towards Han Yi. Han Yi didn't expect these 720 blood soul corpses to be so fast, but he was afraid of hurting Sha Jingya, so he reacted immediately. Han Yi opened his mouth, roar. An extremely loud voice continued to roar out of Han Yi's mouth. Han Yi, who performed the Vajra Lion's roar, immediately saw a figure stop less than 10 meters in front of him, covering his ears with his hands. In extreme pain, even Wei Sha was poisoned to cover his ears. Seeing this opportunity, Han Yi quickly formed a seal with both hands, and saw a thundercloud suddenly appearing in the sky. When Han Yi finished forming the seal and pointed at the blood soul corpse, there was a sudden explosion, and a bull-sized thundercloud struck straight down towards the blood soul corpse. The blood soul corpse seemed to know what was going to happen, and screamed extremely shrilly, but it couldn't be stopped at all. Fale flashed down, and slashed on the blood soul corpse. The blood soul corpse immediately erupted into an even more shrill cry, but it stopped abruptly, because at this time there was only a layer of ash left on the ground, and the blood soul corpse had disappeared. Before the audience who were covering their ears had time to react, they saw the blood soul corpse disappear in ashes, and everyone was stunned. Oh my god, is he a god? Countless audiences stared blankly at Han Yi. 205 Remember to be smarter in your next life. Just now Han Yi saw that the blood soul corpse was moving extremely fast, and Sha Jingya was beside him, so he absolutely couldn't let it get close. So in order to stop the blood soul corpse, Han Yi immediately roared out the Vajra Lion roar, making the blood soul corpse appear and freeze in place. Then immediately seized this opportunity, cast the 5 thunders to rectify the law, and a lightning strike struck the blood soul corpse. It is indeed the authentic inheritance of Taoism, the nemesis of demons and ghosts, and a single magic thunder can smash the terrifying blood soul corpses into pieces and wipe them out. This process is a long time to say, but it happened in the blink of an eye, and no one had time to react. The audience in the live broadcast room saw how terrifying the blood soul corpse was, and thought they could kill Han Yi this time. So they all focused on watching the blood soul corpse rush towards Han Yi. But who would have thought that Han Yi's lion roar not only shocked the blood soul corpse, but also shocked Tianxia and the audience in the live broadcast room. Because Tianxia's camera can clearly transmit pictures and sounds, even through the screen, those audiences can feel the terrifying power of the lion's roar. So they all covered their ears to resist, and when they looked up, they only saw a lightning strike, and then there was nothing. After the blood soul corpse was dealt with, the park immediately returned to normal, without any faint screams, and the temperature also returned to normal. But it was quiet at this moment, and everyone looked at him dumbfounded. After a while, Han Yi put his hand in front of Sha Jingya and shook it, and she woke up. After waking up, Sha Jingya didn't speak, but her eyes were extremely bright and brilliant, and she looked Han Yi up and down, as if looking at some rare treasure. Han Yi was dumbfounded by her look. At this time, the audience also came back to their senses, and they were also blown up. Countless bullet screens floated past densely, more than before. Obviously, the audience at this time was in a complicated mood, excited and excited. Mom, come out quickly, there is a god-man who can strike thunder. What did I see? Such a terrifying blood soul corpse was smashed by a thunderbolt like this. I rely on me, this is the real God, but I thought he was going to die this time. Nima, can you still summon God Thunder? Master, do you accept love from your apprentice? It's really blinding my 24K titanium alloy dog eyes, the plot reversal is in an instant, amazing, I admire it. Everyone was extremely excited to brush the barrage, as if otherwise they couldn't vent the complicated emotions in their hearts. At this time Han stood with his hands behind his back, looking extremely handsome under the moonlight. Therefore, there are also many beauties who are crazy about scrolling through various bullet screens, asking for Han Yi's contact information, and wanting to date Han Yi. Han Yi looked at Tian Sha indifferently. At this time, Tianxia has also woken up, but he still feels unbelievable. There was no madness in his eyes looking at Han Yi, only indifference. In his heart, the terrifyingly powerful and extremely strange blood-soul corpse not only failed to do anything to Han Yi, but was also wiped out by Han Yi's lightning strike. This fact directly destroyed all of Tianxia's thoughts. He has realized how stupid he is to take this task. But Han Yi couldn't possibly give him a chance to regret it. Han Yi was never soft on those who wanted his life, so Han Yi walked up to Tianxia, who had no resistance at all, and said lightly, "Remember to be smarter in your next life." No. Tianxia wailed in despair and remorse, but he was powerless to resist, and finally Han Yi twisted his neck. Tianxia's lifeless body fell to the ground. At the same time, the system immediately gave Han Yi a reminder. "Hey, I found that the opponent is dead. Congratulations to the host for defeating the opponent. May I ask if the host chooses to devour the opponent's system? They killed people, how could they not devour them? Loot, devour." Han Yi immediately said with certainty. "Yes, order received. The looting has begun, and the devouring is unfolding. Drip, the opponent's system is collapsing, successfully plundered the opponent's exorcism skill, and automatically evolved into an exorcist master. Drip, the opponent's system is collapsing, successfully plundered the opponent's corpse refining skill, and automatically evolved into a corpse refining master. Drip, the opponent's system is collapsing, successfully plundered the opponent's corpse raising skills, and automatically evolved into a corpse raising master. Drip, the opponent's system is collapsing, successfully plundered the opponent's corpse control skills, and automatically evolved into a corpse master. Drip, the other party's system has crashed, and the other party is dead. Congratulations to the master for devouring the opponent's system, gaining all the luck of the protagonist of the opponent, gaining Wang Haohao achievement points of 500, and increasing all the attributes of the whole body by 10. God-level villain counterattack system. Host, Han Yi. Age, 18. Identity, rich second generation. Attributes, strength 138, speed 137, reaction 135, intelligence 149. Achievement points, 3,960. Skills looted, Bajikwan Master, Taoist Celestial Master, Super Academic Master. Buddhist Vajra, Myriad Illusions, Magic Master, Illusion Technique, Corpse Exercising Master, Corpse Refining Master, Corpse Raising Master, Corpse Controlling Master. System Binding Skills, Skill Duplication, Strength Increase, Interference Shielding. Seeing that the devouring was completed, Yi let out a sigh of relief. 206 The Goddess, Heart is Surging. The second one, please subscribe. After devouring Tian Fiend's system, Han Yi also breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent of Tianxia is one of the most powerful opponents Han Yi has encountered. To be honest, the blood-soul corpse he sacrificed at the end is indeed terrifying, but it is a pity that he met Han Yi. Han Yi not only has Buddhist supernatural powers, but also a master of Taoism, so no matter how powerful Tianxia is, he can only be beaten to death by Han Yi, without a chance of turning the tables. This duel is also the only time Han Yi has not used the system-bound skills so far. He neither interferes with the opponent nor learns the opponent's skills. He just defeated Tianxia with his own skills. So Han Yi also felt very comfortable. However, Han Yi didn't know what kind of sensation he caused on the internet after he killed Tianxia. Originally, the audience in the Tianxia Live broadcast room were still in extreme shock, shocked by Han Yi's powerful means, Han Yi's strength, and shocked by the development of the script. But I didn't expect that Han Yi was not procrastinating at all, and when Tianxia had no power to resist, he decisively shot him and ended him 107. From this, it can be seen that Han Yi is not an indecisive person. After Tianxia's neck was snapped and broken by Han Yi, and the system was swallowed by Han Yi, the eyeball camera above his head naturally disappeared. However, the scene where Han Yi finally twisted Tianxia's neck was seen by more than 1 million viewers. Although most of these viewers are fans of Tianxia, since they paid attention to Tianxia, they are used to watching Tianxia kill people, and they are also used to some weird and strange things, but they saw with their own eyes that Tianxia, who was extremely powerful in their eyes, was killed so easily. I rely on me, the great god of heavenly fiend is dead. Is that how he died? So decisive, so straightforward, as expected of such a powerful man. Mom, come out and kill someone. It was counter-killed like this. This wave of operations is 666,666. From now on, I won't accept anyone, but Han Yi, it's really decisive. Countless viewers were still immersed in the previous shock, and Han Yi immediately shocked them even more. So even though Tianxi's live broadcast room has been closed at this time, those viewers are still madly promoting this matter on the internet and expressing their own opinions. Moreover, some people recorded the video, so driven by more than 1 million netizens, and with the real video as evidence, it immediately set off a huge wave on the internet. More and more people began to pay attention to this matter and kept discussing it. The internet was suddenly full of the name Han Yi. In fact, Han Yi didn't know that when Tianxia started the live broadcast, someone he had met twice was also watching him, and that person was Feng Timo. This top network anchor happened to be live broadcasting, and there happened to be fans who followed Tianxia at the same time, so after the incident happened, there was Pink saying that something big happened, and Feng Timo clicked in to take a look out of curiosity. Originally, she wasn't interested in these strange things at all, but she wanted to turn them off after watching them for a while. But just when she saw Tianxia catching up with Han Yi, she stopped immediately when she saw Han Yi, and then she was always attracted, regardless of the live broadcast, and her mind was all on Han Yi. As the situation progressed, Feng Timo also had various worries, and was very happy when he watched Han Yi show off his power, so the expressions on his face kept changing, which surprised all the audience watching her live broadcast. And they saw that Feng Timo didn't even broadcast the live broadcast, but watched other people's live broadcasts, so after the attempt to recall Feng Timo, those fans of Feng Timo entered Tianxia's live broadcast room out of curiosity, and started to watch Tianxia's live broadcast. This was unbelievable, and immediately attracted everyone. Originally, the mysterious profession of exorcising corpses was very attractive, and it was still used to kill people, and Han Yi was well known on the internet, so the audience who came in were all attracted by their weird and wonderful duels. So after the matter is over, people who are active on the internet also have these fans of Feng Timo. When Feng Timo withdrew from Tianxia's live broadcast room, his eyes were blank, and he was obviously stunned. It turned out that when Feng Timo met Han Yi twice, he was already a little attracted by Han Yi. And after watching Han Yi show off his supernatural power this time, seeing Han Yi is so awesome and ecstatic, one can imagine the attraction to her. So it's no surprise that Feng Timo's heart has already been tied to Han Yi, and he secretly promised him. I don't know what came to mind, Feng Timo's eyes lit up, he immediately woke up, and then he said something to her fans that surprised everyone. Viewers, I'm sorry, I'm going to take a few days off, I decided to go find Han Yi. When he said this, Feng Timo was a little shy, with a sweet smile, a slightly red face, absent-minded, apparently still thinking about something that would make her happy. It's normal to ask for leave, but it's not normal to go to Han Yi, and she still has such an expression, so her fans are all fried. Rely on me, Timo, wake up, you are almost drooling. It's over, my goddess was captured, my god, why is it so unfair to me? Nima, Timo, you have a typical peach blossom face. No, goddess, you are ours, how can you like other men? Although Feng Timo was absent-minded at this time, he was also teased by fans until his face turned red. No, you talk nonsense. Feng Timo said shyly. 207 Timo looks so cute when shy. Obviously, Feng Timo's shy reply made her fans more sure that Feng Timo was really captured by Han Yi. It's over, I've never seen Timo like this. Oh my god, Timo is so cute when he's shy, but why not me? Needless to say, I've already confirmed that Timo is thinking about spring, I can't bear to look directly at him. Why do I feel like my heart is hurting? OMG. Feng Timo had mustered up a lot of courage before deciding to go to Han Yi, and he was even more embarrassed when asking for leave from fans, so when he was ridiculed by her fans, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he hurriedly said a few words before turning off the camera and logging off. After Feng Timo downloaded the broadcast, although he really wanted to go to the city where Han Yi is located right away, but it was already late at night, so no matter how desperately he wanted to see Han Yi, he could only wait until tomorrow. Feng Timo had followed Han Yi's battle with Tianxia all the way before, and also saw Sha Jingya next to Han Yi, and saw Han Yi taking care of her, and felt a little uncomfortable, but at this time she had already put her heart on Han Yi, so she didn't care so much, and all kinds of handsome figures of Han Yi were in her mind. At this time, Han Yi didn't know how much sensation the duel between him and Tianxia had caused on the internet, nor did he know that more and more people were beginning to know about Han Yi, and he didn't even know that there was a well-known anchor who had secretly promised him and wanted to find him. Han Yi knew that Tianxia's live broadcast had already uploaded the scene of his murder, but he didn't care at all. The murderer was always killed, and if he didn't kill Tianxia, would he still have the chance to take revenge? So Han Yi didn't care about what was said on the internet, he was just thinking about how to deal with Tianxia's corpse. Han Yi didn't hesitate, took out his phone and called his father, briefly explained what happened, and then asked his father to call someone to clean the battlefield. Han Jian was furious when he heard that someone was going to kill his son, and he was relieved when he heard that Han Yi had solved it. After solving this matter, Han Yi is going to send Sha Jingya back. A lot of things happened tonight. Han Yi didn't care, but Sha Jingya already looked very tired after the ups and downs of her mood. So Sha Jingya didn't have the mood to continue walking at this time, and naturally obeyed Han Yi's decision. Although Sha Jingya had been very quiet just now, but that was in order not to affect Han Yi, so on the way back, she immediately resumed her eccentric and mischievous nature, chatting with Han Yi non-stop. For a while, he asked Han Yi why he was so good and how he learned these things, and for a while, he told Han Yi how handsome he was just now, making Han Yi dumbfounded. Although Sha Jingya's family is in the capital, they also have a lot of property in Donghai City. After a while, Han Yi sent Sha Jingya back to a villa in the Sha family. When they got back, Sha Jingya was still a little bit reluctant to let go, reluctant to get out of the car. She kept holding Han Yi's hand and acting like a spoiled child, asking Han Yi to promise her that she would look for her tomorrow. Han Yi had no choice but to agree, and he was willing to go back after making her happy, and before getting out of the car, he kissed Han Yi shyly. After Sha Jingya went back, the smile on Han Yi's face disappeared immediately, and became calm, with a trace of murderous look in his eyes. Long Kai. Ha! Han Yi let out a laugh, and then told the bodyguards to go to a place. That's right, the reason why Han Yi sent Sha Jingya back first was just to do one thing. That is to completely eliminate the hidden danger of Long Kai. Han Yi knew when Long Kai lost in despair that he couldn't stop there and would definitely do something. It's just that he didn't expect that Long Kai's patience was so poor that he would call someone to kill Han Yi immediately. So how could Han Yi continue to tolerate such a person who hated him so much to stay in the world? Long Kai is so high profile, Han Yi sincerely knows which hotel he is staying in, it is too simple. After more than 10 minutes, Han Yi had arrived at the hotel entrance. After getting off the car, Han Yi went straight to Long Kai's room. He knew that Long Kai must have bodyguards guarding outside the room, so Han Yi didn't plan to give them a chance to warn them. As soon as he got out of the elevator, Han Yi had already performed hypnotism. Sure enough, as soon as Han Yi stepped out of the elevator, he saw 4 bodyguards in black guarding the door of a room. When those people heard the movement, they immediately looked over at Han Yi. Seeing that it was Han Yi who had arrived, their terrified expressions hadn't dissipated. Just as they were about to yell, they saw Han Yi's extremely deep eyes, and they couldn't get the words out of their mouths. They were immediately attracted by Feng Yi's eyes. Then, the faces of the 4 bodyguards became indifferent, and their eyes seemed to have lost their spirit, becoming hollow and lifeless. After hypnotized, Han Yi asked the 4 of them to guard the door and not let others in. Then, Han Yi kicked lightly on the door, and with a bang, the door was kicked open. Who? A roar sounded immediately. 208 Anyone who dares to provoke me will die. When Han Yi came to the hotel, young Master Long was anxiously waiting for the news from Tian Sha. Young Master Long had seen Tianxia's abilities before, and knew how powerful he was in refining corpses, so he had great confidence in Tianxia, otherwise he wouldn't have paid a lot of money to ask Tianxia to help. However, after such a long time, there was no news from Tianxia, which made young Master Long a little strange. The longer he waited, the more anxious he became, and young Master Long felt a little uneasy, which was not a good sign. So first young Master Long, who was walking back and forth in the room in a hurry, felt more and more uneasy, and was about to call the bodyguards in to change places. At this moment, there was a bang, the door of the room was kicked open. 8 masters. Young Master Long roared in fright. Who? No one answered him, but he immediately saw Han Yi's half-smile face. Han Yi, how did you get in? Where are my people? Young Master Long was so frightened that he couldn't choose what to say. After Han Yi entered, he closed the door without any hassle, and then replied casually, how did you get in? That's how you got in. As for your people, they're still outside. As soon as Long Kai heard Han Yi say this, he immediately said louder, impossible, they can't let you in. Young Master Long hoped to use his loud voice to attract the attention of the bodyguards at the door, if they were still outside. But there was no movement outside the door. Young Master Long had already understood, and the expression on his face became more and more frightened. Han Yi let him yell, didn't stop him, just looked at him mockingly. Long Kai was already very scared, but at this moment he couldn't beat him, so he could only pretend to be calm and said, what are you doing here? We don't seem to have anything to talk about. Han Yi mocked, there is really nothing to talk about, but I came tonight to make sure you do one thing. Hearing this, Long Kai breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he didn't come to kill him. As soon as Han Yi said a word, Long Kai automatically made up a lot. He thought Han Yi was here to ask him to do something, and he didn't think Han Yi had the guts to kill him, so he had already relaxed at this time. What do you want me to do? Long Kai asked suspiciously with a flash of pride. Han Yi showed a very nice smile, and said slowly, of course, please die. Han Yi smiled harmlessly, but the words he said instantly made Long Kai feel like falling into the abyss, and his whole body was cold. Your joke is not funny at all. Hee hee. Long Kai pulled his face and forced a smile. Han Yi still had the same harmless smile, and said affirmatively, I'm not kidding, it's true, please die. Long Kai's expression immediately froze. He already understood that since Han Yi appeared here, it meant that Tianxia had disappeared in this world, so it was normal for Han Yi to kill him as a creditor, and if it was Long Kai, he would do even worse. But at this moment, the one who will be killed is himself, so it is normal for Long Kai not to think about this. He racked his brains to think about how to save his life. Long Kai saw that although Han Yi said he wanted him to die, he hadn't done it yet, so he was still taking chances. He smiled flatteringly and said to Han Yi, listen to me, Han Yi, listen to me, we don't have any knots that cannot be reconciled. I know Sha Jingya likes you, I swear, I will never pester her in the future, stay away from her, is that okay? While talking, Long Kai secretly looked at Han Yi's expression, trying to read some thoughts from his face. But all he saw was Han Yi looking at him with a smile, without speaking. Long Kai understood that this was not enough, and immediately said, what do you want? I can give you money for anything. Women. Rights. Looking at Long Kai's face, Han Yi didn't even respond to a trace of sarcasm, and said flatly, have you finished? Looking at Han Yi's indifferent expression, Long Kai became even more frightened, afraid that he would make a move the next moment. So at this moment, Long Kai no longer cared about his dignity, and begged desperately, don't kill me, I can do anything for you, don't kill me. Speaking of the latter, even the voice became sharper, obviously already very frightened. But Han Yi was unmoved at all. From the moment Long Kai made a move to kill Han Yi, he could already foresee his result. So Han said sarcastically, go to hell after you finish talking. After speaking, hypnotism was performed. Hearing these words, Long Kai, who was still begging, raised his head instantly, his face twisted, his eyes showed unwillingness and madness. Then he shouted and was about to rush at Han Yi. He decided that death would not make Han Yi feel better. Faced with Long Kai's counterattack before death, Han Yi never expected, but so what? It was also considered unfortunate for Long Kai. The moment he raised his head, he exchanged a glance with Han Yi, and it was this glance that made him lose all consciousness, and his counterattack when he was about to die was also stifled. Using hypnotism to instantly hypnotize Long Kai, 2.6 Han Yi didn't want to delay too long, and immediately let Long Kai walk to the biggest French window in the room. Then, order him to jump down. Long Kai, who was hypnotized, broke the glass immediately without any hesitation, and jumped down. The moment Long Kai smashed through the glass and jumped out, he woke up, but he was already in midair. Ah! A terrified and long scream resounded throughout the hotel. A few seconds later, I heard a bang, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Han Yi looked at the window, then turned and left. Why do you have to provoke me? Han Yi shook his head.